If you're a custodial supervisor at a local high school, you know that cleanliness is key, and that the best place to get cleaning supplies is from Grainger. Grainger helps you stay fully stocked on the products you trust, from paper towels and disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Plus, you can rely on Grainger for easy reordering, so you never run out of what you need. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I am Chris Stachiw, and I am joined by one of my close best friends. He's a true laughing man after my own heart, the one and only Father Malone.
Well, hello.
Ricky Coogan, Brat Pack Sleazebag. Elijah C. Skuggs, Freak Show Tycoon, an amateur bioengineer.
I can look at a guy like Kevin Costner and see a giant peach grub.
When fate brought them together, Mr. Skuggs took an average Hollywood slime ball and made something out of him.
Oh, God! This was my good side!
20th Century Fox presents Freaked. It's about friendship.
I thought I told you to shut up!
Loyalty.
I say we kill him!
Life's big questions.
How many feminists does it take to screw in a light bulb?
Oh, show business.
The public does not want to see disgusting, depraved, violent filth.
And I suppose Jake and the Fat Man was just a fluke.
It's about state-of-the-art technology. It's about Mr. T's, the bearded lady.
I am woman. Now like me.
It's about Bobcat Goldthwait as a sock.
It's the end of the world! The apocalypse!
It'll make you laugh. It'll make you cry.
And it'll make a cold sore that you thought had healed up start bugging you again.
It's the kind of film Brooke Shields has always wanted to do.
Oh.
Introducing Larry Bud Melman as the President of the United States.
What's the matter? Afraid of a little rock stuff?
In Freaked, coming soon to a theater. Freaked, but ugly, but funny.
Welcome to show business, morons!
Freaked, 1993. I had the soundtrack is coming out on vinyl for the first time ever today. So this is coinciding with that. Let's just talk about the movie before I get into my feelings on the film. Father Malone, I don't even know. Have you seen this movie before?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
I certainly
cool.
did.
Okay, cool. I didn't know. I just kind of asked you spur of the moment to be on this podcast. So tell me your thoughts. The first time, where did you see it? And then what you thought rewatching it for this Culture Cast.
This movie was released in 2 theaters only. Back in 1993, on October 3rd of 1993. I know that because one of those 2 theaters was the Laemmle Sunset 5 in Hollywood. I think in its opening weekend, it made about $6,000. I was a contributor to those $6,000 because I was there opening night for this film. That was my first experience with it.
Which, by the way, insanely jealous that you were able to see this in theaters.
Yeah, it was. I actually went to a midnight show with a pal of mine, and we got super high right before we saw the movie. So our enjoyment level was exactly as it should have been. This is this is truly an unsung film, I think. I know it's kind of garnered a cult following over the years. I think 20th Century Fox did it a disservice by not releasing it wide. Oh, yeah. I mean, considering this movie cost, what, $12 million, which is nothing for a corporation like Fox. The fact that they wouldn't try and recoup their costs is shocking to me, because this is a really good movie. I've watched it over the years, over and over again. I think it's as inventive and as fun as any film you're going to get. I had been a fan of Alex Winter for a long time. I think I probably first saw him in Lost Boys in '87. But I kind of really became a fan of his because he had a short film which was kind of a parody of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre called Barbecue, which showed on a late night show on the USA Network called Night Flight. So that's when I kind of got really interested in him. And then he had his TV series, The Idiot Box, in '91. Which only ran for 6 episodes, but was continuously and consistently hilarious. So when I heard that there was a movie that he had made coming out, I was all in to go see it. So that was my first experience with it, and I don't know what yours was. Probably not in theaters in '93, right?
You won't see the engineer that slams the Nissan Rogue's door 13,920 times. Or the corrosive chamber that simulates 15 years of life in 5 months. Or the Rogue heat-baked for over 300 combined hours. What you will see is a vehicle that can take punch after punch and keep rolling. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. We put it through the worst, so you get its best. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
Have you ever wanted to dive deeper into the horror movies you love? Beyond the Blood is a horror podcast for fans who want more than just surface-level screams. We do deep dives into the movies that shaped us, digging into director commentaries, behind-the-scenes stories, deleted scenes, and the special features that most people skip. Each episode is a love letter to the genre. We break down how these films were made, the creative risks that paid off or didn't, and the lasting impact they've had on the genre as a whole. From 70s slashers to modern nightmares, we celebrate the craft, chaos, and characters that keep us coming back. If you're the kind of fan who rewatches movies with the commentary on, or you simply grew up in the video store horror aisle, the Beyond the Blood podcast was made for you. New episodes every single week. Subscribe, and let's dig deep. Welcome to the Beyond the Blood podcast.
A mall in the town I grew up in, Plano, Texas, which a town, I mean, Jesus Christ, it's like saying I grew up in the town of Boston. Like, Plano is a giant suburb of Dallas. There was a mall that is currently in the process of being torn down called Collin Creek Mall. If you're from the area, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But I'm not talking about the sad pan flute days of Collin Creek Mall. I am talking about the days where people actually shopped at the mall for things they couldn't buy online. And there used to be a store, and there still is. I believe there's actually still one in Omaha with this branding. I think it's one of 2 left in the United States, or in the world, probably. You know about this store, Mike. I'm sure you've been there multiple times growing up as a precocious youth in the 80s. But there was a store called Suncoast Video. And Suncoast Video, right? It was a store that sold VHS and then DVDs, and now the one in Omaha sells like DVDs and collectibles and Funko Pops and all sorts of things. And they used to, at least at the location I would go to, they had 3 television screens outside of the store that was showing movies. And, the stoners who worked in the store would put on whatever the hell they wanted. And the movies that were showing on the screens outside would also show inside of the store. And I remember seeing the scene in this film where Randy Quaid shoots the bazooka with the Zygrot at the kind of the corporate stooges, and it turns him into the shoe, and he goes, "That's a really big shoe." And I remember seeing that and thinking, like, what is this movie? And that was when I was probably like 6 or 7, because the film came out in 93 in the United States, which means it was on VHS sometime within the next year. I bought it in 2005. So I have the Anchor Bay release of the film that has the it's like a poly cover that has like Randy Quaid on it, and I bought it right before I went to college, and I finally watched it, and I realized like, oh shit, like that's the movie I saw from when I was a kid. And I mean, no nostalgia because I didn't see it in 93. I mean, there's no way I would have seen this film in 93. Like you said, I mean, it got shelved by the studios, not shelved, but I mean, as close to shelving a film as not releasing it. I mean, releasing it in 2 locations is what faith you have in the film. 0 is clear.
Pretty deplorable.
Yeah, that's a whole conversation that we're probably going to end up having. But I remember watching it and thinking to myself, like, if I could make a movie, this is the kind of movie I would make. Like the irreverent sense of humor, the attitude that they have in this film with the film, like you know what I mean? Like there's something about this film that it's the irreverent nature of the comedy in this film that resonates with me, that clearly resonates with you. It's just it's one of those films that like either you get it or you don't, right? There is no in between with this film. And honestly, I think some of the best films are like that, which leads me to my kind of big point with this film is that this is my favorite movie. Period. If someone asks me on the street what my favorite movie is, it's Freaked. And I have no problem saying that, and why would I? It is hilarious, it's irreverent, there's so much about this movie that I love. It's got great actors. It's just everything. The comedy, just the timing, the slapstick, the smart. It's like the comedy is at times like quote unquote lowbrow, but at times it's very like elevated and very smart comedy. And it's also very irreverent comedy. I mean, like everyone I know, I try to get them to watch this. And most of the time, 90% of the time, except for my parents, which is fine, the people I've showed this movie are just like, dude, I get it. Like, and it's hilarious. And it is truly a film that came out in the 90s. It feels like it came out in the 90s, but you know what? That's kind of the part of the charm of the film.
Absolutely. I think there are so many different subsets of what constitutes a comedy. And one of those is definitely not just lowbrow, but sort of dumb humor. Like, I guess some would classify it as stoner humor. And the thing is, in order to make a really dumb comedy very funny, it has to be actually really smart. And I think
made
these
by
guys
people who get comedy.
Yeah, these guys are that, definitely. I think this film is sort of the last in the line of, or not the last, but certainly the end result of, decades of like Mel Brooks films and Zucker Abrams, Zucker, like the Airplane guys, that sort of parody kind of.
You won't see the engineer that slams the Nissan Rogue's door 13,920 times. Or the corrosive chamber that simulates 15 years of life in 5 months. Or the Rogue, heat-baked for over 300 combined hours. What you will see is a vehicle that can take punch after punch and keep rolling. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. We put it through the worst, so you get its best. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
Hey, this is Jason Kleberg from the Force 5 podcast, a show that forces a guest to come up with a movie-themed top 5 list topic, and then we reveal our picks on air. Top 5 heist films, top 5 tearjerkers, top 5 movie dogs. Every show you'll be asking yourself, what would be on my list? Guests include directors, screenwriters, actors, podcasters, musicians, authors, and even a professional wrestler. Subscribe to the Force 5 podcast, and you won't just be a listener, you'll be a list nerd. The Force 5 podcast, available wherever you're listening now.
Thing, and a huge debt, as far as I'm concerned, to Mad Magazine. I think if Mad Magazine had made a film, they did actually, but it was god-awful, this would be it. Like, this is as good as that kind of level of humor can be. And I think this film is actually a progenitor to everything that came after it. You look at what eventually constituted comedy on television, like with The Simpsons and more specifically like Family Guy and Seth. His whole style of humor of like sub-referencing and sort of weirdo blackout sketches and stuff kind of all came to a head with this particular movie. I don't think anyone has done it as well since, honestly.
And you know what we haven't even mentioned? The craziest fucking thing about this movie? The just veritable cavalcade of practical fucking effects in this film are insane.
It's staggering, actually.
For a film that cost $13 million, by all accounts, the amount of practical effects, the amount, and not just practical effects, but the quality of the practical effects.
Yeah, you can make practical effects all day long, and they can look like garbage. Here, everything is beautiful, and we're talking about hideous mutant freaks, but there's something so amazing about all of the effects work in this film. It's funny because if you made this movie today, every single character would be CGI. But in 1993, we're talking about, basically a century of cinema where people had been attempting to trick your eye with not only just camera tricks necessarily, but, theatrical work and physical effects. And this movie is just a diamond as far as bringing all of those disparate elements together and making a film. It never looks cheap. I mean, it's a beautiful looking movie. Like what you're saying about some of the effects work. Like, we've got prosthetic effects and sort of mechanical effects where characters are 100% you're not seeing the actor at all other than their eyes.
I mean, John Hawkes.
John Hawkes specifically is what I'm thinking of.
I mean, John Hawkes, who has gone on to be in, Academy Award nominated actor John Hawkes. You couldn't tell it was him.
Like, not at all.
Like, even the voice that he's doing kind of sounds like John Hawkes, but he's doing a very specific character, which, by the way, totally works. But yeah, you can't tell it's him at all.
Not at all. It's funny because I haven't seen the movie in a lot of years, and I watched it again just this morning, and saw his name in the credits. Didn't even realize he was in it, and watched about halfway through the movie, and I went, "Where the fuck is John Hawkes in this movie?" And then looked it up. I was like, "Oh Jesus, right, he's the fucking cowboy." But that effect specifically is what I was kind of referencing, where that is a completely mechanical character that is speaking, and it never looks incorrect. Like all of the dialogue seems to be coming from the mouth of that creature. It's kind of staggering how good the makeup and special effects are in this film.
Well, and they had 3 different companies worked on it. Tony Gardner, Steve Johnson, their 2 companies, Alterian and XFX. And obviously, if you couldn't tell by just looking at some of the characters, Screamin' Mad George as well.
Yeah, who kind of specializes in, there's an entire artwork from Ratfink, which Screaming Mad George kind of brings those to life in an insane way.
And that's what the Ricky Coogan and Stewie Gluck character are. Ratfink characters come to life, especially Stewie Gluck's character at the end.
No doubt, yeah. And that kid is great, by the way.
Oh, I mean, look, God, there are so many things we're gonna talk about. The effects are one thing. Look, the casting is perfect. And look, if you think I'm being overly positive about this film, turn this podcast off, because I probably have nothing negative to say about this movie, and that's not just because I love the movie, because I do love it, but the casting, the fact that you got, look, Randy Quaid now, that aside, the Randy Quaid character, I honest to God only think there's only one person who could have pulled it off, and that's Randy Quaid.
I totally agree. He is phenomenal in this movie. Look, I know he lost his mind recently, but Randy Quaid was always a solid actor, dramatically and comedically. Comedically even harder, I guess, than the sort of dramatic roles that he took. But when he was in a drama, he was really good in them. I agree with you. He's hilarious in this movie. There's a moment in this film where they're trying to be quiet, where the Zygrot machine, and they drop the styrofoam cup, and he slowly turns and says styrofoam cup. I remember cackling in the theater at the time, and
styrofoam
it's still
cup. Bad for
yeah, exactly. So when somebody says, "Have you ever seen Freaked?" or mentions the movie in any way, my immediate reaction is always styrofoam cup. It's great. He's great. And
what about Fiddle Faddle? Oh my God. I mean, it's just like the amount of like bizarre, irreverent humor in the film is like you mentioned, the styrofoam cup thing. Like, if you know about that scene, you get it. But like, yeah, it's just like complete like non sequiturs. Like, styrofoam cup, bad for the environment.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good description. This movie is like filled with non sequiturs, but somehow they all feed back into the plot, which is a rare and a wonderful thing when a movie can do that.
You're not supposed to have those. Well, I'm probably not supposed to have these either. And it's Randy Quaid.
The Ramada towels.
Towels.
Oh my God!
In any other movie, you would roll your eyes, but in this, like, it's because something. It's just insane.
It's so good.
The look, when, like you were mentioning about like this, when you were talking about something like the Zucker films, right? There has to be a level of embracing the insanity. And the Zucker original airplane, it embraces that insanity, and then the later films don't. But like the other movie that this kind of reminds me of as well, it's got like those jokes that just keep coming that never stop. It's like a constant stream of jokes. Is the Naked Gun series, which was obviously the TV. It was adapted from the TV show Police Squad, but like the jokes never stop, and like some of the jokes like build on each other, and then not only do they build on one another, but like they kind of take a step back, and then they come back later in the film. Like, that's kind of what this also has. It has those jokes that build on each other, but also these like really bizarre, like just they're like really non sequiturs, like just things that don't make any sense, but in the context of the film, it's hilarious. Like when Ricky Coogan's character, or when Alex Winter's character, Ricky Coogan, after he becomes a freak, he goes into the freak outhouse, which it looks like an outhouse, and then they walk in and it's this giant building, and he runs into, of all people, obviously because of their work together, because they're friends in real life, Keanu Reeves is in this movie as Ortiz, the dog boy. And their first scene together is, for some reason, I have no idea why, they play Hollywood Squares with all the characters. And like, that shouldn't work. Realistically, that should never work as a framing device in a film. But it totally does. It totally does. And the joke of Paul Lynde in the center square, and Paul Lynde had recently died. If you grew up, as I did, watching Hollywood Squares, Paul Lynde was the fixture on that show. And Paul Lynde in the center square, and it's a skeleton doing a Paul Lynde voice. Oh my God, it's so funny. When you read about this movie, they say that, that like maybe the people at Fox thought it was too dark or whatever. And like that moment personifies the level of darkness in the film. It's not in any way mean-spirited while being mean-spirited, if that makes sense. Just the fact that the characters are being introduced in a Hollywood Squares environment is such a weird idea, and God bless these guys for doing it. Yeah, so like you mentioned about the Idiot Box, so Tom Stern, Tim Burns, and Alex Winter worked on the Idiot Box together. That show only ran for one season. Wink, wink. Yeah. But yeah, you're right. It was originally the original script was R. It was like a very dark script. And they ended up toning it down into a PG-13, and that was one of the conditions that 20th Century Fox had when they offered them the money, is that you need to tone it down to make it more mainstream. And there was supposed to be a lot of things that were supposed to go with this film. There was supposed to be like action figures, and there is a novelization. A comic book did come out, which is like doesn't look anything like the characters, but like it was supposed to be like a thing. And I mean, we all know about the best laid plans. I mean, look at something like Dark Universe. Hey, we're going to show this in front of the Mummy movie. Boy, how'd that work? How'd that work out for you? Like, it's unfortunate, but like at the same time, like I love the movie to death, but like if Fox was expecting this to be that kind of movie, did you read the script?
Well, there's that, but then there's this other thing, and this actually drives me crazy about film studios, where I think the movie was greenlit by Joe Roth, who was the head of 20th Century Fox at the time. So they go into production, and then there's a regime change at Fox, and Joe Roth is out. So whoever the new people coming in, their sort of first order of business is to kill and disavow anything the last.
You won't see the engineer that slams the Nissan Rogue's door 13,920 times. Or the corrosive chamber that simulates 15 years of life in 5 months. Or the Rogue heat-baked for over 300 combined hours. What you will see is a vehicle that can take punch after punch and keep rolling. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. We put it through the worst, so you get its best. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
Hello, my name is Kevin Tudor, and I'm one of the 3 hosts of Almost Major, a film podcast dissecting many major indie studios and the films they release. Every week, myself, Charlie Nash, and Bryden Doyle discuss overlooked, forgotten, or bona fide classic indie films via studio-specific miniseries. We've previously covered numerous films from Artisan Entertainment, Lionsgate Films, and New Line Cinema. Titles including The Blair Witch Project, American Psycho, Dogville, But I'm a Cheerleader, Saw, Requiem for a Dream, and Ringmaster. You know, the Jerry Springer film. Anyways, we have a fun time every week, and we hope you will join us. Subscribe to Almost Major wherever you get your podcasts. Now proudly a part of the Someone's Favorite Productions podcast network.
Last person was doing. Now, that's probably based on that person got replaced, so clearly their instincts were bad. That's sort of the excuse for it, but it's really kind of a mean-spirited, backhanded thing to do, because even though Joe Roth greenlit the movie and gave them the money, it doesn't speak to the level of quality of what was being made.
No.
And that happens a lot, where you hear like a movie's getting made and then, studio heads change and then they're just not interested because for whatever reason, but, really petty reasons. And they pull their support for that particular film. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me sort of financially that they put such a little amount of money into it. $12 million is nothing. The last thing we talked about was 1941. That movie came out in 1979. That movie cost $30 million. This movie, 10, 12 years later, 13, cost 12, which is a pittance for a studio like that. And, generally, when a film gets released, you have to multiply the budget by 2, right? So you spend $12 million on the movie, and then you spend $12 million on advertising, and you're hoping to, not only break even but do better. It boggles my mind, the idea that they weren't going to make their money on this film. They were, if they gave it a wide release and put it out there.
Well, and, look, as someone who is such a fan of the film, who is kind of like, for me, it's one of those like secret handshakes. Like, do you know Freaked? Like, have you seen Freaked? And like, if you've seen it, and you get it. Like, there's part of me that's selfish. That's like, I'm glad it didn't get the big release. Right. But at the same time, like, I love this movie so much that, like, I show it to everyone anyways. So, like, I really wish it had been, like, a massive success. But, like, could it have been, though? I mean, that's what makes it good, right? Like, that's, for me, what makes it good is, like, the humor is so specific and so bizarre and esoteric and off the wall that, like, I don't think this could have appealed to the mainstream audience like Fox wanted it to, even as a PG-13 film.
I think had they put it in wide release, it wouldn't have been a huge blockbuster. I don't think it was going to reach most of America because the humor is very specific. Nevertheless, I think it would have made its money back and could have given Alex Winter and Tom Stern the ability to continue to make these kind of outrageous films. That's kind of the tragedy of it. But at the same time...
Oh, I agree completely. I mean, that is the biggest tragedy.
Yeah. I do completely agree with you, however, that there are some films where I'm glad nobody knows about them. You know what I mean? I like being able to introduce certain films to people, and it's like your favorite band. You know them because their first album came out and like 12 people listened to it, and you were one of them, and now they're the biggest act in the world, and you're like, well, I'm glad for them, but I liked having them as my own. There's something to be said for that, because ultimately cult movies are pretty few and far between these days. It's difficult to find a film that has only reached a specific and sort of niche audience. This is definitely kind of the last gasp of that. Where a movie could kind of fly under the radar and get to the audience it needs to get to, and it doesn't necessarily need to appeal to everyone. And I wouldn't suggest that this movie would appeal to everyone at all.
It's not going to appeal to your good Christian church-going folk. It's not going to appeal to like people who don't like irreverent comedies.
Yeah, I mean, I think pretty much everyone loved Airplane, but that doesn't mean that translates in this particular case. This humor seems to be a little bit more subversive, a little more disgusting, a little more specific. So,
it's disgusting and subversive. I think, if anything, the disgusting nature of the film may push people away even more.
Absolutely. There's some gross stuff in here, but it's beautiful.
Like the heavy petting zoo. One of the best gags in the whole movie. And I like that they go there. Like, yes, the film is not rated R, but like it still pushes the boundaries of PG-13.
It does. The fact is, just reading about it this morning, I read the sort of same factoid about how, one of the conditions for getting the movie made was that they were going to have to make it PG-13. And I was kind of shocked because I thought it was R. The sort of gross out gags are pretty nonstop. So I figured this had to be an R anyway. But I guess not.
You mean a film that has two Rastafarian eyes doesn't need to be R? I and I.
Fantastic.
God. I mean, again, like this is a film where honestly, us talking about it is not even doing it justice.
No, it's definitely one that you need to see.
I'm like, there's shades of all kinds of like stuff to it. Like, I mean, it also has like shades of Evil Dead with the quality of the.
You won't see the engineer that slams the Nissan Rogue's door 13,920 times, or the corrosive chamber that simulates 15 years of life in 5 months, or the Rogue heat baked for over 300 combined hours. What you will see is a vehicle that can take punch after punch and keep rolling. Nissan. #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. We put it through the worst, so you get its best. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
The audio commentary. It's a dying art form, but here at One Track Mind, I, your wonky yet affable host Ryan Luis Rodriguez, analyze film through the prism of these embryonic forms of podcasting, one audio commentary at a time. Masterpieces, crapster pieces, live action, animation, cult classics, films literally no one has ever heard of. No track is too small and no track is too big. Join me and my guests from the entertainment world as we keep these features alive every other Tuesday. Hey, who else is going to discuss Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey one week and Citizen Kane the next? Us. That's who. Sure, you have to put up with my voice, but there's a certain give and take in this industry. That's One Track Mind, part of the Someone's Favorite Productions family, and available wherever you get your podcasts.
Prosthetics and special effects on the budget that they were working with. Like more Evil Dead 2 than the first one, obviously.
Yeah, and there's definitely a sense of the sort of irreverent camera work that Sam Raimi had been trafficking in for some time. It's very well shot, very confidently shot. Like these are, when you get right down to it, these are first-time filmmakers. But man, they know where to put the camera. They know how to edit. They know how to shoot things, man.
Well, and Alex Winter is a fantastic director in his own right.
He really is.
He really is. Like, and again, we're not just paying lip service here. Like, you know us on the Culture Cast, especially me. Like, I will tell the truth. whatever that may be. He's a great director. I mean, look, Tom Stern has gone on to do really well-known, fantastic stuff on Netflix. I mean, he did the toys that made us, which I don't know if you've seen it on Netflix, but it's fantastic.
You know what? I have seen it. I didn't know that he was involved. That's awesome. Good for him.
He is the director of that. Like the first season, I think, the first 2 seasons. He's also an executive producer. It's amazing.
Yeah.
The toys that made us, also the movies that made us now. I mean, I love stuff like that. It's not nostalgia baiting as much as like history of things that like I grew up with, you grew up with. And then obviously, Tim Burns is a, Tim after my own heart. Tim and I are actually friends in real life. I mean, he's written for the Jim Henson Hour, which you'll hear about in the interview that him and I did. He does music composition. So, I mean, like everyone who worked on this film has gone on to do, I'm not going to say bigger and better things because again, I think Freaked is a seminal film in my life. So I'm not going to say bigger and better things, but like we were talking about the fact that Bobcat Goldthwait is in this movie.
Yeah, he's really funny in this movie too.
And Megan Ward is fantastic in this movie.
Yeah, in fact, that's something I wanted to bring up because the level of humor is pitched at such a sort of crazy and irreverent level that there are some jokes in here that are super subversive that I think are great, and particularly with her character. When we meet her character, Julie, she's she's a sort of an echo warrior protester character. Nevertheless, like as they get to the freak show, she's like, "Oh man, a freak show!" Like that sort of dichotomy in a character is great. Like she's also the one at the end who's like screaming, "Fight, fight, fight!" Like I love that kind of humor where you have this person who is very high-minded and noble, but is just as bloodthirsty as the rest of us underneath. And her performance is great.
And when her and Michael Stoyanov get stuck together, oh my God. I mean, their comedic timing off of one another and also like pretty much aping the Three Stooges is also hilarious. I mean, again, like there's so much going on in this movie that like every time I watch it, I hate saying like every time I watch it, I see something new, but like every time I watch it, I focus on a different performance. And there's like everyone is doing a lot with what they're given. I mean, again, the fact that you have Keanu Reeves in this film,
right, doing
a uncredited cameo that ends up being a lot more of ends up not even being a cameo. It's just like a small role. Is fantastic. And he's not just phoning it in. He's covered in fur doing this like really like off the wall performance. And it's so much fun. And then there's just a lot of jokes in this movie that like the joke about the wrench.
Yeah.
Like
it's a good one.
It's great. Like the wrench joke or what's also really funny? The one of the jokes that's not even really a joke is how forward thinking the film is with the treatment of Mr. T's character.
That's true.
Right?
Mr. T, who I understand left the set early.
Yeah. Yes. Mr. T, notoriously hard to work with.
Yeah. A welcome addition to this cast. Certainly in 93, because by then, I don't want to say the word has been, but at that time, there was just no love for Mr. T. The fact that they put him in the movie at all is great. It's kind of stunt casting, I guess, but at the same time, he does a great job. This is, I don't know.
He makes the most of his casting.
He sure does, man. Like all of the cast, this entire movie, like as you mentioned, like it doesn't seem like anyone's phoning it in. Everyone seemed really committed to this level of insanity that these guys brought.
I think it'd be better without a dick. But you didn't even mention the fact that Brooke Shields is in this movie.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, stunt casting again, but she's great in it, man. Like. Blue Lagoon, Return to Blue Lagoon. I hear that movie sucked.
Especially towards the end where she becomes Elijah C. Skuggs.
Yeah.
Or she was always Elijah C. Skuggs.
Yeah,
that
indeed.
line delivery at the end, I'm gonna drink your blood. Holy shit. And you know who we haven't talked about? I feel like, we mentioned it at the time.
You won't see the engineer that slams the Nissan Rogue's door 13,920 times. Or the corrosive chamber that simulates 15 years of life in 5 months. Or the Rogue, heat-baked for over 300 combined hours. What you will see is a vehicle that can take punch after punch and keep rolling. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. We put it through the worst, so you get its best. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
Top of the episode, but good God, fucking William Sadler again.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, is there anything that man can't do?
No, he can sort of easily slide from genre to genre and kill it every single time.
Yeah, I mean, you've got him doing The Pacific, you've got him doing Tales from the Crypt, and still, I would say, our favorite episode of the show.
Indeed.
And then you've got him doing comedy. I mean, Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey, which, did that movie get a glow up finally? Like, people finally like that movie? Because that movie's amazing, but like everyone, I think for the longest time thought it was like the weird stepchild to Excellent Adventure.
Yeah. That movie always seemed to me an improvement in nearly every way over the first film. It really nailed those characters and the absurdity of their situation a lot better than the first film. But I think that movie came out and people went to see it and were just expecting more time traveling shenanigans, and
it's more than that.
Didn't take to it. But
come on!
Oh my God, dude! Everything in that movie is great.
The introduction of the character of Death alone makes that movie amazing.
Absolutely. I mean, what random kind of teen comedy is doing jokes about oh my God, why am I blanking on the name of this film?
I don't know. You tell me.
But what is the name of the movie? It's it's with God Almighty. I'm a terrible film goer.
Are you talking about The Seventh Seal?
Yes, The Seventh Seal. Jesus Christ Almighty.
Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, are you talking about the fact that like that's like the Death character?
Yeah, like making Death play Battleship and Twister is fucking hilarious. Just sort of in its own right. But William Sadler fucking sells it, man. Like
best 2 out of 3.
Yeah, exactly. Damn right. Like really good.
Let's not forget, folks, because this is a thing. It's coming. We've seen pictures of it. It is happening. I don't want to get too excited, but God, I can't help myself. Bill and Ted Face the Music is coming.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like I'm,
and William Sadler's in it as Death.
I'm like vibrating with excitement over this movie, and I'm worried that I'm going to be disappointed. But I'm all in, man. Like those two characters, All right, well, I guess we're getting off on this Bill and Ted tangent here for a sec, but like they're like that level of humor. Those two characters are just so good, man.
Oh yeah,
like everything sort of after them of the sort of buddy kind of stoner kind of things. Like, it's easy to make a stoner movie with characters who are high and doing dumb things. Those two characters are just idiots, and they're so completely lovable.
Yeah, like, there's no marijuana. There's no marijuana involved in Bill and Ted. That's what I thought was always really clever about it, is they're not stoners. They're just idiots.
Me too. They're just dumb.
Like, they're dumb guitar dudes. Like, I know people like them.
They're
still
so sweet, though, in their portrayal that it's like easy to root for them.
There is no malice in their body.
No, none at all, man. They're really good characters. Like, I don't know. I'm very excited for Bill and Ted Face the Music. I hope, look, they've been talking about it for a decade now. So, fingers crossed.
They've been talking about it for a decade, and it's finally happening. Like, it's happening, as in they filmed part of it. Like, it's in production.
Oh, it's in post production. We're getting a trailer in like a month. Yeah, man.
Oh, is it? That
is so true.
Oh my god! I'm gonna lose it, dude.
Yes.
God gave rock and roll to you. He gave rock and roll to everyone. Oh my god. Back to Freaked, though, and something we didn't talk about. And this is something that I, because they just recently did a showing in LA, they had like a large amount of the cast show up, and they also had David Daniels there, who did the film's opening credit sequence. Holy shit, dude. Like, more often than not, we don't pay attention to the opening sequences of a film. I don't know how you couldn't with Freaked.
You can't. It's pretty spectacular.
I mean, and that also transitions into one other thing we should probably talk about: the soundtrack for the film.
Oh man, this is you could just call this 1993.
Yeah, you get Parliament Funkadelic, you get Paul Leary, and Butthole Surfers. You get Henry Rollins doing the opening credit song for the film. You also get Mr. Bungle. I mean, Blind Idiot God as well.
Yeah. This is a who's who of hard alternative music from this era.
It's just
completely
everything about this movie does scream 1993, but at the same time, that is what I love about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like a perfect time capsule of that era, and at the same time, still stands up. Nearly 30 years later, 27 years later.
It really is. And any film that uses Butthole Surfers Sweat Loaf to have the character the main character go nuts to is fine by me.
Yeah, what's funny, Gibby Haynes shows up in the film as one of the audience there at when their freaks are doing their show. Gibby is a very interesting guy. Now, I actually do have one quick personal story regarding him and the Butthole Surfers, but just more Gibby than anything. In 93, the same year that this movie came out, a good friend of mine was directing a film in Austin, Texas, where I was privileged to sort of be on the set for. And I was in my buddy Cardi's hotel room, and the phone rang. I picked it up, and he said, "Hey, is Cardi there?" And he wasn't at the time. And I said, "No, man, he's not here." And the voice on the other end of the line went, "Oh, he's not there, man?" And I went, yeah. And he went, "What's your name?" And I said, trepidatiously, I said, "My name is Michael." He went, "Michael, my name is Gibby. I'm going to see you real soon." I was terrified. 5 minutes later, there's a knock on the door, and I open it up. Door swings open. Gibby Haynes stomps into the room, points at me, and screams, "Are you from Dallas?" And I said, "What?" And he went, "Are you from Dallas?" And I said, "No, man, I'm from L.A." And he went, "Oh, okay, cool. I'm Gibby. Nice to meet you." And then we had a really good evening for the rest of the night. But he's an insane human being, and always good to see him. I know that this movie started out initially as a Butthole Surfers vehicle. They were supposed to be doing a movie featuring them, and then it mutated, as this movie should, into a whole other thing. But it was good to see them in the movie, and it's good to hear them on the soundtrack.
Boy, can you imagine that Can you imagine that anyone was like, "Let's do a Butthole Surfers vehicle film"?
No, I can't imagine anyone but Alex Winter getting behind that. But God bless him that he even considered it.
Right. Yeah, man. But we get freaked because of it.
Yeah, I mean, the end result is better than anything they could have come up with for those guys.
I mean, I would, in an alternate universe where Freaked doesn't exist, and we got Hideous Mutant Freaks instead, the Butthole Surfer vehicle film, or the vehicle for the Butthole Surfers, I wonder what that film looks like.
I can only imagine. Yeah. I mean, this movie's pretty close, I think, but a lot more shotguns, probably.
Yeah, insanity. Something you mentioned when we talked about 1941 is a reviewer said that film felt like your head being in a pinball machine. That's kind of what this film feels like.
Uh-huh.
It really is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like having your head stuck in a machine of pop culture, and
like an idiot box.
Yeah, like Idiot Box, exactly. There you go again. People have been sort of dismissively referring to television as the idiot box forever, and here are a couple of guys who embraced that and sort of ran with it. Where else were you getting a TV show where they had a recurrent sketch called The Burrowing Bishop, which is just slang for a penis, and they were able to pull it off. I don't know, man.
What about the Flying Gimp?
The Flying Gimp has been destroyed.
Or Machismo. Are you a man? Do you like cheese?
They had a Dirty Harry parody on that show where the character had lockjaw. Nobody could understand him. He couldn't actually speak. It's just so insane. Like, I don't know. I got mad respect for these guys, man. Like, they were out there doing it when nobody else was.
No, and that's the thing, and I don't think they get enough respect. But I mean, again, you know, the people that are kind of paving the way for irreverent comedy, or the ones who pave the way, often don't get the respect they deserve.
Yeah, like I said, I think it's really hard to do dumb comedy well. Like, you know, you go back and look at like Steve Martin. I don't think anyone would accuse Steve Martin of being a dummy, but like his entire act was based on being a fucking fool, and you know, really smart stuff. Like, I think this movie really nails that.
Dumb people write dumb comedy, like comedy that's not funny.
Yeah, like not in any way.
Let's just start rattling things off, like Jeff Dunham, or like Bill Engvall, Ron White.
Yeah, just sort of observational
I would
shit.
say Larry the Cable Guy, but Larry the Cable Guy in real life is a very nice person who has done a lot for the community that I live in. So I can't criticize the man, but I don't find his comedy funny.
No, me neither. You know, dumb humor can be dumb, or it can be elevated and as good as anything that anyone has ever done. And these guys really hit it hard. Like, you know, I don't know, man. There's so much good about this movie. Just, you know, we've mentioned it, but the makeup alone in this movie is fucking insane. Like,
you won't see the engineer that slams the Nissan Rogue's door 13,920 times, or the corrosive chamber that simulates 15 years of life in 5 months, or the Rogue heat-baked for over 300 combined hours. What you will see is a vehicle that can take punch after punch and keep rolling. Nissan. #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. We put it through the worst, so you get its best. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
If you're looking for more horror outside of the mainstream, look no further than Unsung Horrors, a podcast about underseen horror movies. I'm Lance.
And I'm Erica. Every other week, we'll cover a horror movie with fewer than 1,000 views on Letterboxd. We'll even give you double feature recommendations to pair with the movies we discuss.
From gothic to shot on video, from slashers to comedies, from giallo to J-horror. We'll cover all the subgenres. So join us as we unearth these hidden gems of horror.
Follow us on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook, all at Unsung Horrors, available wherever you listen to podcasts. And part of the Someone's Favorite Productions podcast network.
His performance as Ricky Coogan when he's in this hideous mutant freak makeup, like I marvel at it when I'm watching it. Like I don't know where he begins and and ends. You know, like the makeup effects are so good. Like I sincerely watching the movie again this morning, like was going, where is his mouth? Like I know he's talking, like, but where do his lips end? Like how did they even achieve that? I don't know. You know, and I mentioned earlier that if you made this movie now, it would be all CGI, and it definitely would be. And, like, as wonderful and as photorealistic as CG can be, it never really allows for mistakes because it's locked in, everything is considered. And when you have a movie like this where everything is a sort of physical effect on the set, like all those weird little moments that go wrong can actually make things more realistic in a way. Does that make sense?
No, it does. I mean, there's something to be said for like not making it perfect. Taking the perfection out of stuff is good.
Yeah, and you know, like the last movie we talked about, 1941, like that was pretty much the best thing about that film is all of the miniature work. Like, you know, as realistic as you could make that look now, like there's something charming about seeing it done in front of you on camera. This movie is the absolute paramount of sort of physical effects on screen, and you know, like just camera trickery. Like, you know, there's a moment where these characters have to burrow under the ground to get to Skuggs' laboratory, and we've got this bizarro split screen of the land above and the tunnel beneath. Like it's it's gorgeous, man. It's like, it's so much fun.
Yeah, I completely agree. I 100% agree. I mean, there's a lot going on, and there's a lot of like, look here, we're doing something else here to get this to work, and it does work, and that's an accomplishment in and of itself.
Yeah, it's pretty astounding.
So there's something that we have neglected to do that Jess and I had talked about. Jess Byard, her and I co-host a podcast together called The One Season Show, and it was something we talked about on our Mulholland Drive podcast that we did right at the beginning of the year called The Eye of the Duck. And so the eye of the duck is a famous phrase, or kind of a long-form statement that David Lynch had made about the one scene in the film that kind of encapsulates the film as a whole. You could call it the best scene in the film. You could call it the most impactful scene in the film. But it was something we had mentioned and talked about doing every podcast as kind of our eye of the duck for the film. So I am curious, Father Malone, with that in mind, what is your eye of the duck for the film, for Freaked?
Ooh, something that just sort of sums up the entire thing.
Well, it could be your favorite. It could be the best scene or the kind of the encapsulation of the film. Yeah.
Well, you can do a lot worse than the sort of lucha libre battle royale at the end with all of the sort of insane creature effects going on, and the audience, and the zygote getting shot. As you said, the sort of scene that initially attracted you to the film, that claymation moment. Like, I think everything that the movie was setting out to do can be seen in that one moment in the film during that final fight, including the joke that I said, which is the sort of subversive thing where Julie is like bloodthirsty, like all the humor comes together, all the cutaways, all of the insanity. Like, to me, that's the moment.
So mine is something that you mentioned when you were talking about the prosthetic that Alex Winter is wearing in the film. For me, the Eye of the Duck scene is when he does the soliloquy from Richard III. Because not only do you get to see the
this is really good with the subtitles.
Yeah, not only do you get to see the prosthetic, not only do you get to see Alex Winter, who's a fantastic actor in his own right, doing a soliloquy from Shakespeare, but also you get the subversive nature of just that in and of itself. But then you also have a character who's like a professor in, he's like Oxford or some bullshit nonsense. And he's like, for those of you that are culturally like idiots, here's the translation of what he's saying. And it's like, I never get laid. I'm ugly. And it's just like, that is like an encapsulation of the entire film.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. That's, pretty fantastic beginning to end. And, you just said, and this is true, Alex Winter is a great actor. Like, he spends the majority of the movie in this prosthetic makeup where he effectively can't close his mouth. But then if you watch the scenes where he is playing Ricky Coogan just normal, he also he speaks never closing his mouth. It's a weird...
Oh, he's doing this, like, really weird thing. I don't know. It's like Scuzzy. It's just like a Scuzzy character, but he... What the hell is Santa Flan? That is the patron saint of creamy desserts. It does like that smile, like, like.
Yeah. It's so off-putting, and at the same time, like a car crash, you just can't.
You won't see the engineer that slams the Nissan Rogue's door 13,920 times. Or the corrosive chamber that simulates 15 years of life in 5 months. Or the Rogue heat-baked for over 300 combined hours. What you will see is a vehicle that can take punch after punch and keep rolling. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. We put it through the worst, so you get its best. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
Hello, filthy movie lovers. My name is Gentry Austin.
And I'm Casey Scott.
And we're the hosts of the Sin Syndicate, film podcast for something weirdos, anti-criterion bros, and Joseph Sarno aficionados. Join us semi-weekly as we peer into the adults-only theaters and sticky-floored cinemas of the golden age of sexploitation, when the morals were loose, the laws were murky, and the intercourse was all simulated. Find us now on the Someone's Favorite Productions podcast network.
Can't take your eyes off of it.
Yeah, but like it works because that character has like a really nice arc to it.
Yeah, he really does.
Oh, man. And you know what? We didn't even talk about this. The framing device of the film is also really clever.
Yeah, with the sort of the shadow thing where they're going to like do his reveal, but at the same time, it's just that they haven't his light was blown out the entire time, and then it turns out to be this sort of
cactus.
Yeah, a cactus behind him, and it's so good, man, because clearly he's doing the most of the film in the prosthetic, but then when it reveals itself, you're like, oh, okay, very funny, very clever. Let me mention one more joke because I think it's hilarious. The Pinhead character near the end, there's a kind of a montage of everyone sort of getting ready to do the big escape, and she's hammering a nail, and the camera pans over, and she's just hammering the nail into her own hand. It's like so funny, man.
I mean, you didn't even mention the hideous frogman, who's
it was just a guy in a scuba
well,
suit.
No.
Yeah,
it's Tim Burns, one of the writers of the film, in a frog suit.
Yeah, great stuff, man. Just so stupid, so funny.
It is so stupid, but like that's not an insult. Like that's the point. Like it is stupid.
There's absolutely no guilt associated with loving stupid humor, particularly in this case. Like I don't know.
We didn't even mention the
movie.
part where William Sadler and Randy Quaid think they're playing footsie with one another.
Yeah.
And William Sadler sucks on the end of a cigar.
Yeah. How about when they feel like they're tunneling and they discover some lost city and they're just like, oh, whatever.
Oh, this is my bar mitzvah. Like, what? What the fuck?
So fucking funny, man. Like, so just random and weird. Like, it's like you said, it's like so many non sequiturs, but like 90% of them land and land hard. So.
Yeah. So before we give our rating for the film, which I don't even think is fair because I think I know what mine is going to be and yours is probably going to be close, let's play the interviews that we have with a fair amount of the cast and direction and writing for the film. So we're going to do, in this order, we're going to do the interview with Alex Winter, with Tom Stern, with Tim Burns. Then we're going to go to the interview I did with Megan Ward, with Derek McGrath, and then we'll follow it up with the interview that I did with Lee Arenberg. So we'll play those interviews, and then when we get back, we'll give our final rating for the film. You and Tim and Tom all worked on the Idiot Box together, and then that's
correct.
Yeah, and then that kind of transitioned into Freaked.
Yes.
What was kind of the genesis in your mind of the idea for Freaked?
Well, I don't know if Tom told you this, but we had been doing a lot of work with the Butthole Surfers,
right?
The band, and we were interested in making a Butthole Surfers movie, a really low budget, down and dirty movie with them, and we worked on that. We actually had done a short film with the Butthole Surfers for a video magazine that Tom and I were doing, and this short film was called Entering Texas. We had done some music videos with them, and we were sort of intrigued by the idea of a movie about the Butthole Surfers running kind of a backwoods carnival, and as guests come to visit it, they get abducted and turned into the attractions for the carnival. So we made this little proof of concept version of it, called Entering Texas. It was mostly a music video for the Buttholes, but wrapped up as a proof of concept for us. And then we flew Gibby up to LA, Gibby Haynes, the lead singer of the band, and he spent several weeks living with us in LA, and we wrote the first draft of Freaked with Gibby as a Butthole Surfers vehicle. And it was like a $150,000, $200,000 low budget, Evil Dead style rock and roll horror movie, with music and mayhem. And, we tried to get that made. We spent probably a year trying to get that off the ground, if not longer, and we couldn't. Nobody would bite. And eventually, our agents, different people that we knew really liked the script a lot. and said, why don't you try to pitch this as more of a bigger movie, like, you know, tone it down, you know, tone the rating down. So it was really profane and filled with, you know, sex and drugs and violence, and write this as just more of a straight up comedy. So we worked on a version of the story. We didn't write it. We worked on a version of the story that was just more straight up comedy, and we pitched that to a major studio, to Joe Roth, who was the head of Fox. We had a producer who liked the idea as well. We pitched that to Joe Roth, and they bought it. So it was this really funny story of like something that was born out of complete anarchy and kind of psychotronic cinema, and then got pitched as a kind of mainstream, pseudo-mainstream PG.
You won't see the engineer that slams the Nissan Rogue's door 13,920 times. Or the corrosive chamber that simulates 15 years of life in 5 months. Or the Rogue heat-baked for over 300 combined hours. What you will see is a vehicle that can take punch after punch and keep rolling. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. We put it through the worst, so you get its best. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
Hello and welcome to Tumbleweeds and TV Cowboys. My name is Hunter. In this podcast, I'll be joined by a different guest each week to discuss a classic Western movie or TV show. I've been a fan of classic Westerns for as long as I can remember, and in recent years, they've become very nostalgic for me. I love the aesthetic, the tropes, and I love seeing different filmmakers' takes on them. At their best, they're incredibly entertaining, rewatchable, and some of my all-time favorite movies are Westerns. We'll mostly focus on Western movies made in Hollywood, but we'll also be covering spaghetti Westerns, and one thing I'm very excited to get into are Western TV shows. I've got some amazing guests coming on the show, film professors, historians, and podcasters. And Tumbleweeds and TV Cowboys is part of the Someone's Favorite Productions podcast network, and many guests on the show will be from other shows on the network. Thanks for listening.
13 Hollywood comedy, and we sold it. You know, went from being a $200,000 budget to a $11 million budget, which was a fortune in those days. And off we went.
And when you and Tim and Tom were working together writing, you know, the film really is kind of irreverent with its humor, at least I feel like, and that's one of the reasons I really love it so much. You know, did it help the three of you working together to write the script, or do you think that really added to the kind of madcap, irreverent sense of humor that the film ends up having?
Well, for sure. I mean, the thing is that what became Freaked after that Butthole Surfers origin really was, at the end of the day, it was an Idiot Box movie. And, you know, Tim and Tom and I had spent a lot of time together writing and directing the Idiot Box. And, so really, in a way, was reconvening the team from the Idiot Box. You know, Tim is a great writer, and he had written the Idiot Box with us, so it was me, Tim, and Tom writing. And then we knew that we were going to hire a lot of the actors that had been in Freaked to, act in it, like Lee Arenberg and John Fox and other actors that had been in the Idiot Box were brought on board to be in Freak, to play, you know, the various roles in the movie. And so in many ways it really was an Idiot Box movie, and that was really all about collaboration. So the collaboration is kind of what made the tone.
And when the three of you were writing the film, was it also important for you that you know, you star as Ricky Coogan in the film, or was that something that kind of just happened, you know, later down the road?
No, we always wrote stuff for ourselves to perform, and we were writing stuff for me to star in at that time because Bill and Ted had come out. It was a really big hit. And so Tom and I knew that I was going to play one of the leads. I mean, early on, I was going to play Elijah, because I was doing a lot of stuff in heavy character makeup in those days, like playing the granny in Bill and Ted 2, and all the makeup effects work I was doing in playing weird characters in Idiot Box. But it just seemed, as we went along, it seemed like a really uncommercial idea, because Elijah was really the best opportunity we had to cast a star. And so that's what we set out to do, was cast, you know, a celebrity in that role. So we went out looking for leads.
And when I spoke with Tom about this, you know, your initial choice for lead wasn't considered profitable, you know, enough for the studio. And obviously you guys ended up going, you know, with Randy Quaid. knowing what we know now about Randy Quaid, unfortunately, do you feel like he knocked it out of the park with his performance in the film? Did it live up to what you guys had planned for the Elijah C. Skuggs character?
Oh, yeah, totally. And, just to be really clear, it wasn't like we felt we were stepping down to Randy.
Right.
We had like a list of people that we thought would be really good, and we went after them. And Randy was just someone we hadn't thought of. We totally worshipped Randy. We thought he was a brilliant actor and a brilliant comedic actor. Some of his best work had been comedy work. Even though he's famous for doing all kinds of great stuff. So we had just, with our sensibilities, they were really renegade. We'd never shot in 35 millimeter before. We came out of NYU, we were shooting music videos and really pretty left of center stuff like the Idiot Box. It was pretty radical and extreme. So that was just where our sensibilities were. I think our very first idea for Elijah was, Chuck Connors, who starred in The Rifleman.
Right.
And I think our second idea for Elijah was, George C. Scott, who the studio wouldn't work with. I think our third idea for Elijah was, Oliver Reed, who we actually got far down the road with. He accepted, and the studio looked like they were going to work with him, but we got a contract from his agent that had a writer in it that allowed Oliver Reed to drink the entire time he was on set, and 20th Century Fox had a problem with that, unsurprisingly, so that went away. And Randy, we started actually, that's when we were like, let's just go after bigger actors. And I think part of it was probably insecurity on our part. We were just really young, we were in our mid-20s, and we hadn't done a lot, and I think we probably were just intimidated at the idea of using, bigger actors. That's when we started looking at people like George C. Scott, and eventually got to Randy.
And, when the film finally, goes into shooting and you and Tom share the directing credits of the film, this being your first, feature, what was it like being in front of the camera and then behind the camera on the same film?
I've been doing it the whole time that Tom and I have been working together. By the time I got to, we've been working together for almost 10 years. And, all the work that he and I did together, we co-directed and we both acted in, and I played roles and he played roles and all that kind of jazz. So, it wasn't, by any means new. It was really, like I said, it was kind of an extension of the Idiot Box. And in the Idiot Box, I played, dozens and dozens of characters in every episode, as did Tom. So, it wasn't really that different, frankly. It was just kind of like, it was a bigger version of what we had done, but it was sort of the same routine that we were pretty familiar with by then.
Right. So, we talked a little bit about, casting Randy Quaid as Elijah C. Skuggs. How involved were you in the casting process for the other roles in the film?
Well, we were in charge of all of it.
Right.
So we were very involved. It was a very, very long and challenging process, finding actors that could be funny and convey the characters that they needed to convey through all the prosthetics. John Hawkes is buried in an animatronic cowboy head, but you can really sense his nuance and subtlety as a comedic actor underneath all that stuff. And we had to find a bunch of people that could do that, and it was really hard. It took a really long time. And we saw a lot of really amazing people who were really funny but couldn't sort of squeeze the performance through all that stuff, or we found people that were really good with, the physicality and the makeup type work but couldn't really nail the comedy. And finding people that could do both was very challenging. It took us a while to really get each person right.
And one of the bigger aspects of the film that a lot of people, point out as, kind of, one of the crazier parts of the movie is Keanu Reeves is in the film. Uncredited, obviously, as Ortiz the dog boy. What was it kind of like taking that to Keanu and asking him to kind of be part of your film?
Again, we'd worked together a bunch,
right.
Not only in Film 10, but he had also done other short films with me and Tom. So, it's, the thing to remember is that, there's always this disparity between kind of the public's perception of celebrities and celebrities. And, we were at that stage of our lives, and frankly, even nothing has really changed. It was the same thing when Reeves came and did my voiceover for Deep Web a few months ago. We're just a bunch of guys that have known each other our whole lives.
Right.
And Keanu's been one of my very best friends since I was like 20 years old. So, Keanu and Tom and I were really close friends. We all hung out together all the time. He knew all the other actors that were part of our circle, like John Hawkes, Lee Arenberg, a lot of these actors that came out of the Actors Gang. It was no pretension. It was like nobody, there weren't any walls up. We were just all really tight friends. So he was around when we were doing the Idiot Box. He was around when we were writing Freaked. And, it really wasn't difficult, to ask him if he wanted to be involved. I think his management, on the other hand, there's all the gatekeepers.
Right.
I think they had a minor heart attack, which is why he wasn't credited. I think that they were so angry that, we were taking, I think they were really intent on turning him into an action star at that point. And, here we were burying him in 6 hours of dog hair makeup. And I think it's totally freaked him out. But, that was an unintentional upside in raging Keanu's management.
So of the characters in the film, the freaks, which one are you the most, most proud of when it comes to translation from script to screen?
Well, I mean, it's got nothing to do with me, so I'll get that out of the way. But I would say for sure Ricky. Ricky was from a technical standpoint, revolutionary. And, again, this is not our credit, so I'm not calling us revolutionaries. Tom and I were very, very prudent. We went out and hired the very best makeup effects artists in the business.
Right.
And, Steve Johnson in X Effects and Bill Corso, who was working with Steve at that time, who did Ricky's makeup. Steve, Bill Corso is, I would say, fairly inarguably the greatest special, physical effects makeup artist in the business. He's an Academy Award winner and it just came off the latest Star Wars and, he's the guy. And, we spent an enormous amount of time, on the R&D for making Ricky work because, there'd been no Two-Face in Batman at that point. There'd never been a split half-and-half face that had, servo, RC technology built into it that would allow it to articulate, with a seamless blend from, the monster face into my face. And it was absolutely unbelievable. I've never seen anyone do anything like that ever since, and I'd certainly never seen it before. And it was very painful to act in. I split my mouth wide open, pretty much for months at a time, but it was unbelievable to witness the artistry and the innovation that went into it.
Yeah, Tom had actually told me to ask you specifically about the prosthetic that you were wearing on your face and in your mouth because apparently it was like you said it was something else to have kind of in your mouth. So what was it like wearing that prosthetic day to day?
Well, there was a rig that sort of built its way into my sort of inside my lips and jaw. So that, within the first week of shooting, I just split my mouth wide open. So I just had like this wound in my mouth and it was just extremely painful to talk and it caused my eyes to tear up and all of that worked really well for Ricky's character. So, honestly, it was kind of an added benefit.
You won't see the engineer that slams the Nissan Rogue's door 13,920 times. Or the corrosive chamber that simulates 15 years of life in 5 months. Or the Rogue heat-baked for over 300 combined hours. What you will see is a vehicle that can take punch after punch and keep rolling. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. We put it through the worst, so you get its best. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
But it was very, very painful. And all of the dialogue, obviously, was ADR because you couldn't understand a word that came out of my mouth. So literally, when I started talking, just mountains of drool would just flow out of my mouth. And the other actors and I would, we were laughing about it and crying about it. But it really fit the character and who the character was. And so that was, something that I wasn't going to fight because I really felt it was working for Monster Ricky as a character. The other issue that immediately came up was that, Bill's an artist and it was extremely important that this makeup, survive close-up scrutiny, which means it took an enormous amount of time to apply and remove every day. And, we're talking, I think it was 3 to 4 hours in the chair in the morning, if not longer, and at least an hour or two in the evening. And remember, I'm directing as well as acting. So I wasn't sleeping. I mean, I just wasn't getting any sleep. There wasn't any time. I would get there really early, and I was, by far the very first person to show up. And I think Reeves was pretty close because the dog hair had to be glued on individually. Tony Gardner from Alterian did that. He was also a master. Tony Gardner was doing Ortiz, and so Reeves was having to get in early. He didn't have anywhere near as many days to shoot as I did. He kind of got into this stuff and left. But so what ended up happening, because I had no time to sleep, was I started sleeping in the makeup. And, Bill had warned me against doing that because he was afraid of what it would do to my skin, but there was really no alternative. So I would sleep in the makeup, which would keep most of the head rig intact, and then that would allow me to come in for about half the time, maybe just 2 hours in the morning, to get, the seams reapplied and the rest of the head built. And that was bananas. I started doing that like maybe 1 or 2 nights a week. Then I was getting so into actually being able to sleep, I started doing it a week at a time. And, eventually it would start to rot on my head, so we'd have to pull it off and start again. You can imagine what driving to work was like. But yeah, it was pretty interesting.
Yeah, I want to say either Tim or Tom told me about you driving down the Pacific Coast Highway in your kind of makeup and scaring the passersby while driving in the Ricky Coogan monster makeup.
Yeah, well, it never really, I wasn't thinking about it. Latex is very light, so you don't really feel it on your face. It's almost like it's not there. But it's a giant headpiece with this massive ear. And, I'd be driving down the road and people would absolutely freak out, and I would forget that I had all this crap on.
Right. So, on set, I've heard some stories about some of the cast members not cooperating, one in particular. And, working with kind of a full cast, were there any kind of stories that stuck out in your mind, or, kind of anecdotes that are worth talking about, I guess?
Well, the Mr. T stuff we've talked about, ad nauseum.
Yeah.
But, the bottom line is he was great. We wrote the part for him, because who the hell else could play the bearded lady besides Mr. T? We went to enormous lengths to find him. He was doing, the equivalent of dinner theater in northern England when we found him. It was a sensitive thing for him to do because he was very bold to do it because the whole point of it was lampooning his image, his very macho image.
Right.
And, he knew that would be really funny. But it also, the macho image was very important to him. It wasn't just a mask that he wore. It was a part of who he was. And, he came out of wrestling and bodyguarding and, a very macho culture. And, he's a lovely guy. He's super bright and has a great sense of humor. He's by no means humorless. I mean, I think it's fairly evident even watching the A-Team that he's got a good sense of humor. But this was just pushing it for him, I think. And to be fair to him, it was a very long shoot. We shot for months and months and months, and he's in a dress pretty much the whole time. And I think eventually just kind of wore him out, because it's not, it's not Mr. T, it's not television, it's a grueling movie schedule, where it gets very punishing and unforgiving. And I think eventually his circuitry got fried. And he bailed out, very close to the end, thankfully. So we had pretty much all the stuff. Probably the way he looked at it, if I'm him, was like, look, the majority of my work is done. I don't really have anything to do other than have to physically be standing around in the background of other scenes from here on out. And he took off. And that was that.
And then I've heard that Lee Arenberg had to step in and do some voiceover work for his character.
Yeah, we had, all the ADR still to do, but we had no Mr. T. We had all the dialogue replacement work to do, as you always do in the post process, and lo and behold, we had no Mr. T. So, we were able to, thankfully, Lee does really good impressions. He'd been doing a Mr. T impression nonstop. The whole time that T was working with us, they were doing dueling, T's. They would sit in the director's chairs and each one would try to outdo Mr. T with each other. So it was kind of a no-brainer once we lost T that Lee would step in and replace that dialogue.
Right. Other than, Mr. T and that whole situation, is there anything else that stuck out in your mind as kind of, a funny or interesting story from set?
I mean, honestly, every day was just batshit crazy. It really was. I really don't even know where to start. I mean, it was every day was just nuts, I don't know, man. It's like it's A, so long ago, and B, I've talked out so many of these stories. I'm trying to think if there's anything that I haven't actually already done. I mean, you know, I think that for me, looking, you know, having spent so much time away from it, is probably a more philosophical viewpoint than anecdotal, you know, which is that, you know, we were really, really young. And, you know, there had really never been a movie like this made by a major studio in that era. You know, this was like coming out of the John Hughes era. Everything was super, super safe. You know, this was before South Park. It was before Beetlejuice. And it was just a very safe culture. And while the movie ultimately fell prey to that, meaning that once Joe Roth left the studio, he was replaced by a very risk-averse administration, and they immediately canned the movie, basically, and didn't release it. It also was enough of an experimental laboratory of an era that we were allowed to make it in the first place. So it was just one of those happy accidents, kind of the way I view it.
Oh, no, you know, after having spent all this time and effort on the film, and you got to this point where, you know, Peter Chernin and had no faith in the film, what was that struggle like for you dealing with that?
I mean, it wasn't a struggle because it was an edict. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's sort of like, you know, when people say someone's battling with terminal cancer. They're not battling with terminal cancer, they're dying. There's no battle.
Right.
It's over. And, you know, when a studio chairman comes in and says, we are not releasing your movie, we don't have faith in it, and this administration would never have made it, there's no battle. You're just done.
Right.
So there's really nothing you can do. I mean, there were other people that were outraged by that. It was an article in the LA Times in the business section, I think at the time, talking about how beloved the movie was within the film community and what a bad decision it was that it wasn't released properly. And, you know, there were other people that spoke out about it. You know, for Stern and I, we were very busy in post still when all that went down. And for us, you know, we were still very intent on getting the film finished properly. So that's what we set about doing. And then we went about it. At that point, we sort of considered ourselves an independent movie, which means we weren't about to just, you know, lay down and let the movie disappear. We treated it as an independent film, and we submitted it to film festivals, and we were accepted into many great film festivals, and we won awards for the movie in those festivals. And we began to gain word of mouth, and the word of mouth was really strong. And so we then went further, and we asked 20th Century Fox. We weren't really dealing with the upper brass. I'm not even sure that anyone at the heads of the studio even knew that we did this because we were such small potatoes. But we asked some of the people involved in distribution at Fox, you know, do you mind if we have a single poster? Because they were not going to give us any posters or anything. Of course, once it went to DVD, they made 50 million of them. But at that point, there were none. They didn't want to spend their money on making one. But we were like, look, you made some test posters. Can we at least have one or two posters and a print? And the print, of course, is yours, but we just want the print for festivals and if anyone else wants to show the movie. Once they gave us a print, we started talking to the theaters directly. Again, they were independent theaters. But we started talking to basically art houses, and Tom and I self-distributed the film all over the country. We showed the movie in major art houses all over the U.S. with one print and one poster. We would go, show the movie, put up the poster, take it down, and leave. And again, we got great reviews and great word of mouth. And then I was working in London at the time, and I did the same thing with Europe. I had a meeting with a bunch of the theater exhibitors all over Europe, and they wanted to show the movie. So I made a similar deal with Fox in the UK, and I literally got a poster and a print. And we actually did incredibly well financially in England, in theaters. Again, self-distributing. So the movie, you know, didn't flop. It was never released by the studio, so it was never its receipts. It was never put into wide release, so there was no way to track any kind of receipts. I think as an independent film, it did quite well, which caught the attention of HBO at the time, and then they put it on cable, and it took off and became a bona fide cult movie, and did very well, and played for years on cable. And that prompted eventually DVD and Anchor Bay doing its release and the Blu-ray release. So, I mean, oddly enough, the film has done quite well. Like, I don't look at it. I'm very, very proud of the movie. I think we did a really good job given how young we were and the technical challenges that we were facing. I think that the film has really reached the audiences that wanted it. I don't think it's, would ever have been, it's sort of like would have played like, I don't know, like a Beetlejuice or a South Park movie, right, to that kind of audience. I think that audience has found it. So I'm very happy with it, and certainly has a lot of word of mouth and a lot of notoriety. I mean, it would have been, honestly...
You won't see the engineer that slams the Nissan Rogue's door 13,920 times. Or the corrosive chamber that simulates 15 years of life in 5 months. Or the Rogue heat-baked for over 300 combined hours. What you will see is a vehicle that can take punch after punch and keep rolling. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. We put it through the worst, so you get its best. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
I don't look back at it with negativity because, I understand a studio chairman coming in and seeing this movie that just seems rigorously uncommercial. There's never been anything like it. So that's not how you make commercial movies. You make, a vague copy of whatever came before and, or a piece of IP that exists like, Harry Potter or something like that. But, this had no pre-existing IP and it was really weird and it just scared the shit out of them. So, but had they not allowed us, had they just buried it, had they just hated it so much that they said, no, you can't have a print, we won't do a cable deal, we're not going to allow a DVD release. Had they really done that, that would have been, that really would have been truly devastating. To this day, I would have been just completely devastated. It would have been an unseen film. But I feel very vindicated. The film's done very well. It's an award-winning film. It's gotten great critical praise. People love it. I don't think it's Citizen Kane. Don't get me wrong. It's a really goofy, unserious, seat-of-your-pants comedy. But I think it succeeded in what we wanted it to do.
And, in your mind, why has it kind of resonated with the audience that you were hoping it would? I guess what about the film in your mind, looking back at it, is the reason that there is still this kind of word of mouth and people still do talk about it?
I think it's a very unpretentious answer. I think it's funny. I think the bottom line is it makes you laugh. I think that it's irreverent, it's weird, it's got a lot of bells and whistles, it's got makeup effects, it's got all of these fun aspects to it, but, so do a lot of other movies that nobody likes. I think that the reason that people like this movie is because it's funny, I think that we were a good team, and I think that Tim and Tom are two of the greatest comedy writers that I know of, period. And they were firing on all cylinders, and, I was in a really good place with my comedy in those days, and we'd come off the Idiot Box, which I think we were really firing on all cylinders with. I just think it's funny at the end of the day. It makes sure it's entertaining. I think if it wasn't entertaining, no one would care about the makeup, no one would care about the irreverence, no one would care about the weirdness. I think at the end of the day, people, who like it makes them laugh.
Right. And what is your kind of favorite, or in your mind, the funniest, bit or gag, in the film?
The hammer gag is the funniest joke in the movie. That's not even an opinion. It's just a fact. Anyone who disagrees with me is wrong.
I'm assuming you're talking about when it turns out that the hammer used to be a wrench, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
The hammer flashback. Yeah, that I think is the most inspired joke in the movie.
Yeah, that's that in my mind is always one that kind of catches everybody off guard.
Yeah.
Yeah, because all of a sudden it just pans to the hammer and they're like, where is this going? Yeah. So a couple years ago, you guys had 20th screening in LA of the film. Had you been in it? Had you kind of been in a theater ever like that with, a bunch of just diehard fans of the film before?
I have. Actually, I hate to say I have many times. I've shown the movie all over the place. We've showed it at the Music Box Theater in Chicago to a full house. I've showed it at the 92nd Street Y in New York to a full house. I've played it all over the world. We've done major festivals. We were in Midnight Madness at the Toronto Film Festival. We were completely sold out. Again, it's like, if this was an indie movie, it would be a massive success story. It has the kind of tragic overtone that it does because it was supposed to have a wide release. But, the film has had a very happy, successful life, and it's been seen in a lot of theaters all over the world with full audiences, and it wasn't like it had been buried and we came out at the 20th and people were like, oh my God, we haven't seen it. It was, I had just done a screening of it like the year before at the Music Box in Chicago, which was a massive success. And I've been doing, we do screenings of it fairly regularly, and there's a print of the movie, so it actually plays in rotation at revival houses fairly regularly. The Alamo Draft House has done screenings of it, but it was wonderful to do the 20 year because, you know, we got Megan, we got people together, in LA that hadn't been all together in a little while. And that was truly special. Getting any part of the gang together, that's super special. Usually it's just me or me and Stern or whatever.
Right. And speaking of the Alamo Drafthouse, that's actually, you know, kind of what drove this is our site is later next year is going to be working with Alamo Drafthouse to do specialty programming. And
that's great.
Yeah. And me and the creative director at the Alamo Drafthouse here in Omaha, Nebraska are huge fans of Freaked. And we were that was kind of the first thing I wouldn't say bonded over, but I mentioned Freaked and he's like, I didn't know anybody else knew about that movie. And so we just kind of started going.
Awesome.
Yeah, we kind of started going back and forth talking about Freaked. So, you know, that in my mind, I think, you know, everybody who loves the film, they kind of stick together, if that makes sense. And that's kind of one of my favorite things about the movie is you kind of feel like we're in this kind of, I know not exclusive special club, but if I show it to someone and they get it, if that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think the movie was born out of community, a very specific, you know, comedy and acting community and filmmaking community at that time. I think, you know, we were good friends with Sam Raimi and we were doing stuff with Sam. We were big fans of Sam, and I think that we sort of considered ourselves part of that community. I think that the film was born out of a very special community. I think it is a countercultural movie. You know, I think it never was mainstream. It never had the kind of mainstream, appeal of South Park, you know, or Tim Burton, of those things that I mentioned earlier. It definitely is a bit more renegade than that, a bit closer to Peter Jackson's Feebles or Brain Dead than South Park. So I would agree with you that it has a kind of special community, and, you know, when we show the movie, that community comes out, and, you know, and it's a community that we feel a part of, you know. We don't feel we were at the head of it at all. We were a part of it, and we were sort of, it was kind of like being in an indie band, you know. That was kind of our indie band era, and you had a kind of, you know, community and following, and you sort of feel part of that community. And, you know, and Tom and I grew out of an indie era. You know, we came out of the 80s. We were children, you know, teenagers of the 80s, which was one of the most, you know, I think seminal eras in independent art, in terms of music. You know, it was the era of SST. It was the back end of punk. It was, you know, real rap before it got commodified. And, you know, I think that Freaked, in a way, was kind of, in a movie sense, you know, it came from the voice of that community. It was written as a Butthole Surfers vehicle, and you can't really extricate its origins from its sensibility.
Right. And, you know, that, you know, the community bonding aspect of the movie is, I think, one of the strongest things that keeps it, you know, alive today. And I do personally wish that it had, you know, a bigger audience. You know, I think it would do well on like Netflix or Amazon Prime. You know, I think it would have a big, I think it would be a big hit on there, obviously. You know, what does the future hold, you know, for the film going forward, if anything?
Well, I mean, the movie is out, and it comes and goes on platforms. It was on Netflix for a while. Netflix holds movies and drops them and picks them up and drops them.
Right.
So I think the movie is alive. It's in the zeitgeist, you know, a certain type of zeitgeist. I don't think the movie was ever going to be Star Wars or, you know, the 40-year-old virgin. It's just not that mainstream in sensibility. I mean, I think you always, you know, I think when you like something, you wish that more people would know about it, I guess. And this isn't speaking for me. I think this is speaking for the fans. I don't particularly feel that way. I tend to feel that the audience that wants this movie will find it. And there's something really wonderful about that. It's like writing a book that really becomes known amongst a community of people. It's like, you know, having been part of the filmmaking team, that gives me great pleasure. You know, I'm not bitter about a movie that I love and that other people love. It seems like that would just be really ungrateful. You know, like, we were really fucking lucky. We were 25. You know, it was a happy accident that we got to make this movie with an enormous amount of money to get it done properly. The movie, we knew it when we were making it. We were skating by the seat of our pants. It was like a punk rock band getting a major label deal and then making the most punk rock album of their career, not selling out and making something mainstream. And so for that, I'm really, really proud of the movie and that it doesn't punk out. And if that means that it gets us a smaller audience, I'm fine with that. I'm happier with that than if we had sold the movie out for a wider audience.
Right. So
you wouldn't have liked the movie. You know what I mean? It's a catch-22. People like you wouldn't be saying, we love this movie so much. It would have been a different movie, and probably a movie that you didn't care about.
Right.
It would have been a watered down, more mainstream, middle of the road movie, and you and I would not be having this conversation right now.
Yeah. Looking at it that way, yeah, you're completely right. You know, I think that is, you know, for me personally, the reason that I'm so drawn to the film is every time I watch it, I just sit there and think, you know, man, look at what they did. We could go out and make a film, my buddies and I, and try to be funny too. Like Freaked is always the kind of, you know, is the movie to me that seems like what my friends and I would make. And that's why I'm drawn to it, is because it has my sense of humor. And, you know, you guys just got it. And that's why I love the movie, is your sense of humor is very just irreverent and don't give a fuck about anything. And that's why the film works for me personally. And you're right. If that weren't the case, it wouldn't be successful for someone like me or the community who has rallied around it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's a seat of your pants quality that both makes it work and makes it mainstream.
Yeah.
You know? And I think that had the studio, I can tell you that I think had the studio rallied behind it, I can tell you what would have happened, because I've been in this business a very long time. Had the new administration said, okay, we think there's a possible audience for this movie, but we don't think it's working. So we're going to gut all of the profane humor. We're going to reshoot the ending, the third act. You know, we're going to alter Ricky's character. I mean, it would have been completely
You won't see the engineer that slams the Nissan Rogue's door 13,920 times. Or the corrosive chamber that simulates 15 years of life in 5 months. Or the Rogue heat-baked for over 300 combined hours. What you will see is a vehicle that can take punch after punch and keep rolling. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. We put it through the worst, so you get its best. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
I jiggered.
Right.
And it would have been it would have become a nightmare. And it wasn't a nightmare. It was disappointing that we were banned by the studio, and it caused us to have to really think intelligently about how to be proactive and get the movie out there, which we did. We took that upon ourselves and did it. And had we done nothing, then the movie would have died and no one would have ever known about it. But we didn't do that. We rallied behind the film and we got it out there. But I really believe that had the studio, with the sensibility that administration had they wanted to proceed with the movie, their first step would have been to reshoot a lot of it and totally fuck it up.
Yeah. And they've done that with a lot of stuff that isn't Freaked. So yeah,
for sure.
Yeah. So kind of transitioning away from Freaked, I did want to ask you a couple questions about Deep Web. I actually just last night watched Downloaded, and I really enjoyed it. It's
oh, thank you.
Yeah, I really like documentaries, and I really like documentaries that are done well and clean and smart, and you know, Downloaded clearly fits that bill. What drove you to kind of approach the idea of doing a documentary about the deep web?
So I've been around technology a very long time. You know, even with Freaked, we were working with CGI, and I started working with CGI extensively after Freaked in my own solo career, directing commercials and other work that I did after Freaked. So I've done a lot of stuff around visual effects my whole life, and that obviously visual effects is computers and is computer technology. So I met a lot of people in computer technology, and a lot of the animators and visual effects people that I was working with were hackers and, you know, people who were doing a lot of work in tech. So I got interested in the internet in the 80s, and became very active in the internet in the 80s, in the Usenet BBS era, and met a lot of people who were big in online communities. So I've always been interested in the internet as an environment for community, for global community, for a democratized global community. And the deep web is really the Silk Road story is really very much just a continuation, a sort of a final kind of, for me, examination of the eruption of global communities online that started in the Usenet era in the late 80s and really did not become mainstream until Napster. Napster made it mainstream. It suddenly put 100 million people online at once. And my interest in Napster was really almost entirely about its innovation as a massive global internet community. I wasn't as interested in the music component of it. And the same for Silk Road. The the drugs, to me on Silk Road were very similar to the way Sean Fanning used music with Napster. It was a delivery system. It was a way to bring people into a community. You need something to draw them. And the Silk Road was innovative in a similar way to Napster. It created the first massive internet community that was private and anonymous. And that had never happened before in history. And that is now going to be like the way in which Napster changed the world. The Silk Road is the embryo of a type of community that is going to change the world. And it's not going to stop. It's going to keep going. And there are good sides to it and there are bad sides to it and all the rest of it. But again, what I was interested in was the sociological aspect of now we have massive democratized internet communities that are anonymous. And the implications of that are enormous, and that's why I was interested in making a movie about it.
I would love to see it. I mean, I really love documentaries. I would probably say they're my favorite film, not genre, but I guess it is somewhat of a genre because they're the veil of bullshit is sometimes is lifted on documentaries and you get to see people kind of in their raw state. And I think that there's something to be said for that. But
I agree.
Yeah. So, in the film, kind of, in Downloaded, it's very much, like you said, it's not about the music with Napster. It's more about how they changed, the kind of the space. Is that, I'm assuming that's the focus then in Deep Web.
Well, I mean, you kind of have to watch it. It's sort of a hard thing to summarize sight unseen. It's super complicated what happened. And there's, to summarize it, I guess, the Silk Road to me and the Ross Ulbricht case was, struck at the heart of the moral, ethical, and legal implications of the digital revolution.
Right.
And that's why I found it so interesting.
And what's been the response to the film? You premiered it at South by Southwest. What's kind of been the public's response to the film?
It's been fantastic. I mean, we premiered and then we played in film festivals all over the world. We've won awards all over the place for Best Feature Documentary. We have gotten great reviews, and it's made some people mad, which of course that's going to happen. I mean, so did Downloaded. These issues are very provocative, and I expect that it's not going to make everybody happy. That's okay too. And it's been great. It's been a really, really great experience. I've traveled all over the world with this film, and it's been really, really wonderful.
And I'm kind of curious. Obviously, Freaked was a motion picture, and then obviously Deep Web and Downloaded were a documentary. What kind of brought you to the door of becoming a documentary filmmaker?
Well, I mean, it's just like telling stories. I've always told stories in different mediums. Tom and I got out of NYU and we started making commercials, music videos, and short films. A lot of the TV commercials that I make, some of them are comedy, some of them are drama, and some of them are documentary style. And I've been making TV commercials for 25 years. So, I've always been working in different mediums telling stories my whole life. I've never thought about it, as far as the medium. I've only ever thought about it in terms of the story and what medium, it's the whole notion of form following function, It's like, I've got a story, what's the best form for that story? And Napster started out as a regular studio narrative. I wrote it at a major Hollywood studio as a narrative, and we went into turnaround there. It never really got off the ground. And so I sort of looked at it and sort of looked at why it wasn't working as a narrative, because I didn't fault the studio. I really believe the film didn't work as a narrative. And I saw Social Network, and I thought the Social Network was here was, arguably the greatest film director alive and the greatest screenwriter alive. And yet the movie did not represent the technology world that I knew. Not that it needed to be more complimentary. It just wasn't accurate. And I thought, that's the problem that I'm having with Downloaded, the narrative. It isn't accurate. It's very, very difficult to convey these people in a narrative. And I realized it was like a light bulb moment. I was like, that's my problem. It needs to be a documentary. It shouldn't be a narrative. I shouldn't be creating fictitious, semi-fictitious characters out of these real people that are just way more nuanced and complex than I'm ever going to be able to make them in a narrative form. And so that's when I decided to make it a doc.
I can't imagine what it would have been like as a feature film, but, there are some scenes in Downloaded that really, resonate with me and show off your tact and skill as a filmmaker. The one scene that sticks out to me is, I forget who's talking, but it shows Sean Fanning and a guy next to him talking. and then it starts. Yeah, and then it starts to drone him out, and you just kind of focus in on Sean Fanning, and you can kind of see him, not his character, processing, information, and it's kind of a very bittersweet and introspective moment for him in that scene, and that scene really stuck with me from the film.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's a lot of credit for that also goes to Jacob Craycroft, the editor. I wouldn't want to deprive him of that. It's narrative. You're telling a story, and you find a way to tell a story that's going to work for you. Yeah. And, that's what you do. It's no different than writing a movie. You need that one moment in the story when, the shit really hits the fan for this guy. It's, in basic narrative terms, it's your second act climax, when everything really just gets as horrible as it could be. And so you really, I come from narrative storytelling and screenwriting. So I sort of structure my documentaries the same way I would structure a narrative.
Obviously, you, Alex Winter, and Tim Burns wrote the script together, and I spoke to Tim a little bit about the writing process, and he said that he kind of was doing his thing, and you and Alex were working together on stuff. So what was kind of the genesis for the idea of Freaked?
Well, Tim and Alex and I did a show called The Idiot Box for MTV.
Right.
It was a sketch comedy show that we did 6 episodes, so we loved working together on that. I met Tim on the Jim Henson Hour, where I was briefly a writer, and he was a writer for longer, because they shot it in Toronto anyway.
Right.
So we knew, I knew Tim, and then we, after the original, we were just sitting around, young firefighters in L.A., trying to think of movies, then NYU school, and I guess I was putting on the idea of a movie about freaks, because it seemed not well. That was in the 30s, and there hadn't been a lot since. It seemed like something that would be kind of fun and fresh and tantalizing. Because I read that book when I was a kid. There was a book called Very Special People.
Uh-huh.
It was about, freaks, about sideshow freaks. And it's just, obviously inherently fascinating to people. I was fascinated with it. It has that kind of just dark but fascinating and quality. So I said to Alex, why don't we do a horror movie about freaks, And yeah, he thought that was great. And it's about trying to make a movie about a guy who turns people into freaks.
Right.
But because we loved The Island of Lost Souls, which was The Island of Dr. Moreau.
Mm-hmm.
It's an old movie with, it's been remade a few times, but the original is with Charles Laughton, made in the 30s, I think.
And had you seen Todd Browning's Freaks at all?
Yes, of course.
Right.
But that wasn't about a guy who turned people into freaks.
Right.
That was more of almost a documentary.
You won't see the engineer that slams the Nissan Rogue's door 13,920 times. Or the corrosive chamber that simulates 15 years of life in 5 months. Or the Rogue heat-baked for over 300 combined hours. What you will see is a vehicle that can take punch after punch and keep rolling. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. We put it through the worst, so you get its best. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
Hello, this is Aaron West. I am the author of the A24 New Wave. In this book, I look at A24's output and I make the argument that we are in a new wave movement right now. A24 plays a major role. This book has a supplemental podcast where each episode is a brief conversation about an A24 related topic, whether an actor, director, or even a genre. As I continue research for the book and conduct interviews, I expect to record podcast episodes with people involved with the company. You can find the podcast at cinejourneys.com or wherever you find podcasts, and we are proud to be members of the Someone's Favorite Productions podcast network.
Style. I mean, they grafted a love story and some drama on top of it, but
yeah,
they used real freaks, which was awesome. It's a great time capsule. But yeah, I think we early on hit upon the idea of some kind of mad science. The first draft was really intense, was much different, because we actually thought we would get the Butthole Surfers involved, because we were friends with them. We'd made some short movies with them, and it just seemed something about the Butthole Surfers seemed perfect for a freak show.
Right.
So we thought it was a good match. We loved Gibby Haynes. He was brilliant artist. And so I remember we asked him to work on the screenplay with us. And he came out to Venice, and we spent like a week. He stayed at our apartment for like a week right on Venice Beach. And we just brainstormed. And Gibby kind of threw out his insane ideas, and we tried to weave them into our script, into our story.
Mm-hmm.
And, we wrote this draft with this totally transgressive, offensive, over-the-top kind of extreme, extremely graphic thing that was kind of horror comedy, I guess you'd say. But definitely not studio material.
Right.
Way too transgressive and offensive for that. So nobody wanted to make it, basically. Like, we thought we'd do it for like a few $100,000,
Mm-hmm.
And we got a couple of producers who took it around, but they couldn't find the money, so it kind of languished. We went on to other things, and then some producers. We had an agent named Barry Mendel. He sent it to a producer named Harry Uffland, who liked it.
Mm-hmm.
As crazy as it was, he somehow him and his wife, Mary Jane Uffland, they kind of liked the script, even as transgressive as it was. I don't even know, like, I always wondered how carefully they read it, even because, it was really extreme. There was, like, horrific things in it.
And this is the original non-comedic script.
Right. I mean, it was comedic in a way, but it was just comedic in a very transgressive way that was just about how awful and heinous we could be,
Right.
Like there was a scene where Paul Leary, the band, we worked the band into it, and I remember I had a scene where Paul Leary, like, opens up some victim's spinal cord and plays his nerves as an electric guitar, So,
wow.
It was just,
I mean,
like,
that sounds awesome, but I have a pretty warped sense of what I think is cool.
Yeah, I mean, it does sound awesome, but it's like, at the time especially, I think it was just like, yikes,
Right.
Really? You're going to do that? Anyway, he liked it. So, it's funny because Barry Uffland went on, not Barry Mendel, our agent, who was at ICM, I think. He went on to become a huge producer. He produced Rushmore and M. Night Shyamalan's movies, Sixth Sense.
Right.
But at the time, he was just an agent, and so he actually, did us a solid by getting somebody interested in this crazy script we wrote. And in one of our many idiotic Hollywood moves, we ended up firing him shortly afterwards and hiring these other guys. Hiring actually Ari Emanuel, who's infamous as the guy that Entourage was based on, the Ari character.
Right.
Yeah, that was we hired him because he gave us some pitch at the time. Anyway, that's a footnote. So Harry Uffland brought the script to his contact, Joe Roth, who was running Fox. And this was a big coup for us because instead of having to pitch the lower level executives who, hopefully it has to get up the ladder to a guy that can actually say, let's make it, he had direct access to Joe Roth, who was the head of the studio. So that was a big advantage. They'd worked together on some projects back in the day. And actually, Harry Uffland used to be, he was an ex-agent who was Marty Scorsese's agent and Bobby De Niro's agent. So he had some prestige, Hollywood prestige.
Right.
And so, even though this is a crazy little script, he got to the highest level at Fox. Joe Roth read the script. I remember having a meeting with him, and he's like, well, I don't know if he read it, but somebody read it for him. And he was like, yeah, I don't really like the script, but I like these guys. He liked our show, the Idiot Box, that he saw some tape of,
Right.
And he thought, yeah, they're young, they're funny, it's worth a risk, I guess, of developing something. So he made us a deal to rewrite the script, like a page one rewrite, and just make it more palatable for a studio comedy. And so, that's when we brought in Tim Burns, because I knew Tim was super funny. I'd worked with him. I just thought he had a really strong comedic voice that would help us make it as funny as possible, basically. So we all got to, he came down, they made us a deal to write this thing, and Tim rented an apartment in West LA in this kind of nondescript neighborhood, and we'd go there to his weird little apartment that he was subletting, and we'd write every day we just kind of cranked out the script over, 6 weeks or something like that. We wrote a first draft, just writing it every day. And it was a ton of fun, we just delved into our imaginations, and Freaks are obviously it's a rich territory for being imaginative, letting your imagination run wild with whatever kind of creature you can dream up and whatever kind of plot points we can apply to this insane scenario. Right. So, it became a kind of a Hollywood satire of the Brat Pack, some kind of vapid Brat Pack actor who will do anything for money. So he, signs on to promote some toxic fertilizer in the third world for this evil corporation, and gets his just desserts when some psycho mad scientist is using that very chemical to turn people into freaks and put them in a sideshow in the middle of the Amazon jungle. That seemed fun to us, and we got to do. I remember one of my fondest memories was just coming up with the idea for Sockhead. That was my creation, and I just thought there was something very funny about a character with a sock puppet for a head that just had a hand under there. And the scene in the film where he gets unmasked and the audience is disappointed that he's just not really a sockhead, but just has a hand under there. That's one of my favorite scenes, because something very funny about that to me.
I love every character in the film, but I'm kind of curious. Other than Sockhead, which ones were you directly involved with the creation of?
I think we kind of had we just brainstorm and pitch ideas for characters for what would be a fun freak to see. So I don't know. I can't really remember beyond. I just remember Sockhead because that was a weird inspiration I had that I thought was just really funny. It tickled me, Cowboy, I think might have come. Some of them are puns, like Cowboy, right. Frogman, just being a guy in a frog suit. I think Tim Burns was probably responsible for Frogman. And maybe Cowboy as well. The dog-faced boy, I think I had an idea for that, because I think I know I was kind of inspired by the Latin revolutionary characters in, Bananas, like Woody Allen's Bananas.
Right.
I wanted to do some kind of passionate, kind of Che Guevara type sexy Latin revolutionary who, happens to be a dog-faced boy. Ortiz, and so I think we wanted Keanu to do that pretty early on, because we figured he had this sexual magnetism to pull it off, matinee idol, as that he was at the time.
Right.
And Mr. T is the bearded lady. I think that I can't remember whose idea, but I know it was something we all loved. And that was, that's one of the more fun stories of the film, is the whole Mr. T thing, because we thought, a bearded lady we just have Mr. T play the bearded lady, and
right.
And but so we told the studio, at some point we handed in the draft and they really liked it, they loved our draft, right? So I'm going back here to finish that first question you had. So they loved, because it was, we made it just very comic. It wasn't scary anymore. It wasn't particularly transgressive. It was just more zany and, funny. So they dug it. They thought it was, I remember they said something like, this has the potential to be a breakout comedy, or, Because I guess it was like right around the time of Wayne's World. So people were looking for just like, what's the next young comedy, you know?
Right.
And so I think that's what they hoped it would be, like just kind of a big, fun Wayne's World type of thing. You know, it was really too weird to be that, but that's what they were hoping for. So they kind of quickly loved it, and we did a rewrite, and I think they greenlit it. You know, they said, you know, we'll do it if you guys can find half the money from overseas, I guess. So it was like Fox was putting up half the $10 million budget. So then it became Harry Efflin's job to find overseas financing, which he did, and Pandora Cinema, I think, was like a French company that put up half the money. Anyway, so that's how it got rolling.
You won't see the engineer that slams the Nissan Rogue's door 13,920 times. Or the corrosive chamber that simulates 15 years of life in 5 months. Or the Rogue heat-baked for over 300 combined hours. What you will see is a vehicle that can take punch after punch and keep rolling. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. We put it through the worst, so you get its best. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
And then the Mr. T story, which is fun, is that the part was written for Mr. T, and we thought, it would be great. But this was kind of at a time when Mr. T's career was really at its nadir, and he hadn't even become like the kind of, he hadn't become even a punchline really yet. You know, he wasn't campy enough somehow. Like, it was just right after it was a few years after the A-Team was off the air, and he was just kind of nowhere, you know. Right. He was literally doing, like, English pantomime shows, like, in, like, Manchester, Birmingham, England, you know, where he was, like, that's the level of, like, showbiz he was at. You know, he was playing Aladdin in, like, a regional production of Aladdin's lamp in, you know, in a industrial town in northern England. So the studio had no interest in him. He didn't have any. As far as they were concerned, he brought nothing to it. You know, because it wasn't like it was a few years later that Conan started having him on the show, and he became a beloved kind of kitschy celebrity. You know,
right?
But this was like before that, so they were like, we're not going to pay any more money than you know what we're paying for every other cast member, which was scale. You know, it was like nobody was supposed to get more than scale, and so they wouldn't pay. And the only thing we needed for T was he lived in Chicago, so we had to pay his airfare and hotel. But they wouldn't do that. They were like, nope, sorry. And we're like, you guys, this is crazy. He'll be great, and it'll make the movie. You know, it'll be cool. People will dig it. You know, but ultimately, Alex and I forfeited the money from our own rather small salary to pay for Mr. T's room and board and transportation.
Wow.
So, I mean, that was kind of our big personal sacrifice, because we really believed he would bring a lot to the movie, and I'm glad we did. I mean, he did. You know, he was great. And but once we got him, you know, he was fun for a few weeks, but then he started to get antsy because he wasn't the star. He was just one of the freaks, you know. And so he ultimately stopped showing up. Like, he just stopped showing up one day. Yeah, he just stopped showing up. And, like, you know, we heard from his people that luckily we'd shot most of his big dialogue scenes.
Right.
So we just had a lot of days where he had to be in the cage for the final freak show, for the big showdown with the monsters at the end. So, it was just where he was part of a group, and he just didn't want to be part of a group. So he stopped showing up, and we had to, his manager said that he was suffering from emotional abuse at our hands, which was like crazy bullshit, but they had to say something, I guess, you know.
Right.
I mean, we were never anything but super nice to him, but, you know, it was simply the fact that he was just relegated to being one of the freaks. You know? And you know, he'd make comments like when we shot a fight scene, he'd be grumbling about how on the A-Team they would have shot it in, you know, half the time and it would have been better, and stuff like that. So we had to get a fake Mr. T. We got like a guy that looked kind of like him, and you'll see if in the final scene where the creatures are battling it out on stage, it's a fake T in the background of a lot of shots.
I have never noticed that, so I'll have to go and look for that.
And then,
this is
and then we had to do. He wouldn't come in for ADR for a dialogue replacement, so we had Lee Arenberg actually record a lot of Mr. T's lines in ADR.
And I heard that Lee actually did a really good Mr. T impersonation, so I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, he did. He had that basso voice, you know.
Yeah. Was Mr. T the only person you guys had any sort of issue with filming the film?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you know, Randy was an odd duck, but he was fine. We had no idea he'd go completely bonkers someday, like he has.
Right.
So that's been weird to watch him. I mean, Alex recently sent me an email of, you know, some insane thing Randy and his wife had posted where, have you followed that story?
Yeah, I reached out to him to try to get an interview, and I realized how A, nuts that was to even attempt it, and B, it wasn't going to happen. But yeah, I know that him spanking his wife with a mask on her face.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the easiest way to put it, really. I don't know what the fuck was going on.
He was pantomiming, you know, fucking her, and he had her wearing a mask of some executive, I think, that he had an axe to grind with.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was Rupert Murdoch.
It was Rupert Murdoch, yeah.
Yeah. So he's nuts. I mean, she was nuts. She got, one funny thing was, which I can say now since he's completely bonkers, and I don't think I have to worry about offending him.
I don't know. You might not even know if you're offending him, to be perfectly honest. So.
Yeah. I mean, when he came on, we were told we had to hire his wife as a wardrobe consultant. You know, that was part of the deal. And so we're like, okay. I mean, we have a costume designer. We don't need a wardrobe consultant, but I guess that's what we have to do. That's Hollywood, right? You gotta, you know, stars get their friends and relatives hired.
Right.
So
total nepotism.
She came in and basically she just liked to shop, you know. She was like, she loved Armani, and so she wanted to like style him, Elijah C. Skuggs, in the latest Armani styles, the latest fashions from Milan. That was what her vision for Elijah C. Skuggs, a maniac who lives in the middle of the Amazon jungle. So we were like, okay, we had to humor her, you know, and like go over and look at the clothes she pulled from fancy shops in Beverly Hills. You know? It was absurd.
That's nuts.
It was like what?
I said that's nuts. But
yeah, it's nuts. And needless to say, none of her consulting actually had any impact on the movie. You know, it's like he didn't wear Armani.
Right.
We had our costume designer do, you know, the kind of crazy outfits that he wore. But that was like she seemed a little bit nutty at the time. Mm-hmm. So I think it's not the most. I mean, of all the people in the world that went completely nuts, she's not the one that would surprise me much. You know,
right?
To go completely nuts. So anyway, yeah. Otherwise, no. I mean, the cast was great, and I think we had this one stupid thing with. There was a Michael Stoyanov's friend Dino Stamatopoulos, who's now, you know, he became a pretty prominent comedy writer and created shows for Adult Swim, Moral Oral, and he has some other one. He was a writer for Conan, but he was just a PA on our movie, and like right after our movie, he got a writing gig on the Ben Stiller show, and I remember his first sketch that he got on the Ben Stiller show was this thing about I can't remember the name, but it was about a sock puppet, you know. So we thought he'd kind of ripped us off because we had a sock puppet character.
Right.
You know, in retrospect, I don't think he ripped us off. It was just coincidence, as it usually is, you know. But we kind of badmouthed him in some Film Threat interview we did in the magazine Film Threat, which was kind of stupid in retrospect, you know. But there was that. I'm trying to give you dirt here. So.
Hey, you know, I mean, sometimes, you know, I can totally understand being protective of one's ideas, especially an idea that I think was kind of as awesome as the Mr. You know, Sockhead gag in the film.
Yeah. I guess it was just like really in Hollywood, it's like people always get. I hate it when people get paranoid and think they've been ripped off when it seems kind of clear that they weren't. So looking back, I feel like that was just an instance of that, and I don't think we were right to slag him in that interview.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it's the biggest deal either. He certainly didn't hurt his career. He's done very well for himself. But I just loved the. It had been a while since anybody had done any kind of sock puppet joke, and so it just seemed like, hey, that was our thing. We just brought back, and whatever. He did it. I can't even remember what his was. I think it was like a foul-mouthed sock puppet.
Huh.
Sitcom parody.
So I am curious, since the film had a lot of special effects and puppetry, and Alex's entire garb is, I'm sure, a huge ordeal just to get on and create. It
was. It almost ground his lips off at one point.
Oh, jeez.
Very uncomfortable, and he got abscesses and open sores on his mouth because it was like holding his mouth open with this weird dental appliance. And we had to have my personal dentist made an emergency visit one day to the set because Alex was in such pain.
Huh.
Yeah, but Alex is a tremendous trooper. I mean, he's very tough and not a complainer, like the opposite of a complainer, and so he toughed it out, but it was very uncomfortable makeup.
Right. I'm also assuming he knew what he was getting himself into to some extent.
Yeah. I mean, it was, we wanted it to be absolutely a big showcase for the best creature makers that we could hire,
Right.
And we had a lot of talent, Steve Johnson, Tony Gardner, and Screaming Matt George were all really, really top-notch, creature and effects makers.
And it feels like that. It comes across on screen as this kind of, I don't know if you've ever seen, there's a film we watched earlier in this month, Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
The Kyoto brothers.
Yeah, that...
You won't see the engineer that slams the Nissan Rogue's door 13,920 times. Or the corrosive chamber that simulates 15 years of life in 5 months. Or the Rogue, heat-baked for over 300 combined hours. What you will see is a vehicle that can take punch after punch and keep rolling. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. We put it through the worst, so you get its best. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
Film has kind of some of the same, this feels like a huge production to show off awesome creatures. Their story and script isn't as tight and hilarious as Freak, but I don't know if that was kind of something you were going for, where it's we want to show off all this cool creature makers and also have a hilarious film.
Yeah, I mean, it was, our inspiration was not that to start. We our inspiration was the story and the concept, and then creating characters from there. But as we imagined the characters, that's when we began thinking about what could you actually pull off, and with the creature makers, because this was right on the edge of CGI, and it wasn't really practical to do a full character in CGI, so we had to kind of work with the technology of the time and envision these characters as special effects makeup characters. And so that was a really fun part of the process, was meeting the guys and hearing their pitches and how we could pull stuff off, like the eye and eye, the eyeballs, stuff like that was just really creatures that were almost totally divorced from the human anatomy, are the trickiest ones, where you have to really disguise that there's a person inside it,
Yeah.
So yeah, those were, I mean, it was quite a production in terms of, the special effects makeup team, they were hard at work every morning, first thing at 5 a.m, they'd be doing the characters,
Right.
It was intense.
I'm kind of curious. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I know that we had another kind of dirt thing, which now, why not air this stuff 20 years later? I mean, it's just that when it was a Butthole Surfers movie, we met with Screaming Matt George, who we met through, God, I can't remember. I can't remember how we met. He was part of the underground art scene in LA, basically.
Right.
And we knew Robert Williams, the painter, and a lot of people in that underground art world, and he was part of that scene. You know, surreal. He was big into surrealism and crazy creatures. So we met him, and he seemed like the perfect guy to do it, because his you know, he has a insane imagination. Screaming at George, you know, he was a Japanese guy, and who was an immigrant to America. You know, his English wasn't great. He was a real character, though. You know, he wore crazy outfits and had like bleach blonde hair, and so we hired, you know, we worked with him to develop designs for the first incarnation with the Butthole Surfers, and then when it turned into a studio movie, it became so big, and there were so many creatures, we just, like, our line producer especially didn't think he could handle, like, wasn't confident he could handle all the workload of that many different creatures, you know?
Right.
Because when we kind of did background on him, you know, everybody agreed he had an insane talent and crazy imagination that was awesome, but his, like, just nuts and bolts management of how to get the creatures done every day was not his strong suit, you know?
Right.
So we thought it would be smart to divide up the work and not have him be the overseer of everything, just for logistics. So he was pissed. He really didn't like that. When we kind of, you know, took away 2/3 of the creatures and gave them to Steve Johnson and Tony Gardner at XFX and Alterian Effects, he was definitely disappointed, and you know, we had to kind of deal with that. And moving forward, you know, we definitely didn't want to do it without him, because he was a big inspiration, and so we couldn't cut him out of the job completely, even though it was awkward, because he wasn't, you know, he was pissed that we were hiring other guys.
Right. And so that's kind of my next question is, what was the pre-production for the film like? I mean, how long was it I'm assuming for a film with as many practical effects as there were in this one, I'm assuming that was a pretty long process.
Yeah, it was pretty long, and we had to have a lot of meetings with the effects guys as they worked on the designs and sculpted things and kind of reimagined. Like, Tony Gardner they each had their own styles, you know, like Screaming Mad George was all about kind of simple workarounds and clever workarounds to create these creatures without a ton of technology. Mm-hmm. But like Tony Gardner was all about adding a lot of technology. Like he always wanted to do things like add a lot of servo motors and remote control animatronics to bring the creatures to life. So like his design for the human worm was, you know, Derek McGrath's character was this giant mechanical thing, which, you know, I remember. I mean, they're all fabulously talented, so I don't mean to talk shit about them, you know, but like Tony, probably he was ambitious and erred on the side of more technology. That was his answer to everything, you know, like throw in some more servos, you know, make a giant metal frame and have this thing be basically like the dinosaur from Jurassic Park, you know.
Right.
And so sometimes that becomes cumbersome. So I remember, like, Catherine Hardwick, who was the production designer and, you know, a good friend of ours who went on to become a big director. You know, she directed Twilight and everything. She would tease me all the time about the human worm because it was on set. When it was on set, it looked like this giant kind of albatross. It just wouldn't move. It had, you know, there was like 8 guys with remote controls on the sidelines trying to make it, you know, inch across the ground, and it was on wheels, and it weighed like, you know, 1,000 pounds. Poor
right.
Derek was stuck into the front of it. So, like, she bet me $50 that there would never be a shot of it actually crawling in the final film because it was so cumbersome, and it seemed like it just took forever to get it to crawl a foot, you know. And by God, I made sure that there was one shot of it crawling. It's like a high angle when the worm crawls up to Rick when he's feeling, right after the Hollywood Square scene where he's down and out, the freaks come to reassure him. Mm-hmm. And there's one high angle shot of the worm inching along the ground. It was like, probably took 4 hours to get that one shot, but I was like, no way is Hardwick going to win this bet. So, yeah. it was like it was like a steam locomotive, that worm. It was like you could hear all the pistons and servos groaning away to try to get it to move, but there was so much foam latex. It was just really a challenge.
And, I'm kind of curious, when you guys were casting the film, I mean, how involved were you in the casting process? Because obviously some of the people there were certain restrictions, like with, Derek McGrath's character, the Worm. You couldn't have cast a guy who was, 6'5" in that role, obviously.
We first wanted Paul Rubens. We offered Paul Rubens the part of the human worm. And again, this was during his kind of low point. Like, it was not long after he got busted for masturbating in that theater, So he'd kind of fallen from grace in show business, and we were like, oh, we'd love to give him, he's a hero of ours, so we thought it would be awesome if we could scoop him up when he was down and out,
Yeah.
But he said no. I don't think he didn't love the script, or maybe he was just in the midst of a horrible depression, So he said no, so we just went out looking, and McGrath was awesome. He was just so funny in the audition. He had that great Canadian comedy style.
Right.
So we loved him so much. We were thrilled to have him play the Worm.
And when you were writing the script, did you have any of the other people in mind other than Mr. T?
Well, I remember that we went through originally it was Regis and Kathy Lee were supposed to be the talk show hosts at the beginning.
Right.
The part Brooke Shields played. And they wouldn't do it. So then we went through like the list of, kind of cheesy daytime TV personalities. We offered it to like 20 different people. They all turned it down. Finally, Brooke Shields responded, and she was like, yeah, she liked the script. And so we were like, great, she'd be awesome. We wanted her to play it as Brooke Shields, the Brooke Shields show. Because, again, at the time, she wasn't at the top of her career. She was like, it's that thing where you're, like the Zucker brothers, you're kind of scooping up a lot of fun talent that isn't necessarily hot at that moment, but, they'd be great, and they bring a lot to the role. So, but I remember the awkward conversation where Brooke talked to us on the phone about the role, and her problem was she wanted to do it, but she didn't want to do it as Brooke Shields. She didn't want it to be the Brooke Shields show. We thought it was funny that Brooke Shields would have a daytime talk show, at this point, but she didn't want to do that, so we had to back down and agree to make it a fictional character, Sky Daly. So that's what we did. But Brooke was absolutely wonderful, sweet, totally professional and friendly and up for anything, and, got those crazy Screaming Mad George designed her monster legs at the end, and, she had to submit to being in makeup for a long time to get those things glued to her legs, so nothing but wonderful things to say about Brooke. She was great. What else? Morgan Fairchild, we wanted to do stunt casting, people like Morgan Fairchild just playing random bit parts as much as we could, so we were happy to get her. Oh, and Larry Bud Melman, which is interesting, and I thought of him recently because of the Letterman finale. He was such a big part of the Letterman show, and we were just big fans of his, so we were pleased to stick him into a random scene playing himself,
Right.
Which is funny because actually we called him Larry Bud Melman in the credits, and looking back, the lawyers didn't catch it, but that wasn't his real name, and that was intellectual property of NBC, because they wouldn't even let Letterman use that name on his CBS show.
You won't see the engineer that slams the Nissan Rogue's door 13,920 times, or the corrosive chamber that simulates 15 years of life in 5 months, or the Rogue heat-baked for over 300 combined hours. What you will see is a vehicle that can take punch after punch and keep rolling. Nissan. #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. We put it through the worst, so you get its best. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
And so we called him Larry Bud Melman, but that was probably illegal. Because Larry Bud Melman was a character created by the David Letterman show at NBC late night. Yeah.
Kind of, who is your favorite, other than the sock man, who is your favorite character in the film to cast and kind of see come to fruition on screen?
Well, Elijah was we loved, when we wrote the script, we would sit around doing Elijah, as we wrote it. And we all did it, like, with the voice of Joe Flaherty's character, Guy Caballero from SCTV.
Right.
That was just the go-to voice. We were like, Guy Caballero, Elijah C. Skuggs. I'm Elijah C. Skuggs. Welcome to Freakland. So just for some reason, we all love Joe Flaherty. So we want, that was one of our early hopes, was we could get Joe Flaherty, but I don't think he was a big enough name. And believe it or not, even, for the budget we had to get a name that was pre-approved by the foreign investors. So it had to be a certain level of actor. And I guess Joe wasn't big enough. So we went through a lot of ideas with the casting, and we actually met Chuck Connors, the rifleman. He was an early, he wanted to do it, and so we met with him. And I remember that was a weird lunch. We met with him with Harry Upland, and Harry Upland was kind of teasing him about his politics, because Chuck Connors was a, Republican kind of right-wing cowboy type, and Harry Upland was a, classic Hollywood liberal, and so he was at this awkward lunch meeting. Harry was giving him shit about his politics.
Right.
And we were just trying to figure, is this guy going to be funny as Elijah, He was pretty much the Zucker brothers concept of, like, an old leading man, who would, be like Robert Stack or one of Leslie Nielsen, one of those guys that they resurrected as a funny comedy actor. So, but I guess we decided against him, and then Rip Torn was going to do it. And, we thought Rip Torn was great, but I think he was also not a big enough actor for the foreign investors. And somehow Randy Quaid turned out to be good enough for the foreign investors, because he was in Vacation. I guess he had bankable comedy, big budget comedy credits. So we had lunch with him, and he was into it. He liked the script. He said, "Yeah, man, let's make it. This is a killer comedy. That's what I want to do." So I remember him saying that at lunch, and so we met him and signed him up, and the rest was history. Then we found out we had to hire his wife to consult. And one thing was, we met him at his house after we cast him. We were talking about the character, and he told us that he always the moment when he finds a character is when he finds the right shoes, and he puts on the right shoes. That's when he's feels like he's inhabiting the character, So that was one interesting thing. So he found some shoes, I guess, and decided that was I think they were like white, patent leather, white kind of weird dress shoes that he ultimately wore for a lot of it. And So what was your question though? It was about casting.
It was just, who is the one character that you were kind of the happiest with when it finally came to fruition, through casting and whatnot.
Right. Well, I think Randy did do a great job.
And from what you're talking about is the kind of the inspiration behind it, I think he captures that voice more or less to a T. Yeah. I mean, he's a Texan. Like we thought Elijah was a Texan, and so he inhabited it quite well. Right.
And it's that kind of self-made man, Elijah, on no formal training, but some kind of mad genius who builds his own empire. This perverted, crazy visionary. There is something off about Randy that makes him good for that role.
Right.
He's not your run-of-the-mill normal guy. There's something off that's intriguing, and he brought some kind of gravitas to the role. He seemed like a real character. Like Randy inhabits his characters fully. You never feel like you're watching Randy Quaid do a character. It's like he really is that character, because I think it's partly because he doesn't really have a very easily understood persona as Randy Quaid. Now he does, because he's insane.
Right, now he does.
But back then, like when you meet him, he's very soft-spoken. Back then he was soft-spoken. And you couldn't really say you knew him very well after hanging out with him,
Yeah.
He was hard to figure out. But when he does the character, it's like that's who he is. I think some actors are like that. They don't have a very clearly defined persona, so they really fill the role and become that person. But the story I tell about Randy is that the very first scene we shot with him was like, we scheduled we were sort of easing into the production schedule by shooting some little scenes first to kind of get them out of the way and just get the crew up to speed and everything. Mm-hmm. So we had one brief scene to shoot with him where it's the morning after he turns Rick into a freak, and it's like the morning daylight is streaming through the windows, and he's calling the Laughing Man, the mysterious, financier that's supporting him, right?
Right.
So the mood was like, it was a weird scene to shoot first because we hadn't shot the top of the scene. It was just the aftermath. So we had to imagine that he'd been up all night on this crazy creative bender making this freak, Mm-hmm. He hadn't slept at all. And then he was making this phone call to this mysterious, boss, essentially, to ask for more time or more money or something, right? So he had to be really freaked out and kind of, he had to look kind of deranged and exhausted. And I just didn't think when he was doing it, the first few takes, his energy was low, and I kept asking him to bring up his energy and be more kind of manic and just show me that kind of overtired exhaustion, but with a crazy edge to it, not just tired.
Right.
And he got pissed at me, like this was the first scene I was directing him in, and he like after a couple, like maybe 3 takes where I kept asking him to bring up the energy, he was like, "Man, I don't know what the fuck you want from me," He screamed at me like that and cursed at me, and I was like, "Oh my God," I was like 25 years old, and this guy's like, an accomplished actor in Hollywood. I felt out of my league, and it was awful. I felt like, oh my God, this big actor is screaming at me right now.
Right.
What am I going to do? But to his credit, and to my credit, I didn't back down. I was just like, I'm sorry, Randy, I got to tell you what I think the scene needs, And so he tried his best, and he got it. Oh, actually, you know what? I think then he we finished it, but then when he saw the performance in dailies, he was like, "You were right, Tom. I see what you mean. I was too flat or something." So we actually did reshoot it. I think it was and got it the way I wanted it.
And how much, I guess, was left on the kind of cutting room floor when you guys did finally wrap up the film?
A fair amount. We cut it, ultimately, we cut it very tight. Too tight, I think. I think we cut out, for the American version, we cut out the farewell to the freaks scene, which I do regret because it's a funny scene and it's actually kind of necessary dramatically just because, if there's any kind of friendship that forms between this band of freaks, you kind of want to have a moment to say goodbye before the big showdown. It's kind of a classic scene, And so, and I think it was a funny scene, but I was in the throes of a panic when we were in post because, Joe Roth, the story that you probably heard is the head of the studio left when we were in post-production, and the new guy came in and hated the movie, and we had a really disastrous test screening with the new Peter Chernin attending. So we got, a terrible audience. They didn't get it, and because of that, we were panicking because they were like, I wasn't sure that film was working, So my attitude was just cut it really tight because, it's the first rule of comedy is like don't overstay your welcome,
Right.
And keep the pace fast, and even if the audience doesn't like a particular joke, you're on to the next one, and hopefully not boring anybody. So we overreacted, overcompensated for being nervous about how well the film was going to do by cutting it super tight. So we lost the Farewell to the Freak scene. We lost a whole Wheel of Fortune scene that was kind of a callback to the Hollywood Square scene, where the freaks, entertain themselves by reenacting television game shows. So we had this, pretty elaborate version of Wheel of Fortune for some scene where I can't even remember the point of the scene, but there was a lot of jokes that got cut out, that will never see the light of day, although
You won't see the engineer that slams the Nissan Rogue's door 13,920 times. Or the corrosive chamber that simulates 15 years of life in 5 months. Or the Rogue heat-baked for over 300 combined hours. What you will see is a vehicle that can take punch after punch and keep rolling. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. We put it through the worst, so you get its best. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
2 scenes are on like the European version,
right?
I think they were on a Anchor Bay release. When they did a DVD of the movie, they put I think the missing scenes are on there.
Yeah, I think that's the version I've seen has the deleted scenes on there.
Yeah.
And you mentioned you kind of had to cut the film down, and kind of make it tighter. How do you personally feel about the final product?
Well, my feelings have evolved over the years. For a long time, it was honestly, I didn't really want to watch it because it was such a painful experience. Having our hopes so high for our first feature film and then being terribly disappointed when it basically got shelved and, only got a cursory release in a couple of theaters. It was heartbreaking. So, we were devastated. I know, for a long time. And I really didn't think that the film worked that well because, it was so fraught. It was so fraught with negative stuff, with the way it got handled by the studio. And so, but, over the years, I've kind of lost that negative, visceral association. And when I watched it with the 20th, with the audience at the Cinefamily for the 20th anniversary, it killed. They were cracking up at everything. And so I felt great about it. I was like, yeah, that's a really funny film, so I'm proud of it now. And I also think it was ahead of its time, in terms of granted, absurdism in comedy, we didn't invent it. We were all big fans of Monty Python and Woody Allen, and it's been around. But we did, for like a big Hollywood feature film, we were pushing the envelope for sure in terms of the absurd scenes we'd put into it. And so I was proud of that, and I think we did point the way to a certain extent. Not that we influenced people directly necessarily, but the birth of Adult Swim and that kind of absurdism has become almost mainstream to a younger generation of comedy fans,
right? Where
it wasn't when we made our film, So even like Mr. Show, which happened after Freaked, I think, was kind of validation of the kind of absurdism that we were doing.
Yeah, or even shows like Tim and Eric, something like that. I mean,
Tim and Eric. Yeah, exactly.
And that's why I think Freaked will eventually get its day.
Yeah, well,
I like to believe
the one thing that's. Yeah, I hope so. I mean, I wish it was on a streaming service. I don't think it's not on Netflix.
No, it's not. You kind of have to go and hunt it down, as it were.
Yeah.
I think if it were on Netflix or Amazon Prime Video, I think we would be having a completely different conversation because of the reach of those services.
Yeah. I've thought about trying to make it happen because I don't think it couldn't be that difficult to get somebody to sign something. It's not like there's nothing to with these services they don't have to make any investment. It's like essentially free to just upload the movie. So I don't see why not? There's got to be, especially as these streaming services continue to expand. I would think it's going to give, it's going to be a platform for more obscure films like ours to find a permanent home on the internet.
Right. And that's, I
guess it's just a matter of deal making.
Yeah. That's what I'm hoping for, is someday I'm like, you should watch Freaked. It's on Netflix.
Right.
Yep. Which would be the dream.
Yeah. Hopefully we can get that to happen. Alex is usually good at actually making stuff happen like that. So I was going to talk to him about it and see what he thinks.
What's kind of the one thing you took away from the film once it was all said and done?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if I'm going to be honest, in the years directly after, we made it, it was an overwhelmingly negative thing for me.
Of course.
Because, it was, our expectations were sky high. We were a hot team doing this in Hollywood. We had a lot of respect and a lot of people courting us, and then overnight we're like failures, So that's tough to deal with psychologically, and I paid a pretty heavy price for it, honestly. I was, I got very depressed and had a lot of personal shit I had to sort through before I just was able to kind of get back on track. But,
right.
The happy ending is 20 years later. Like I said, I actually do think it's a really funny film, and it really was like if you were doing a movie about this story, about two young filmmakers who made this crazy film, and it was kind of a failure, but then found a second life. The last scene would be that screening at Cinefamily, which was just a great crowd, packed house, sold out. Alex and I were there. Tim Burns was there too. He happened to be in town. We had Megan Ward. We had Art. Art. Oh shit! I'm spacing on his name. He's a little person that played the farting clown. God damn it, Art Esposito. Anyway. If you want that name, I'll get it to you. But
right.
So anyway, but it was just such a great screening. So it was like such vindication. It was really a sense of vindication and a very warm feeling that, like, hey, maybe we made something pretty cool. After all, even though Peter Chernin hated it, because that was one of the worst experiences of my life, was watching the rough cut with a big theater in the deep San Fernando Valley with a bunch of kids that had probably been recruited because they heard that it was starring the guy from Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. But, it was a very different movie from that. So they just hated it. It didn't, and they weren't even interested in watching it. They were like, we were sitting in front of Peter Chernin, Alex and I, the new chairman of Fox, and the very first image that comes up on the screen is Brooke Shields, and like the gangbanger kid in front of us, was like a little mall rat gangbanger looking kid.
Right.
He stood up in front of us and said, "Bitch!" And like from that point, it went downhill from there. It was just like people throwing popcorn, just not even watching, just hooting and hollering, and we're just like, "Oh my god!" And we could just feel Peter Chernan's steely gaze just melting the back of our skull. Like he was right behind us. And we could just tell, oh my God, this is a fucking disaster. It couldn't be any worse. And afterwards, we're standing out in the lobby, just shaking, trembling with, like horror. And he's standing a few yards away from us, and we're talking to Harry Uffland, our producer. He's like, well, it didn't go that well, did it? And we're like, yeah, no, I guess not. And he's like, yeah, well, and then like Peter Chernin comes over to us just as a formality. And he's like, hi, I'm Peter Chernin. And he shakes our hand, and he walks away. Like, he didn't say, like, oh, interesting effort, guys, or some token thing. He was just introduced himself and walked away.
Right.
So it was like, okay, I don't think we're in good shape here. And we were not.
And had you experienced anything like that since, or was that kind of a,
Well, I haven't experienced it on the same scale, but yeah, I've had plenty of disappointments in Hollywood. But that was just super dramatic because, you know, I always wanted to be a feature filmmaker. Well, not always, but from the time I went to film school. And I've never been able to make another feature since then. You know, I've worked in TV, which, you know, it's great. I love TV, but you know, I've never had that opportunity again. I hope to before I croak, but, you know, so no, I don't have anything that's really comparable to that kind of dramatic reversal of fortune that I experienced with that movie.
Have you met people in Hollywood that have come up to you, you know, like, you know, I guess known people in Hollywood and been like, man, Freaked was fantastic. That's something I really enjoy.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. Like I told you, the guy just worked with a guy who told me that. Yeah, no, I mean, I work with people all the time that were fans of it. So it's kind of like that. I mean, I don't want to overstate the case because it's not, you know, it's still a pretty obscure movie, but, and we're not on the same level as the Velvet Underground, but that's the famous anecdote is that the Velvet Underground never sold a lot of records, but like everybody who bought one of their records started his own band, you know. And I think it's a little bit similar with Freak because I just meet a lot of people in the comedy business who are fans of it because, you know, the kinds of people who it spoke to are the kinds of people who get it, who get that kind of humor. They're the kind of people that are more likely to be passionate about comedy and want to go make their own movies or TV shows.
Right. So
yeah, that is gratifying to meet people in the business that were fans of it.
And, you know, looking at your career now, kind of is there anything you're working on now?
Yeah, I mean, I've got a few things cooking. One is it's called Golden Revenge. It's something I'm doing with a guy I work with a lot named Josh Gardner, who's, we did a show called Wanderlust together and Saul the Mole Men for Adult Swim.
You won't see the engineer that slams the Nissan Rogue's door 13,920 times. Or the corrosive chamber that simulates 15 years of life in 5 months. Or the Rogue heat-baked for over 300 combined hours. What you will see is a vehicle that can take punch after punch and keep rolling. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. We put it through the worst, so you get its best. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
He and I are doing this show that's basically like Homeward Bound. It's about 2 dogs and a cat that are trying to get across the country back home. But in this case, it's a bloody revenge story. So it's these pets are trying to get home to kill the asshole that abandoned them and tried to kill them. So it's a comedy, but kind of a dark take on the family movie Homeward Bound.
Right. And have you talked about working with Alex and, you know, Tim again on?
Yeah. Well, a couple of years ago, we did work together. We tried to do a reboot of the Idiot Box for MTV, and we wrote a pilot script, which was a lot of fun to do, but it didn't go. It was just too weird and extreme for them. MTV is no longer particularly interested in experimental kind of edgy comedy. So
right.
It didn't fit there.
Which is too bad.
But,
Which is too bad.
It is too bad. But they just, like, it's become, the demographics are, it's like young teenage girls. That's who watch MTV, and they're not particularly, as a demographic, they're not particularly into edgy comedy. They're more into, you know, whatever they're into. I don't know, soap opera type stuff.
Teen moms.
Or reality shows. What's that?
Teen moms.
Teen moms, yeah, real, yeah, I mean, I don't even know what the hell's on MTV these days, but...
Not music.
No, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so we're still all great friends. I worked with Tim Burns. I've worked with him many times over the years. We wrote this movie, American Werewolf in Paris, and we did a show called The Chimp Channel together, and then we just did a pilot for Nickelodeon last year that we wrote. And we're talking about some new ideas we're going to collaborate on. So we're definitely still working together. And I see Alex all the time. We're still best friends, and you know, we talk constantly. Talked to him last night, so you know. we may well work together again. I mean, we've talked about things here and there, but you know, it's kind of like you're just trying to get whatever going, you know, get something going. It's tough. It's a tough business, and you know, you have to kind of take jobs when they're there.
Right.
So, I just finished a sketch comedy show, and now I just booked an episode of Two Broke Girls, which was kind of a good gig for me because it's you know, a network show, pays better than most of the weird stuff I do.
You and Tom and Alex worked on the Idiot Box together, and then you were brought in kind of a little after the fact to work on Freaked with them to make it funnier, correct?
Sort of. I think, and I still think Tom and Alex have a better memory of this because I wasn't privy to how they pitched it or what they changed in the pitch. But they had written a sort of straight-ahead horror movie script that I read that was intended as a project for the Butthole Surfers.
Right.
That's what I recall. And then they were trying to get more money, or I think one funder had pulled out and they were going to pitch it to somebody else. And all I really remember for sure is I remember pitching the idea that they should have a talent show that I felt like even in the horror movie version, if you've got all these freaks and they're kind of an actor and stuff, why don't we get to see what freak show they put on? And then I think we maybe riffed a bit on ideas of what kind of acts they might present and how stupid it might be. And I might even have gone off on some of those, like the game show ideas and stuff that first night. And I think out of that discussion grew this idea of like them thinking, hey, we could turn this into sort of a bigger comedy and back away from sort of the gruesome indie horror movie that it started as. And then the next thing I know, I remember we all got together in a rather rush. So I think somebody must have expressed some kind of interest because suddenly we were in a rush to beat out a story, and we were putting up index cards on the wall in a real. I think it took us a day or two, but it was a real rush to let's figure out a plot. Maybe we should have spent 3 days. I don't know, but that's when that was the three of us in a room kind of beat out the story and came up with the whole EES guy and all that sort of stuff. And I had just written my first long form thing working for the Jim Henson Hour. I'd only written comedy sketches before that, and I had written one hour special for the Jim Henson Hour called Dog City, and I was all full of fervor about subplots and things have to have act breaks because that was all new to me. So I was the only guy in the room going, we need to have like a third act break thing here, and I probably totally screwed it up, but I remember being a bit of an evangelist on that, and they foolishly thought I knew what I was talking about. So I think I had a big influence on structure, for better or worse.
And I mean, you know, you read the original script, obviously, and it was, like you said, it was a straightforward horror film. You know, what are your thoughts on if it had gone just forward as a horror film? Do you think it may have been, you know, a bigger hit than Freaked ended up being?
Well, it couldn't have been a smaller hit. I don't think there is such a thing as a smaller hit than Freaked. So at worst, it might have done the same. I mean, I have such faith in Tom and Alex and their talents then and now that I think if they'd made the film that I read that was this gritty sort of Texas Chainsaw Massacre kind of horror movie, I think that would also have its cult following today and would be a damn good film. It just would have maybe reached a different audience in a different way. But I have no doubt they would have turned it into a pretty damn cool film. But the reality is that, you know, that seemed to be stalled, and then we kind of got on this comedy track, and they're also really great comedy guys with excellent instincts about that and a great visual energy to the way they cut it. So I think the three of us coming off the Idiot Box and the way we worked together on that and having a kind of rhythm and a kind of tone we liked, we were in a mood to say, well, let's find some new source material to bring that sort of Idiot Box attitude to it. So it's hard to say you can never know what any script is going to really turn into and how it will be perceived. But I think what would have been consistent is that energy and that visual style that Tom and Alex have,
right,
both in the way they write, the way they edit, and the way they stage stuff. You know.
And so,
because you can see it in the Idiot Box and you can see it in their student films. There's an energy to it that is kind of unique.
Right. And so, you know, you being primarily, you know, a writer for the film, and obviously you did star in a part in the film as the Hideous Frogman. What do you feel like you personally brought to the script for Freaked?
Well, I remember buying a lot of pickles and potato chips. I brought that because Tom and Alex ate me out of house and home while we were writing it. So that was important. And, I wrote half the scenes at first anyway. Like, we divided them up. Tom and Alex wrote, I think, the even-numbered ones, and I wrote the odd-numbered ones. So there's definitely a lot of my stuff in there. And I think I kind of developed a reputation early on. I don't know how well-deserved it is, but as a joke guy, like just coming up with a good smart-ass line and jokes. I mean, Tom and Alex would no slouch at that either, but that, I think, when we need a line here or something, I would often be the guy to pitch the line that would get the job done. And I think a lot of the subplot stuff, but I'm not even sure anymore about how much of the EES guy and that stuff was me. I think it was me, but I could be totally wrong now. So it really was just, I think I came off of a style of liking things like both a Monty Python sense of weirdness, which they like to mix with. They were more into the Three Stooges. I had not been as big a Three Stooge fan, so they always are better, I think, at staging physical stuff, and I'm usually pretty verbal and good at writing long monologues that have to be cut in half in editing.
Right.
But when anybody talks too long, that's usually my fault. And things like the speeches people give at the end of the movie and the unveiling the different, the EES plans for the place and Elijah's plans, and some of the longer little speeches are mine, or my influence. But it is so hard. We work together so much on the script over the drafts and shooting and in editing that it's an extremely collaborative film. That's one of the best things I like about it.
And it feels that way, because it does feel like a collaboration as opposed to just one person's kind of manic idea. You get the sense that it is a very collaborative film when you watch it.
Yeah, it's hard. It's kind of like the Beatles, except if they were a really shitty, unsuccessful version of the Beatles, but still had that sense of collaboration. Like the three of us together did something that I don't think three separately that we do. But when you put the three of us together, there was a kind of stuff that tended to come out that had its own, I want to say, charm or annoying quality, but there was definitely something about it that other people didn't have, and most people are glad not to have that thing that we have. But it is the unique flavor of the movie, that's for sure. This is what the three of us, this is the kind of music our band was playing in those days.
Right. And so, you do end up playing a character in the film, the Frog Man. When you were writing the script, was that something that you thought was going to be the case? You were going to have to play a character in the film? Or was it, if I need to, I will?
Yeah, it was definitely never part of the equation was to act. That's not something I ever really... I don't even think I acted in the film. I'd say I appeared in the film. It falls below the level that would be qualified as acting, I think. But one was, I thought, I think it was my joke, the Hideous Frogman. I can't remember now. We had more freaks we cut for budget reasons as we got closer to shooting. But Hideous Frogman seemed cheap and achievable because it was just the guy in the wetsuit, and that was much easier than all the prosthetics and servos and robotics and stuff. And even still, I think we were like, well, he doesn't have any lines. We don't want to pay an actor, and we just need somebody to stand there. And I don't think it was my idea. It might have been Tom or Alex's idea. It's like, Tim, you could do it. And I was like, yeah, that'll be fun. It'll be my cameo. Little did I know when I said yes that my cameo would mean like 12 hours a day in a wetsuit in 90-degree heat, holding an actual oxygen tank, not a prop oxygen tank, but like a 40-pound metal oxygen tank that's, meant to be weightless in water, but above ground is...
You won't see the engineer that slams the Nissan Rogue's door 13,920 times, or the corrosive chamber that simulates 15 years of life in 5 months, or the Rogue heat-baked for over 300 combined hours. What you will see is a vehicle that can take punch after punch and keep rolling. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. We put it through the worst, so you get its best. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
Enough to crush your spine on a daily basis. So that was just a sort of kooky moment of foolishness on my part to go, yeah, that sounds like fun, and cut to 2 weeks later in the Malibu heat with a 40-pound tank on my back door. I'm like, what the hell did I get myself into? And I did it because I would, as a producer, I didn't have to get paid as much. I took the extra rate. I think it was $40 or $50 a day or something. So it saved us money, and I wasn't so bad that I distracted from the other qualified actors. And also I acted as a firewall to stand next to the eternal flame so that his torch wouldn't burn any of the expensive actors.
Right. And that, Lee Arenberg spoke about his costume, essentially the flame being right below his groin. So I can only imagine what it would like to be standing next to it while it's going off, let alone having it between your legs. So
yeah, it was hot, and it was, he's wearing it and he's acting, and of course you're not always completely controlling your movement. So every time he would pivot or turn even a little bit, this 4-foot flame behind him is spraying in a different direction, and I had to be pretty nimble on my feet, which, for a 6'4" guy requires some doing. But luckily my suit of hot melted rubber kept me marginally safe. But it was a bit scary sometimes. The funny thing with that suit was, I think they tried 2 different ignition mechanisms, that he had a little button in his hand that he would turn it on and off with when we were shooting, and it would always work in the read-throughs. It would work, in the run-throughs and the dry rehearsal, and the minute they would yell action and the cameras rolling, it would fail to work.
Right.
We lost a lot of takes because of that frickin' torch. I think the discussion quickly became can we CGI this, or can we do it as an effect? And no, that was going to be more expensive. But boy, there's so many takes where it's no, cut, the torch isn't working. That was a pain.
Typical Murphy's Law, right? Yeah.
This was a good. That was the other thing I learned from this movie too. Is and I've unfortunately had a bizarre career of working on stuff that's full of moving parts. And I really want to write a My Dinner with Andre movie with just 2 guys sitting at a table. My luck, the table would break once we started shooting. But it seems like every time you do it, there's in Freak, you've got 5 or 6 monsters that have remote controlled eyeballs and eyebrows, and then there's the the prosthetics on the other people, and there's the gas powered eternal torch, and that is just a 1,000 Murphy's Laws all waiting to go wrong at the same time. And so just the number of things that could go wrong in any given take was pretty high. And then you start thinking, geez, it's hard to get a good performance. You wish that the best take was the one with the good performance in it, but a lot of time the best take is the one where none of the machinery broke.
Right.
And none of the props fell off and nobody tripped. That was a good lesson in filmmaking.
You mentioned some freaks that didn't make the cut. Do you remember what any of them were?
No, I should dig out one of my old drafts and look, because I know we had more, and I don't even remember. It's been too long. I'm sorry, I should have studied ahead of time. But
No. I was just curious because, being such a huge fan of the film, I was just curious as to what other crazy ideas you guys had cooked up. So
yeah, I want to say the amazing glowing termite man or something, but I don't know. I'm completely blank on it. I'll have to look what kind of drafts I've got, if I've got early enough ones. But I sort of remember a process of killing 2 or 3 other freaks that we had that were either going to be too busy, too impossible to build, or were just cheap jokes that again didn't have a much role to play in the plot. And it was we can't afford all this money to get rid of them. I remember they really wanted to cut the whole tunneling sequence, and I think there was a lot more to the tunneling sequence at one point, and we fought to keep that. I really liked the seeing the slides that turns into they see the lost city of Nod, and then it's just slides of Ernie's bar mitzvah.
Yeah.
That was one of my favorite, just really weird jokes. And I think that was because I'd seen some movie or old movie where it was very clearly just a rear screen projection of the amazing thing they see, and just thought it'd be fun to make a joke about the cheap projections they always used in those old movies.
Right, because I was going to ask you what that joke came from, because it just comes out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think it was kind of a joke about how bad the matte shots in those old movies that were very clearly just paintings. I think that's where my head was at. And I also liked the word Kugel. I didn't know there used to be an actual flavored peanut butter spread when I was a kid that was sold under the brand name Kugel, and they had a kind of mascot almost like the Kool-Aid Man, and it was a really failed product. I think it lasted 1 year and then Kugel died, and I didn't realize that Kugel was this Jewish food. So I learned that later. So I thought, I have to use that in a script because I just like saying Kugel. I had that Ernie say, I laughed so hard Kugel came out my nose. So this is not, I wouldn't recommend this as a writing philosophy in general, just to try and cram in as much of your favorite stupid stuff into a script. But that's often how I worked in my 20s. I want to say Kugel in a show. Let's do whatever it takes to say Kugel.
And, and I think that works for the film because it feels like a film that, again, is very collaborative and you guys were just kind of throwing everything at the wall and seeing what stuck.
Yeah. I mean, I do think there's a lot of wisdom in you have to make yourself laugh. At the end of the day, you can't guess really what someone else is going to laugh at, and what's the point of making other people laugh if it doesn't make you laugh? You have to go with the sort of impulse you get the first minute you think of it. And if it made you laugh then, great, because after budget meetings and production meetings and casting and hearing people read the line 100 times and seeing it in a test screening and a rough cut, you're going to forget what you ever thought was funny about any of the jokes. So at the end of the day, we would often go back to, well, all I know is this made me laugh a lot the first time we thought of it or when we were in the room. And that's kind of your, that's your lighthouse that guides you forward as you write. I found something in this really funny, and you just have to stay true to that because the rest of it is so relative and gets much, much harder to gauge as the process goes on. And that was another big lesson for me was that, I don't think I'd ever done anything like that where you're living with the same material for not just months, but really a year or two by the time it's finally done. And it becomes so hard to keep your perspective about what the funny jokes are and what the less funny jokes are.
Right. And once you and Tom and Alex wrapped up writing the script, how many drafts and kind of variations and edits did you guys do to get the script kind of to where it ended up being for the final film?
That is a good question, and I do not know the answer. I'm going to guess less than 10 drafts, but more than 5. You do so many. I mean, I think we did probably 3 big drafts, 3 where you change plot and you really rethink some character stuff, or you cut entire large sections because you want to get the page count down, or somebody tells you how much it's going to cost to do something. But once the story was set and we, had the beginning, middle, end pretty stuck, then you do a lot of small pre-production drafts that are really like, I don't know if I mentioned this before, but I remember us killing this whole joke where a guy had built an Eiffel Tower out of matchsticks. I think Cowboy had built an entire French city or something out of matchsticks.
Right.
And he brings it in just in time for the Eternal Torch to turn around and incinerate it. And it was just a funny joke. But that was one of those jokes. We were in a meeting and somebody told us how long that was going to take to shoot, and that there was 2 other similar jokes, and let's kill it. And the second we said, yes, let's kill the matchstick French town, the prop guy walked in with his perfect replica of the Eiffel Tower made, to tiny scale with matchsticks. And just to see his face as he walks in with it, and we say, yeah, we're cutting that. It was kind of like the joke in the movie where the cowboy walks in with it and it gets destroyed immediately. So it got a laugh in real life. It got a laugh in the room because we had ruined this guy's day. But that one never made it to the floor. And there was a lot of jokes like that were, again, that was the other lesson I had learned, that every joke kind of has a price tag. How many hours will it take to shoot? How many props does it take to build? How many people are going to be involved in it? And that's just a weird way to look at a joke. You don't normally think about which one. Is this joke worth $10,000? Is that joke worth $20,000? I don't know. It shakes your confidence as a writer when the props guy says, yeah, it's a funny joke, but is it worth $15,000? I don't know. I thought it was funny when I wrote it.
Right. Yeah, I can imagine, when you put something down on paper, sometimes you kind of get lost in the excitement of creating something and the reality of it doesn't really sink in.
Yeah, and you're always like, part of you thinks, but it will be worth it because this will be the joke that'll put us over the top, that'll make people remember this film forever, and it'll be, this is the one we need. But everyone else is like, this is 6 hours of our day to shoot this little 5-second piece of nonsense you thought up, and the deeper you get into it, the more you learn about the production process, about what resources might be required for this or that thing. So you do get better at economizing and writing a smart joke that isn't going to burst the bank. But Tom and I wrote a sci-fi script afterwards together where somebody said, it's a great script, but the first 20 pages cost $130 million.
Wow.
I think we're like, yeah, okay, let's scale it down a bit.
So, speaking of the jokes in the film, and you mentioned the one joke that got cut. What joke are you the most proud of that made it into the final film?
Well, I'm going to be like, I don't know if I have a standard answer to that, but I do know that just recently somebody told me their favorite joke, and I felt kind of good that it was something I thought of, because I think the milkman escape was largely my idea, and the line, when Elijah says, that's a lot of milkmen on the same route, no wonder they fight, and then Dog Boy says, 12 milkmen is theoretically possible. 13 is silly. That was somebody else's favorite that I just heard, and I thought, yeah, I like that one a lot. And there's weird moments. It's just like Elijah offering Rick fiddle faddle during that movie. I don't know. That cracks me up.
I personally love that joke. Just his, I don't know.
Yeah. The way he does it. And then there's the guy at the EES meeting, the pitchman, who adds, one more thing.
You won't see the engineer that slams the Nissan Rogue's door 13,920 times. Or the corrosive chamber that simulates 15 years of life in 5 months. Or the Rogue heat-baked for over 300 combined hours. What you will see is a vehicle that can take punch after punch and keep rolling. Nissan. #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. We put it through the worst, so you get its best. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
This will, whatever it's like, our enemies will swim in the blood. It will be knee-deep in the blood of their children. I just thought, that's a pretty weird, the fact that he adds that, that's a phrase I came up with. Oh, that's like the darkest, nastiest thing I could think of. To put that in the mouth of a guy in a suit as a corporate weasel just seemed kind of fun. I like the guys, the old guys with their hands, the board with their hands on a string.
Right.
Just rubber stamping stuff. There's a lot of stupid jokes I like in this movie. What can I say? Somebody's got to like the jokes in this movie. I guess it's me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there are too many for me to pick. When I spoke with Alex, he told me that his favorite was the Hammer's backstory.
Oh, yeah. And my dad told you about how my wife played a big part in that, right? Because I think the idea was that the Hammer has a backstory, but the original version of it was that the Hammer, it was a different kind of hammer, and it was a more played out thing, and it was my wife who we were arguing about what kind of hammer or what got changed about it, and my wife was the one who said, why not just make it a wrench? It was something else, and now it's a hammer. Isn't that what all the other freaks were? And I was like, yeah, why didn't I think of that? And I hated her and loved her for about 5 seconds there. I was like, how dare you come up with a better joke than me there? But that was the right joke. It worked really well. Yeah, that's one of the weirdest, dumbest jokes in the whole film.
And even in the scene with the milkman, the Hammer has a little milkman outfit on.
Yeah, that's really going the extra mile.
Yeah.
But he's along for the ride. And something always cracked me up about people in costumes wearing other costumes on top of their costumes. So even the frogman in a milkman outfit kind of cracks me up. When I worked on the Henson Hour, there was this sketch we kept trying to sell that Jim never bought, and Bill Prady, who went on to create and run The Big Bang Theory. Him and I were in the same room on this show, and he really liked this. I think we came up with it together, and it was the idea of this pirate ship where the pirates then forced people to watch sort of like bad cruise ship variety shows. And the pirates put on a version of Cat. And the idea of pirates dressed as Cat just made us giggle. We would lose hours in the afternoon just doing our own rendition of pirates as Cat. So I don't know. Costumes on costumes crack me up for reasons I could never explain.
Well, and there's just something so endearing about seeing the entire cast of the film in milkman outfits as well.
Yeah, it's such a bad idea that, as an escape plan, for their big... They've had all this time to work on it, and this is what they come up with. It's just so wrong. It's pretty funny. And, I'm trying to scan anything else, but I think that'll always stick out for me for sure. And I love even when Elijah's got his plan for the freak world, and he unveils it, and it's just a smaller version or a larger version of the other freak world. It's exact, but slightly larger.
Yeah.
It's kind of a weird joke, but it's weird to me that, I can't think of many other films that are like Freaked since. You'd almost think, well, this was the tone of the times. It's similar in a way to The Simpsons. There's a lot of these kind of post-Mad Magazine, post-Monty Python jokes, and yet there haven't been a lot of comedies that are as anarchic and surreal as Freaked that have been done. I can't even, in the sort of Adam Sandler stuff and the Farrelly Brothers stuff, people don't go into this turf much. It's pretty fringe, I guess. I guess it's hard to get a budget. It's hard to make stuff this weird with a budget.
Well, and, I feel like the closest it comes to, I guess something that I would say, not an influence, but when I try to explain it to someone, it's got the similar comedic style of the Airplane films to some extent. Because there's verbal gags, and then there's also a fair amount of sight gags as well.
Yeah, Yeah, it's probably. I remember too when Hot Shots came out, and that was. I think that was around the same time we were doing this. It was around because I know I went to the. Remember going to the premiere. We all went to the premiere of Hot Shots or Hot Shots Part 2. Can't remember. And Alex. I went there with Alex and Tom, and Alex broke my nose. But that's a whole other story.
Wow, broke your nose.
He didn't mean to though. There was a power outage, and I was doing a joke where I was going to pretend to be fumbling for my seat and grope him in an illicit way to bother him. And I didn't see, and because there was a power outage, that he was getting up from his seat at the time. So he rose up, and his skull collided with my nose in a nice crunchy way. there was an audible kind of thunk, and then I was there in this darkened theater in a power outage, and my nose was bleeding everywhere. That was a special day.
Oh man.
But we had a blast. That's the big thing, I think I don't know if it was as much a blast for Tom and Alex because they had to go through the entire grueling, post-production ordeal when the studio wasn't liking it and they wanted it cut down and the test things didn't go so well. But the actual shooting and the day-to-day of us making it and working together writing it was really a blast, and we had a lot of laughs. And that's the part I always remember.
And that comes across on screen.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, the actual day-to-day was, we coined the term, and it's on the crew jacket that we had, was entertainment through pain and misery, because everybody was physically uncomfortable in their suit because it was either hot or bent their spine in a weird way or was like, itchy makeup on their face. Keanu, the dog hair was on his face would drive him nuts, and he'd let out these howls every now and again because he couldn't scratch his face because of all this fine fur that had been flecked on, but it was driving him insane. And yet I think it was kind of like going through that whole horrible experience with everybody kind of brought us all together, and we had a blast kind of thinking we're making something very strange here, and we're doing we're contorting ourselves into odd positions to make this thing, but it's a heck of a ride. It was an experience, that's for sure. And Tom and Alex are very fun. They keep the energy going because they're both, I'm more Canadian and slow and contemplative, but Tom and Alex are both, Chihuahuas on crack. There's never a lack of energy in the room with the two of them, especially back then.
Right. So I did want to ask you a little bit about your actual time on the film. And you mentioned already a little bit that your costume, while it might seem like it wouldn't be one of the more strenuous ones to wear, you were wearing a full-size tank and suit.
Yeah, there was the original one. They never did change the suit because the suit was not like one of these modern wetsuits. They're neoprene or whatever they call it. It was, I think they got it from an army surplus place, and it was about almost an inch thick rubber, like old school rubber. So that was super hot. And the tank was, as I say, like this 40 or 50 pound tank, which eventually I had to almost pull rank as one of the writers/producers of the film to get the props guy to spend the $50 to get a plastic tank. That took, I think, about 3 weeks into shooting. I had a crutch. I remember when we did the whole milkman scene, every time they'd yell cut, everybody in the cast either needed a chair to sit on or somebody to hold their prosthetic because they were all like they're getting muscle cramps from all this stuff. And me, it would be somebody would run out and hand me a crutch, and I would use this crutch to prop up the tank on my back because it was, causing me such back pain. So eventually we did get a plastic tank to repair it. But I would get so hot in that rubber suit that one day I was just standing there in between takes, and I had one of those plastic cups to, drinking water out of, and I went to drink it, and I thought, that tastes really wrong. And then I realized my cup was empty a few minutes ago, and I realized that my sweat had trickled down my sleeve or my arm and had filled my water cup, and I was now drinking my own sweat.
Oh.
And that grossed me out to a great deal. And Tom just said, "Hey, there's people in LA that would pay a lot of money for a sweat cure like that. So you're getting a free sweat spa." But after that, I really had to be careful about checking what I was drinking because I was just sweating, like literally dripping as I walked around because the suit was so freaking hot. It was crazy. And Mr. T, Tom probably told you that he would just never stop talking. There was no amount of the AD or the director or anybody yelling quiet on set. That is applied to everybody except Mr. T. Because, if you yell quiet, everybody goes quiet, but Mr. T's going, yeah, that's right, quiet on set. Yeah, we got to make a movie here. We're making a movie. It's Hollywood time. Yeah, Mama needs a fur coat. Let's go. Let's make some money. Let's make some money. Let's make some Hollywood. And just go, and just not non-stop. So they eventually just stopped even saying quiet because it just wouldn't work on him. And that was fine. Just like, okay, he's Mr. T. Let him be Mr. T. So got used to that pretty fast.
Yeah, and Tom and Alex both told me about him walking off set, obviously, and I think that's been kind of talked to death, as unfortunate as it is.
Yeah, but before that, he was great. I mean, it was odd because he never showed any sign of discontent before that. I just remember there's, at the craft services, they'd always put out, a tray of candy and stuff like that to keep you energized, and he would go up and he would grab the entire tray of cookies. There'd be like a tray of chocolate chip cookies. He'd grab the whole tray and go back to his seat at the lunch table or whatever, and he'd just like, yeah, I gotta have my cookies. Mr. T loves it. He'd just take the entire tray.
Jeez.
And that's, I think they just knew after the first week, let's make a second tray of cookies and wait till he grabbed the first one and then we'll put another one down. Because the first one was tea and cookies. And Brooke Shields, I remember, having, she was only there, I think, a day or 2 days for her part. So she didn't have to put up with as much of it, but I remember her having to sit there and wait while they argued while she had a mouthful of the blue blood she was spitting out at the end. That was memorable.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about your, what it was like working with some of your co-stars.
I think for the most part we were just like a big, almost like a team of, I would say Army recruits, but what do I know about that? I just but it was really that, I guess what they call a bunker mentality, right? We were just, especially the freaks, because we're just like herded around like cattle and stuck in a lot of group shots, especially like shooting that like last the Beast Boy versus the giant, Stewie super monster scene where we're all at the back in a cage. I think that was like 2 or 3 days of us just cramped together in a cage. But we all got along.
You won't see the engineer that slams the Nissan Rogue's door 13,920 times. Or the corrosive chamber that simulates 15 years of life in 5 months. Or the Rogue heat-baked for over 300 combined hours. What you will see is a vehicle that can take punch after punch and keep rolling. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. We put it through the worst, so you get its best. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
Done pretty well, and there was a lot of joking, and we all did our Mr. T impersonations. So trading Mr. T impersonations and complaining about our various physical ailments in our assorted costumes. So Derek McGrath's worm outfit was his own nightmare, and nosy Jeff Kahn with the giant head that pulled his head in a lot of variations. I think we all got along well because we were all going like, this is the stupidest thing we've ever done. And I took a lot of the ribbing because Tom and Alex are behind the camera and they're working. I'm the one who's there with 8 other disgruntled freaks in physical discomfort going, what the fuck were you thinking? Like, why did you write this? I did a lot of shuffling and saying it seemed funny at the time, and we're going to be huge stars. This movie's going to be huge. You'll be thanking me for making your career. No, not quite.
And I want to ask you about that. When you saw the final product, when you saw the final film, what were your thoughts on it?
To be honest, initially I was still in shock about how much got cut out. They cut it down so much. And again, I was pretty green to the whole process, so I was aghast. Oh no, what happened to that scene that we wrote? I didn't really digest for a while that that's just what happens in movies quite typically. And they were pretty brutal about it because of the one test screening that in the Valley that didn't go well. But once I made peace with that, with the scenes, which again now I don't really miss them. I watch the film and I enjoy it, and I like that it goes really fast. So I think that's all fine. But generally, it was like a lot of fun. I was just very proud of it and very proud that we got away with it. And I was just watching all these like nutty ideas that we had, and to see it all play together, it was just like, wow, this is like a real movie. Because I'd only done sketches and short TV stuff before that. So I think I was just impressed I think I was most thrilled just seeing the 20th Century Fox logo at the beginning, because that's like, wow, that's real Hollywood. And then this nonsense comes on screen. And there's a lot of impressive stuff. I thought Randy's great in it, and I thought Alex was hilarious, and Tom's Milkman cameo cracks me up every time. So there's just a lot of moments in that film that I really enjoy watching. And at the time, then you immediately go like, will anyone else get this? I think right away then I was thinking, is this funny? I think it's pretty funny, but maybe that's just me, and maybe I'm pretty weird. And, and it seems like, yeah, it was just me and I'm pretty weird. A lot of people did not think it was funny, and there was a lot of awkward silence watching it with other people sometimes. So then you're just like, come on, that was funny. What's your problem? But I like it. I still love seeing it because it encapsulates a sort of 20-something go for it mentality that I probably, I don't have quite that. I wouldn't be that nuts to do anything that outrageous right now because I have to eat.
Right. And there was recently, in the last couple of years, there was a 20th anniversary screening of the film in LA, and you were present for that. Kind of, what was that like watching it with that crowd versus watching it with the initial crowd that, like you said, didn't get it, and they were just kind of sitting there, not laughing at some of the gags?
I should say the first people we saw a cast and crew, and that was great. And we saw it at the Toronto Film Festival at their Midnight Madness thing, which is all horror movie fans, and that was great. Both of those audiences actually hooted and hollered and loved the film. And I think I may have told you that after the second Toronto Film Festival screening, I was surprised to be confronted by Edward James Olmos, who at the time was really just known for Miami Vice, and he has that low, urgent, breathy way of speaking, and he said, I love the film. It's hilarious. How's the studio treating you? And I just thought, oh my God, I'm talking to Edward James Olmos. And then the studio I knew was not treating us well, and I said, oh, they're kind of burying the film. And he goes, I can't remember exactly what he said. It was something like, the bastards. You got to fight for it. It's a good movie. So that heartened me to know that Edward James almost liked the film. But then the 20-year anniversary was an out-of-body experience. It was really, really strange to be watching it with people 20 years later after people pretty much having forgotten it for all that time, and then seeing, wow, there's like a lineup outside, and people are coming in and they're laughing in all the right places, and they know this film and they enjoy it, and that really blew my mind. I was thrilled to see that, and for me, I hadn't seen the film myself in maybe 10 years, and it made me not laugh a lot. I thought, okay, this is a funny film. I'm tired of thinking, what we should have done or why didn't it do better. But watching it with an audience that gets it and having fun really was a great cap on the story for me. I'd had open heart surgery not too long before that, and so just still being alive and making the trip and getting there to see that was huge. I got to say, that was one of the happiest days I had for a long time. So I'm looking forward to the 40th anniversary.
Yeah, I mean, I can only imagine what it's like to see Freaked on a big screen, because I've only obviously ever seen it on either my computer or on a TV. So I can only imagine what it's like to see it in a room with fans of the film, and Tom and Alex and Megan was there as well. Yeah,
Megan's there, and Arturo played. He played a couple of the small characters. I can't remember. I think he was one of the eyeballs. Yeah, that's what he was. And yeah, it's great on a big screen. It really is. A lot of the effects and a lot of the creature scenes, they look so great. And for me, it's a weird flashback experience too, because seeing it every time now, it takes me back to shooting it and writing it, and there's always new details that I kind of had forgotten about that poke out at me. So it's a cool achievement for me to think, yeah, I did that. We were 25, 26 or something, and that reminds me, yeah, just keep writing stupid stuff. Write what makes you laugh, because it makes me laugh, and it just reminds me that that's the kind of stuff I like to do.
So speaking of what you're doing now, what are you working on now?
Well, last few years, I spent a few years on this show called My Babysitter's a Vampire, which was on Disney Channel, and I was what they call the showrunner, head writer on that show. I didn't create it, but I sort of started it from scratch, wrote the movie. They did a TV movie that I wrote, and then I ran the show for 2 seasons, and we had a lot of fun on that, and I was really, really glad to see that do well and get a young audience. And we got to do, I still think, a lot of pretty funny jokes. Like, I think I brought a lot of it's an odd niche that I've got over the years, but I've done a lot of horror and comedy, which is not something a lot of people do. And then since then, Tom and I were writing together on a couple things. We almost had this pilot for Nickelodeon that was very close to getting done, and then similar to the Freaked experience, they changed presidents, and the new president didn't like it. The old president loved it, and it was one of those out with the old regime. So Tom and I are still trying to develop stuff. I'm working on features, and I do a lot of music written for the Sprout channel, actually, which is like a preschool channel. And if you've got little kids and watch Sprout, you've probably heard me singing. I sing a lot of their theme songs, like the Good Night, or I used to sing the Good Night Show. I think that's somebody else now, the Sunny Side Up Show and the Chica Show. So I do a lot of kids' music, which is a strange other job for a guy who writes such weird band comedy. And then I'm pretty much just, I have a film I co-wrote with the Jim Henson Company that just is getting shot. It's a Thanksgiving special called Turkey Hollow. It was pretty exciting to work on because it was an original idea Jim and Jerry Jewell worked on together, and his daughter Lisa found it sort of in the archives and tried to revive it. So we managed to get it, and it was just, for me, a big thrill to be writing something that started with Jim. He did the outline, and then I wrote the script, and another writer came on after me. But so yeah, that's just shooting now. So that was kind of exciting.
Prior to being involved in Freaked, where were you in your career at the time?
I believe I had done Encino Man. I don't think I started the series yet. But I had part of the reason I was up for that job and beat out some competition at the time, people who were working, was because I had gotten the lead in Encino Man. I was the girl, and that hadn't come out yet. I think that I actually went to the premiere during shooting. They put it in my contract so I could go to my first, big movie premiere. So I was just starting to branch out. I don't think I had done a series yet. In fact, that was kind of a thing that my agent didn't want me to do a series after having done a few feature films all in a row. So I was getting started. I had a little bit of stuff underneath me, but I was still, at the beginning part of my career.
And what drew you to the role of Julie in Freaked?
Well, I really do have, I like the offbeat. I definitely like, taking a far left, with entertainment, and I'm sure that a lot of people didn't respond to the piece because it was bold and very, in-your-face comedy. And my boyfriend at the time, who's my husband now, he was a fan of that kind of genre too, and him and his brother actually knew of the Idiot Box. I knew about it but didn't necessarily watch it, but both of them knew exactly who they were. And, but they knew who the Butthole Surfers were, and I didn't know who they were, but they did. And so I was, I was in a position to research this project, get its cred, basically. It had street cred in my household. So, I just really, I still to this day respond to the kind of, zany, offbeat, in your face, slapsticky kind of comedy. I don't get to do it enough. And, so, I was game when, I had to puke up, pea soup and wear a puppet and tap dance with a Siamese twin. And, I thought it was great.
Right. So was it fairly competitive for the role of Julie? Do you know how competitive it was?
Yeah, it was pretty competitive. Yeah. I mean, there were, actresses. It's funny because there were, I believe I went to I was going to the wrap party for Encino Man, which was a Disney movie, and a lot of people who made that movie have gone on to do big things, and it was very much the sort of young Hollywood crowd. In the 90s, the culture was, these little films, a little bit of money went a long way. Independent films were exploding, and then, studios made these little sort of pet projects, and I did a series of those movies in the 90s that were all these sort of junior films. They weren't huge star vehicles, but they were original, right? They were like original stories. And the studios don't really make these movies anymore. I guess they make more like the Will Ferrell kind of genre or the Adam Sandler kind of genre, but those are so bloated now, they're not the same thing. But, so I was at a wrap party, and there was, these agents and managers, people I had actually interviewed because I was in the mood to get a manager. And this one manager who I'd known through meeting him, to possibly being my manager, and just through the community of all the young actors, was telling me how I shouldn't take the offer to do Freaked, right? And it was called Hideous Mutant Freaks back then.
Right.
He's like, oh, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. It's like, it's such an offbeat movie. I know it's Fox and everything, but you can use that. See the Man movie? And it turns out, I found out later that he represented one of the girls, who's one of the girls from Heathers, and it was like, he didn't want me to take the role because his client wanted the role. So, it's like no big deal now in the way that, the entertainment industry is such a, massive corporate institution and everything is so big now. But, back then, the communities were little. It was a big deal to get in on those auditions, but when you're, 17 to 25 and producers and directors have time to meet with you, it's very, very different now. But you get in the door because they don't expect you to come in with necessarily a ton of credit. They expect you to be somewhat green, and because you're young, so I definitely had enough, experience at that point to feel confident about the process. But, we were all sort of still, kids, really, still living with our friends and, roommates. And, we were young. So, big managers giving you advice,
Right.
seemed important. It seemed like a big deal, and I'm so glad I didn't listen to him.
And so when you landed the part and you were going through the table reads, I've actually seen some of the footage of some of those table reads. What was that atmosphere like, getting to kind of sit down and meet your co-stars and do some of those early table reads?
It was wonderful. What was nice about, I was still very young, very sure of what I wanted to do with my life and very happy to be there, but a bit nervous and anxious about fitting in, and, full well by that time that you can get fired, even though I wasn't, that feeling probably gets worse as you get older because the more you see it happen. But, I remember feeling like this was going to be different than, the small amount of jobs I had done before, because it was clearly this collaborative, artistic, all hands on deck, everybody in production. From the get-go, especially from that day, it was very clear that this was going to be a special experience. And it truly was. There's nothing I can really compare it to when it comes to the community of making the movie. And, I don't want to sound like a cliche, and it was the best crew and the best this, but what it was a bunch of young, talented people who really had this singular goal of making this really offbeat film, very unique story. It wasn't conventional, it wasn't traditional, it wasn't formula. And everybody who went into this, like Catherine Hardwick was the production designer, and she was this crazy lady with a bird on her head, and she's directed Twilight films since then, and she's like a big director now. But, back then she was like this, former art student putting on, making all these crazy sets for this movie with a giant Elijah head, and, it was amazing. The scale of the production was, it was every day there was a new treat. There was something new to be surprised by and laugh about, and yet it was not like a James Bond movie. It wasn't like these gorgeous set locations where you have these set pieces and you have these giant crews with all this money and craft service, and it wasn't that kind of production. It was more like a community, like a theater company pulling all their resources. And we were very private. We were at a soundstage in downtownish area, and it was one stage, and then a set of like dressing rooms and other support buildings around it. They even had an editing bay, so they shot on film. That's what we did in the 90s. And we'd have dailies every night, which everyone was invited to. So you could sit in the theater and watch the dailies all together every day. And that stuff just barely happens now. And if it does happen, it's more of like, just the star and the director. Smaller sort of groups where they collaborate, where they have a partnership of collaboration, like a give and take, versus most of the time it's we tell you and you do what we say. There's a real strong division in Hollywood now. And so then, it was a family. We really spent every minute together for the production shoot, which I don't remember how long it was. I feel like maybe it was about 6 weeks, 8 weeks. And, most of us had insane costumes, insane gear we had to, figure out how to live in. and prosthetics that we had to survive. And, Alex kept his prosthetics on, I think, for multiple days at once, and got a huge boil, and all sat outside and looked up into his dressing room area. He had like this office dressing room that was a second story. None of us had a second story. He was in this one building, and you could see him. We could see him up, like the doctor working on his face, and we were all sitting by, like, are they going to fix him? Are they going to fix him? Because he had worn his makeup so that he could sleep and save production time, and you can't do that. You can't wear the latex under skin for,
right.
He'll tell you the story. So, that's something that I've never had an experience since then like it. Maybe parts of it, but never the whole package. We'd have to, everything, all the scenes we did in the barn, it would require so many of us all being ready and in our, prosthetics. So you'd have, a whole row behind the camera of puppeteers, all with their gears. You'd see behind the camera, like all the other crew that made our stuff work, or the special effects team, because we had 3 special effects, and then we had regular key, beauty, hair, and makeup. So all of these people ready to touch us up with whatever we needed. And when we had to do a set turnaround, we'd all go outside and sit all together on the ramp right outside the stage door. And, Mr. T would just do stand-up. It would just be the Mr. T break. And he would, tell jokes and tease on people and call, and it was like a family, it was great. Nobody went off to the dressing room to be alone or, we all enjoyed interacting together.
And so I'm kind of curious, you mentioned it a little bit with Alex kind of getting into his kind of attire. What was it like working, with Michael Stoyanov as Ernie in that kind of Julie Ernie costume?
Well, I haven't talked to Michael so long, and I would love to see him. It's funny how you run into so many people, and the fact that I haven't run into him in a while is strange to me. But, what was interesting was, so we had to be attached, literally attached. They designed and fabricated this sort of giant ace bandage, if you can imagine, like this stretchy, elastic fabric that was sewn in a way that when you put us together, you basically taped us into each other, right? Mm-hmm. And we had, because again, Alex is so well-versed in craft and technique. He had hired an Alexander technique instructor, which is it's a type of movement for actors. It's not really dance, but it's a way to use your body without depleting it. How to, certain kinds of carriage and breathing, and if you're playing a certain character that has like a hunch, then how you would adapt your body to do that, to facilitate that realistically. So, it's very cool, and only somebody from theater would know that. And we were able to practice and find these sort of physical positions so that we would be as comfortable as possible in a very, very uncomfortable situation. And so we had this harness, and the day we shot the milkman scene, we were attached to each other. There was no robot, and there was no puppet in the majority of that stuff, and we were attached for several hours, okay? Mm-hmm. So could you imagine, like, sitting down, standing up, whatever you wanted to do, attached to each other. And when they took us apart, we were so physically injured, basically. Like, we had such, like, muscle pulls on our shoulders from holding the, he got us on the masseuse. Like, we had a masseuse on set to help us come out of that device because our bodies were so strained, and then they swore we would never have more than an hour. Like, they would never, ever let us be in the harness for an hour. And so then we started playing these games about how fast we could get dressed, because we had about 6 dressers. People to put the straps on, put the different clothes on, put the shoes on, and to put the boob in the one side, and then all the little things that had to be done to make it right. And so we had to be, professional. We had to be patient and, relaxed, because it's a very stressful situation just to be on set performing, but to be physically limited and to never be alone for a lot of that time, especially for a performer who sometimes needs to be introverted to get ready. We spent a lot of instant time, and the truth is we were very different people. So all the production that I had done up until that point was all, small, fast and dirty, B-movie type things. And then Encino Man, which is a bigger movie, but still fast. And, I was used to shooting 6 to 12 pages a day. And, I grew up as a model, so I know how to change in the back, my costume in the back of the car. And just very gritty, durable. And Michael, and I teased him about this the whole time, was on a top 10 sitcom, right?
Right.
Which is the easiest, physically, I'm not going to say emotionally, but physically the easiest job to have, because you're at the same set, you only take 2 days, you only have one long day a week, you know what I mean? You never have a scene that lasts longer than this amount of time, So he was like, what the hell? It was completely foreign to him. And he also quit smoking during that time, and he was about to get married. So poor Michael had me to contend with, annoying, obnoxious me who can't stop talking, and then all these other conditions. So he definitely had the harder end of the deal, because I was, a little more, I wasn't so on edge as he was.
Right.
But we fought a lot like the characters, but never in a, I'm not coming out of my dressing way, like in a bickering, no, you said this, no, I said this, no, I said I wanted that, in a very, very much like the characters, like very sibling-like,
Mm-hmm.
And so, that was probably one of the biggest challenges, I think, making the movie, was just having that joint partnership with someone. And yet, because we had to work on a lot of physical gags, all the Three Stooges stuff, we had to do all that stuff together and the dancing. And, I think we did really well for not knowing each other at all, and, being very different people and having very different personal circumstances going on. And, I in retrospect, I was really lucky to have Michael, because as much as he complained about stuff, he did it. He was down for it, and he didn't throw any tantrums. I mean, since then I've worked with a lot of other actors and seen a lot of different examples of set behavior. And so, we were grumpy with each other a lot. I mean, we didn't hate each other. We just were grumpy. We bicker like the characters did, and kind of justifiably, But I'm grateful, because he was really good at the part, and I think the characters work because of the contrast of our natures.
And how do you feel about your characters not being all kind of, totally freaked out in the way that, some of the other actors are in the film, say like John Hawkes, who's in the cowboy outfit, or even Alex, who was in the Ricky Coogan monster outfit.
Uh-huh.
Were you kind of disappointed that you didn't get to go full prosthetic?
No.
I don't blame you.
No, because so it was a trade-off, right? Because we went to regular hair and makeup, which meant I got to look pretty. You know what I mean? I got to have regular, pretty makeup, and the hair and makeup department, again, those people went on to be like personal hair and makeup people for very big stars now. Everybody from that show went on and did really well. And so that was a pleasure. And so we didn't have to come into work 4 hours before our call time. We came in a regular hour and a half before. And but we had the more uncomfortable situation of being attached to each other. And they couldn't release us if it was a quick lens change, or that it had to be a real minimum 15-minute break for the camera in order to change it, to take us out of the costume, because it took so much effort to get it on and get it off. So that's where we had it more difficult. The physicality of us being attached to each other. But where other people, it was hard to manage the prosthetics, but it didn't really. Once it was on, you just kind of dealt with it. And the cowboy, that thing was crazy, but he could take it on and off. You know what I mean?
Right.
The worm guy, Derek, right?
Yeah.
He had it tough because it was heavy. It was a really big head. So physically it was you couldn't get through a doorway. You know what I mean? So he was kind of limited to his movement as well.
So what was your personal favorite, scene in the film to film? I guess the one that maybe you're the most proud of, I guess, as, looking back on the film.
Well, I guess it's silly, but I think my favorite scene, and I still have it on my reel, I refuse to take it off even though, it doesn't need to be on there, is the tap dancing scene for the show, where we're doing the vaudeville number. I think that's my favorite moment. And I mean, it's the least acting, you know, it's a short, brief moment, but to me it just personifies the whole job. It's this campy, you know, comment on vaudeville, and yet we're Siamese twins, and then we're fighting, and then we have this physical hit, and, you know, and then there's a special effect where they took the body out, you know, because the way we had to do it several times, where we did it together, and then I had to do it with a puppet, and then, you know, fall backwards with, you know, so it was a technical scene, and it was, to me, very still like funny, even though we had to do it so many different ways. So I think as far as like, if I was to take, you know, one thing to say, look at this, it would be that moment.
And so what was a normal day, give me kind of a normal day on set for you? You know, how would that go?
Well, we had a normal after call, which would be about an hour before set, and then before camera. And I had like a unitard. I had a couple of unitards that I basically wore underneath. So I would put that on. It was very comfortable, and I would wear that all day because everything else went on top of that, and I had to change in some, you know, it wasn't a private situation, right? So it's sort of like I wore like dance wear. And they had excellent catering on the set, which again was very special because you'd have your lunch and you'd have breakfast, lunch, and dinner essentially because our hours were so long. For a while there, it was really hard to get to work because the Teamsters, one of the unions was picketing our show because I think it was one of the departments wasn't union. It was partial union, but whichever one it was that wasn't union. I think it might have been the Teamsters, but we only had one location. So, you know what I mean? So it was like, or two locations. So we didn't have a Teamster crew except for those location days.
Right.
I had the Teamsters. But anyway, I don't remember. Alex will remember. And so I remember we had to cross the picket line, which was really uncomfortable. Really, really uncomfortable. But that only lasted a few days. And then, you know, it was like a compound. So the editors would down be in the editing bay. The makeup room was in the same place, and all the production props and, you know, all the fun, magical things came from this one area, this one room that had, we all had our dressing rooms all in a row in this little one-story bungalow-type building, you know, very 1940s studio-like property. It was really cute and little, and we'd get ready and we'd go to set and they'd try to figure out how we're going to do it, and then they'd decide on what gear everybody had on, like on what stages of their costume they had, you know. I don't remember how they labeled them or named them, but there were different, you know, all the way, you know, are you seeing the legs? Is the puppet? Which puppet? Is it the Ernie or is it the Julie? Is it the, you know, just from the waist up? Do we need to worry about the bottom of the pants? Okay, are we going to hide the body? Like, you know, but those, like, they'd have to make all those decisions for everybody, for every shot. So there was always this coordination part, you know, and then it was fairly typical. We just go from scene to scene to scene. You know, sometimes we'd block shoot, like the lab, they shot one whole side, and we shot that sequence all day because there were so many angles and so much, they had so much to cover. So we shot all the whole one direction, and then we didn't come back to our side when we're on the board and all the rigs for that till like 12 hours later. You know what I mean? So then we had to go back to the beginning of the scene, you know, and then shoot that there. But that's a fairly normal situation. But, you know, we all ate lunch together, and then, you know, generally there would be 3 meals a day because we would have such a long production day. And, you know, most of us worked a lot. You know, there were so many scenes where we were all in it together. So it wasn't so much, that part of the movie was only those characters. It was, you know, we were kind of all around, which is unusual, which was nice. Again, that made it feel like a theater company, too.
And you've spoken about working with, you know, Michael a little bit. Tell me, you know, kind of what your experience was like with some of your other co-stars on the film.
Well, I really liked Tim. Tim and I had a really great relationship, and I would always go to him to hang out because he just made me laugh all day. And, you know, he was a co-writer, you know, and he was the hideous frogman, and he was kind of, you know, involved because it was a committee of the three of them often, and, you know, trying to figure something out or rewriting a line or like, but he would, other than that, but he would be kind of quiet, you know, versus, you know, like Lee was funny. When he was on, he didn't have to have the gas on. Like, he was on all, you know, he was always would lift the set. I mean, everybody was so everybody had their own unique personality, but, you know, Tim didn't try to outperform anybody, so, like, I would go kick it with him a lot. I spent a lot of time hanging out, just talking with him. And, you know, Alex and Tom, I probably talked to Tom more and spent more time with Tom than I did with Alex, because, you know, he had so many jobs that every minute was, you know, I can't talk to him about what he had for dinner last night, or, you know, what movie he wants to see this weekend, because there was no room for that in his, you know, in his brain. You know, every moment was spent on making a decision for production. And I would get a lot of direction from Tom, which made sense, because then I would be in the scene with Alex. So for him to then direct me, you know what I mean? It was not that he couldn't, but it made a lot of sense for Tom to be the outsider, so that when we were talking about stuff, it was about us as actors, you know, together. Jeff, I mean, I feel like I spent a lot of time with every person because we had so much downtime on the set, where I felt like I got to know, you know, I got to know Jeff really well. I don't know. I mean, everybody was different, you know. Mr. T was great. It was really, you know, until he disappeared, and then
which I've heard about. I heard about that from Tom.
Oh yeah, it's
sounds like an utter nightmare.
But, for them, you know, I mean, for us, we're just kind of laughing, you know. For them, it was terrible.
Yeah.
But then you had Lee, and if you talk to Lee, you know, like, Lee played two parts in the movie. Yep. You know, he was able to fill in. But in a way, you know, I have to say, like, in a way, as you know, just an actor on a show, it was so genius that he disappeared, because it was not comfortable. I mean, it's certainly not the worst, you know, physical situation I've been in as an actor, but it was definitely hard to be in that jail cell and do nothing while these giant robots were fighting. And it was, again, you had to be really, really patient, because there was nothing to be done, you know. And I'm not surprised he disappeared, because he's in the back and he's doing nothing. You know what I mean? With standing there in a dress. So you know, I mean. But, you know, he was great. I remember I was really nervous because I was a Keanu fan, and I was like, I can't believe I'm in a movie with him, and he could not have been sweeter. I mean, he wasn't there that much, you know, and he had a pretty extensive makeup process that he had to go, so he really didn't come to set till. But, you know, you saw the rehearsals probably, and you saw the table reading, so you saw how committed. I mean, that's all I said for years after that movie was, you have no idea what an awesome actor Keanu Reeves is. And people, you know, will dog him, no pun intended, or they'll have, you know, opinions about him, whether they like him or not. And, like, you have no clue, because he's probably the most committed actor I've ever worked with. He'll try everything. He's so smart, and he completely invests. And when you're working with him, he's all about you. You know, I mean, he was amazing. Like, but, you know, he wasn't there that long. So I only had a few days with him. His part kind of, you know, he comes and then squirrel, and then he leaves, you know, and doesn't come back till the end. So, but, you know, Randy was wonderful. He would bring in ribs from Texas for lunch, you know, for everybody. And, you know, he was great then, and, you know, really generous.
I like how then is the key word.
I don't know him now, but then he was magnanimous.
Does.
You know, yeah. he was larger than life. He was perfectly cast, and he was definitely our star. You know what I mean? Like, he was the star.
Right.
And because it's not like Alex wasn't, is that Alex was everywhere doing everything. You know, he was the director. You know what I mean? And Randy was like our superstar on the stage, you know, and he did a great, in my opinion, you know, he was kind, he was generous, he was ready, he was funny, he did all the things you would hope, you know, an actor would do when they take on a part that requires a commitment, you know. And like I said, you know, the things that you'll find, you'll hear from the production end, the crazy stories that happened are all the traditional crazy stories that happen in Hollywood. And then all the rest of it was so communal. And it doesn't always happen. It seems like the productions you hear about later where people, you know, they get well received, or they win awards, or people get recognized for it, and they talk about what a family. I think that shows in, you know, versus when you just go in and do your job and then you leave. And a lot of production is like that. And so, you know, this will always be one of my most favorite jobs, because there's nothing else like it, too. I mean, there's nothing, you can't compare it to anything, you know? And it was a moment in time in film history when someone said, go, do it, and it's one of those stories of my career where I say, gosh, what would have happened if Ralph was still there? What could have, because people didn't get it. They didn't see it. They didn't get it, and I did several movies like that where people were like, what? Like a movie of cockroaches, where the new studio head who inherits the project's like, nah, I don't get it.
Right.
And then it's not fulfilled, it's not finished in the way that it was intended to be. So, but yeah, I feel very fortunate to, have been a part of that. And it was nothing but good times, very, very fun set.
And you mentioned this a little bit. The film was when Peter Chernin came in. He more or less took the film and buried it. Because he didn't like it, which I think that's fine. I get it from a business standpoint, not liking something, but kind of you looking back on it, 20 plus years later, 22 years later, is that something that when you work with people in the industry, they recognize you from it? Have you met people that you wouldn't expect to be fans of the film and they've talked to you about it? Or is it just kind of still one of those, it's almost like a secret club of people who know about it?
I would say it's a secret club, yeah. It's not really mainstream. Now, granted, I haven't worked with such creative, the avenue that my career went down became a little bit more conservative, let's say. It's not the best word to use, but I didn't still work with those really zany, bigger-than-life creatives, So if I had worked maybe on something, that would have attracted the type of like somebody who makes films now or whatever they do, and that's their taste, then maybe. But a lot of stuff people don't know what it is. They have no idea what it is. And it's really more the fandom that's kind of just come back. That I think it's because of the release and everything. But it's like, oh wow, there are people who know about it. It's great. It makes me so happy.
Yeah, whenever I have run into people that know about it, it's always kind of the first thing that they say after, oh, you liked Freaked is, oh, I thought I was the only one who knew what it was.
Exactly. Exactly.
Which I think is unfortunate.
I think a lot of people discovered it. In that midnight run on whatever network it was, like Cinemax or whatever cable network it was, like owned it for, one of its windows, like in the early part, and people saw it then when it was running like late at night. So, it's going to the midnight movie crowd kind of, fans. But, it's very unfortunate, and it happens a lot. It's just the way Hollywood works, it's too bad.
Yeah, it has kind of all the makings of what you would normally consider to be a typical cult film.
Totally.
In my mind, I'm just surprised that it kind of hasn't, gotten its day, I guess, is the way I've always looked at it. Because it has everything that one would want out of a kind of cult film, a midnight movie, like you said.
I wonder if it's because it didn't have enough screens to begin with,
Right.
Like, I wonder if it had been on more, it barely got released,
Right.
And I wonder if it had been on more screens just in general, like Howard the Duck, you know what I mean? Like, if it had been, more exposed and then people got to know, oh, what is that? But if they never saw it, then somebody would have to refer them to it, if it doesn't have any visibility.
A grand failure as opposed to a quiet failure, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
See, and I don't consider, and the thing is, it's like, I'm not going to qualify it as a failure because how would you know?
Right, but that's the mindset of, whoever was in the position, unfortunately.
Yeah. No, I got kind of screwed because Peter Chernin was the head of the television studio, and he hired, you know what? He hired me, I think I had done Class of 96. Maybe I had done Class of 96. He hired me to do a series, a great series I really liked, and then he left to take over Fox, and so the new head of Fox television didn't like my series, so they canceled it. And then he didn't like my feature film, so he didn't. I got so screwed by that Fox turnover because both my television project and my film project that year were kind of pushed under the carpet.
Right.
And the series that I did is the same. It's the same kind of thing where it's this obscure series that if you know it, you know it, and it's the kind of thing that should have been really, really successful. And because of the political timing of it, it just got, people didn't see it. it disappeared before it had a chance to, if it had gone into reruns, then, in the summertime, like, it would have done better, but cookie crumbles.
Right. And I'm kind of curious, looking back on the film, like I said, about 20 plus years later, have you seen the film recently? When was the last time you saw it?
I did. I actually saw it very recently because it had an anniversary run at this film, society here in Hollywood, and
right.
we all went. Not we all, but some of us went. I haven't seen any of them in a very long time. So
right.
It was great to see them. I saw Tom and Alex and Tim, and so Tim I became friends with because I went up to I must have gotten Class of '96, but I didn't film it. I went up to Canada right after that and did that series for 6-9 months or something like that. And he lives in Toronto, so I just went twice, and so that was that's why I got to know him even better because he was there. But so I saw it back, and there were things that I completely forgot. It's just it's hard to watch. Well, for me it is. It's hard for me to watch myself. I do watch myself, but even with that amount of distance, I'm still like, oh my God, I want to change that, I want to do that. So it's always a mix between pain and pleasure when I watch anything I've been in.
Right.
But it did make me remember just I romanticized the film, and then it totally backed it up by watching it again to say how really clever and ridiculous it was. How silly and funny it was.
And for you, watching it with a kind of audience of people that are all fans of the film, was that in your mind kind of, a good bookend for your experience with the film, finally kind of see it with an actual group of people that are, huge fans?
Absolutely. I mean, the fact that they just knew everything that happened in the movie, it was surreal. It was really wild for all this time, it doesn't, obviously, in one way it feels like those 20 plus years that it is, and then in another way it doesn't feel like that much time has gone by, so everyone's young who's watching the movie. Were they alive when it came out? That's just so weird to me because I don't feel like I'm any different than I was, back then, but of course I am. So it's that kind of generational, I don't know, the fact that they all have the same sense of humor that I had back then, that there is this this underground group of, people who are looking for alternative entertainment and love it for the fact that it doesn't have to be perfect for them. It doesn't have to hit every single, a story beat necessary or character development, that it stands on its own for being the unique and original, a demonstration of creative talent, what creative talent can do when they all put their minds together. You know what I mean? It's
right. It's
nice to know that there's a continuation because, they're all the same kind of people that I was hanging out, funny and throwing shit at the screen kind of people. Do you know what I mean? So it's just nice that it's still, that community is still there. And the truth is, just like you said, it's surprising that it doesn't have, longer cult legs because, geek culture and the unique and the obscure is very hip, right? Ironically, right? It's becoming more and more mainstream the more offbeat and unique and original and more specific the programming is, the book or the music or the television show or the web series or that's honored. The YouTube web series that becomes a paid shit series. That's where our entertainment business model is falling now, where the small is really sort of noticed.
Right.
So, I agree with you. It's the kind of thing that you would think could even still now get a bigger, maybe it just has to do with, the cast that's involved. And even though practically everybody, you can follow them, on a map and see where they've gone, but maybe there's not that one, big, Alex is a director now, so he's not in, you know what I mean? It's
right.
He's in it, but he's not credited, and his part is really obscure and small. It's not really the biggest part of it, and you have to know it's him to know it's him, So, and Randy is Randy. So, I don't know if that has something to do with it. I don't know. The last large job I had a few years ago was on a soap opera. I was the first and only time I've been on a daytime soap, and that is not the audience that would watch this movie. You know, they're the complete opposite end of the taste spectrum. You know what I mean? So
Right.
they're not gonna know. They might know me from Encino Man or from Melrose Place or from, you know, those sort of more, you know, they'll know me from those more conventional, but they won't know this. They wouldn't have seen this. And nobody puts the dots together with that. So even at the height of that success for me, they're completely different audiences and they go in completely different circles. You know, so none of that's going to really overlap, you know. Like, I did a series with Donnie Wahlberg, and so he has a series now that's relatively commercially successful, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so because of that, it's the same kind of audience that watches he's got this big following of ladies, right, of a certain age, which is, I guess, technically I would be in that group, but I was a little out of my age range. So because they follow him obsessively, and they're also soap watchers, they knew me from being on Boomtown as his wife, and then I got this whole big, you know, flurry of attention from his gigantic fan base. You know what I mean? Because those titles kind of overlap. You know, they were similar. They would watch both of those shows. So, you know, that's why those things. But you know, maybe Freaked it just doesn't have. I don't know. You know, it's just about that visibility. You know, and everything's so fragmented now too that, you know. But I don't know. I don't think it's done personally. Like, I don't think it's done with the amount of the people discovering it. You know, I really don't. I think that there'll be more fans are being born today, you know, who will discover it eventually. And,
Right.
you know, maybe some film professor who was a film student the year that it was released, you know, will then be, you know, tenured head of the department at some film school at NYU, you know what I mean? And then he'll be like, now that's an example of early filmmaking where, you know, the director takes you down, you know, an unpredictable road and uses multiple, you know, ways to tell the story. And, you know what I mean? Like, maybe that'll do it, you know, and it'll become this, you know, part of this mandatory viewing film list for, you know, college students in 20 years, you know?
Right. I mean, you know, I've always kind of looked at these quote-unquote cult films as kind of two camps. They're actually a good film, or they're so bad they're good. And
right.
For me, Freaked is obviously in the good camp. I just feel like you said, it just doesn't have that visibility, and I don't think it had the initial visibility, and I think that that's kind of where all of this
and it's
comes
also
from.
kind of in between that too, don't you think? Like, it's kind of in between, because it's not a bad movie, but it's campy, right? Part of the style of storytelling is this kind of exaggerated, you know, everything's exaggerated, let's say. It's, you know, German expressionist acting is like, it's not that it's bad acting, it's that it's big acting, right? So it's like, I think that this movie falls into that category where, like, if you watch Nosferatu or Greta Garbo, certain actors or certain people are going to go, oh my God, you know, like, take it down a notch, you know what I mean? And they won't get it. Like, it'll be too large for them to consume, and they'll think it's bad because it's big, you know? And I think that Freaked is, and in some ways, you know, I think the film Joe's Apartment I did is exactly the same thing, where it's almost directed like a cartoon, you know, everything's exaggerated, everything's big, the colors, the performances, you know, everything is big. And so if you're not that kind of consumer, like if you don't like that, then you're gonna consider it weird and dumb and, you know, bad. You know what I mean? So it really does appeal to a certain kind of audience, you know, and I think and I think you're right. I think those kinds of movies are very polarized films, you know, they're either so bad, right, just like you said. And so you can latch on to that opinion any way you want to fit. You can be, you know, contrarian and say, well, screw you, I think it's the best movie ever made, you know, because somebody says it's the worst movie ever made, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I don't know, and I think that maybe it suffers for being in a little bit in a gray area when it comes to that kind of classification. I'm just so happy that people have been really talking about it in the last, like, 3-4 years of my life, you know, and it had really kind of sadly disappeared from, you know, conversation, you know. And so the fact that people are celebrating it now with the release, with the screening and the, I don't know, like all these different little clubs are kind of figuring it out, you know, they're these little groups, these little communities are like, you know, let's talk about it, you know?
Yeah.
You know, as I get more and more, the more that happens, the more people it will reach, especially if it's young.
Is there anything you're working on now? you want to kind of talk about?
No. Right now I'm on a bit of a mini hiatus because I have 2 kids who I've made the choice to spend more time with them than less time with them. And the kinds of projects that are around aren't really like Freaked. You know what I mean? Like there's a very limited amount of good things out there, and there's a lot of people unemployed. So, for the time being, I'm pretty happy, doing little jobs here and there, commercials and guest spots and things like that, and spending the majority of my time with my kids. But I'm looking. If something comes around, the problem is that collaborative experience that I had a lot of in the 90s especially, and this being a very good example of that doesn't exist as much anymore. Mm-hmm. And that's the circumstance that really, that I invest in, and that is fun for me. It's something I want to do and spend, 18 hours a day committed to doing. And, a lot of the other work is not as interesting. It's kind of dry and redundant. And so I'm not really interested in doing that unless I needed to financially, and I don't need to. So, I'm much more picky about, I don't need to play another crying widow. You know what I mean?
Right.
So seriously, and that was the other thing about General Hospital, which was even though it wasn't really the genre I had imagined participating in, it was a community. It's a very small community, and you go to work at the same place, and you work with the same people, and you know what I mean? It's like very much like doing the Freaks movie without any of the specialness, but it's like, you're all there in it together, and not a lot of, bullshit, you're doing the best you can to make it the best you can with the limited resources you can, and then you go on to the next one versus, whatever games, the Hollywood system is very corporate, so it's just, it's just not what it was. And the stuff that's out there that is interesting, is very small. So the financial commitment to doing maybe a really interesting web series, that's hard to do as an adult, because I have, that costs actors money to do it unless they're on hiatus or, you know what I mean? So, until something really special, I'm just sitting very happy on the sidelines until something special comes along.
How did you get involved with Freaked?
The simple, usual process. I had an audition for it, and when I read it, I really wanted it. And I can't remember the guy's name, but there's somebody else who really wanted it too. He was disappointed that he didn't get it, but he ended up as a regular on Star Trek. So, he did okay. I'm not worried about him.
Right.
But I bumped into him at some point. We're going back some years, back to, 93 or whatever it was, yeah. So my memory is a little foggy about these things. But, he was the bartender. He got the role of the bartender in Star Trek. So, I'm not worried about him. But he was so disappointed. He said, I didn't get that. You son of a bitch, you got that role. And I said, yeah, I guess you'll be all right, though, on Star Trek. So,
right.
Anyway. So really, I just auditioned for it. I auditioned, I think, once, and then I called back, and then I ended up getting cast. Yeah, that's how I got involved. Very simple process.
And before you, I think the actor you're talking about is Armin Shimmerman, right?
Yeah.
Who played?
I think so. Yeah.
Who played Quark, the Ferengi? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm a Star Trek guy, so I was
I did Star Trek
too. I was like, it's gotta be talking about Quark. So,
yeah, I think so. Yeah. I did a couple of episodes of Star Trek.
Right.
Yeah.
So when you read the script, what was your role in the script? I mean, did it say, you're going to be in a full worm suit?
It didn't say much. It just said I was, going to be a worm. I do think, though, they warned me that, that I would be in heavy prosthetic makeup. I had no idea, though. I just wanted the role. They could have said, you're probably going to die during the shooting of this film.
Right.
Is that okay? Everybody else has signed off on that, and they're all right with it. What about you? I probably would have said, okay. Because I really, really wanted to play it. But, the first time I showed up, they did death mask of me and all that kind of stuff. But the first time I showed up at the makeup studio there, it was the guy, it was the studio where they did I did. What was I can't even remember the place that did it. But anyway, I showed up. It's like ungodly hour, 4:30 in the morning or something like that, and it took 4.5 hours. It would take 4.5 hours just to put the headpiece on.
Wow.
And then I actually eventually learned how to sweep while they were doing, because there was a little thing where she would texture the top of my head, and she would just kind of with her fingers be popping, and I found that kind of relaxing. So I just taught myself to kind of just fall off to sleep while she was doing it. Mm-hmm. And then, like I said, it would be 4.5 hours, and that was just for the headpiece. And then if it was a head shot, then that's all you needed. It was a medium shot. Then it was in 3 sections. And so I put the midsection on if it was a medium shot. And then if I had to put the whole tail and all of that stuff on, they had to have special tubes running through the piece, running through the whole outfit, because it would very quickly get impossibly hot in there, and I really would die. So they had cold water running through this thing. They really thought it out just to keep me cooled down. And it would take probably an hour and a half to get out as well. So you couldn't be, and they said, "Are you claustrophobic?" And I said, "I don't think so." But if you were claustrophobic, I think that you would have no hope at all of surviving the experience, because you're trapped in there. You can't just say, "Get this off," because it takes forever. But I remember one actor who was playing a big giant monster, and he came out to set and he just started freaking, and he said, "Get me out of this, just get me out of it." And he literally fell down, and then they had to get him out as fast. He just couldn't take being trapped inside this outfit, and so and you just could not be claustrophobic.
Right.
And sometimes those days went really long, and you're starting at 4:30 in the morning or whatever, and getting into makeup. And once I think I went about 22 hours. We were shooting particularly long, and I was in my, and they came to me and they said, "Mr. McGrath, we're not going to get to you tonight." Oh man! Jesus. They said, "Let's get that off of you," and I said, "No, call me late tomorrow. I'm going home." And they said, "What about that?" And I said, "No, I'm just going to sleep in it." And so I drove home in my with the head on. And it's L.A., so people weren't even really all that freaked, although I did go in to get something, I think, at a 7-Eleven or something, and the guy was, "Oh, jeez!" He was a little freaked out. Because there was a human worm coming in. It was pretty wild, yeah. But I just did, so I went to bed that way, and I came in, and, they let me sleep in for a couple extra hours and didn't call me so early to set, but that's the longest. I think that's the longest I've ever been on a set. I think it was 22 hours or something like that.
And how did you move when you were in the full suit?
Well, I did not. I was in it, and it was motorized, so it would, wiggle by itself. And I wasn't really in the full outfit too often, because you don't need to be, but there were times when I had to be, and it was on little wheels that you couldn't see, and it would move along, and it was motorized, so I didn't actually. It was quite. I could expect it must have been a very expensive costume, because it was motorized and cooled and all that stuff, and took forever to get on, and it would just wiggle by itself and move along along the floor on wheels. And
when you were in this suit, was that the first time you had done any full body prosthesis?
Yeah. Well, actually, no. It was. I guess it was second time. I played an alien once, and but that wasn't like prosthetics. Just the head. I had a headpiece on that was. I was shooting some kids show, and it was extremely uncomfortable because the part on the nose was too tight, and it was pushing on my nose for the entire day, which was probably a 10 to 12-hour day. So that was uncomfortable. But I didn't really know, but it was just, like I said, just that headpiece. So I didn't know for sure whether I would freak out or not. Freak out. And that's another thing, by the way, freaked. I thought that was a very tepid title. I really didn't like that name at all, because I loved Hideous Mutant Freaks. I mean, it just says what it is, but apparently I guess it just didn't test that well, but I'm just a bit of a hideous mutant freak myself, I guess, so I kind of like that name. And I understand that the boys, Alex and Tom didn't really like it either, but they didn't really have any choice in the matter.
Right.
So, but you know, it's freak. As I tell you, not much. You know, hideous mutant freaks. I think it's more powerful.
Of course, freaks
Funnier.
misspelled with a Z because.
Yes, that's right. Freaks.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Like the Tasty Freaks Museum.
Yeah.
Or Tasty Freaks machine. Yeah.
When you were on set for the film, because a lot of the actors are in full body prosthesis or some form of makeup. Was everyone kind of in high spirits?
Yeah, well, you know, once we started shooting, you really didn't get to see what anybody looked like because, you know, Keanu Reeves played Ortiz the Wolf Boy, so he was in full Wolf Boy outfit, and you know, everybody else was in, well, Sock Boy, of course. He had his hand in a sock, but everybody else, Alex Winter, usually I'd get there and he was already in makeup or something. I don't know when that guy slept because he was, you know, either in makeup or directing or whatever, but we did have some workshops and some rehearsals before we actually started shooting, and that's when we got to kind of meet each other. And I must say, I was a little starstruck because there were some people there that I hadn't worked with before. You know, Mr. T was there, and he was actually really funny. I liked Mr. T. He was really quite funny. And then, of course, Brooke Shields was in it, and so we would sit around at lunch. Well, Brooke Shields looked like Brooke Shields much of the time, but for some of the shooting, because she was playing the you know, the TV personality, but.
Right.
And she was funnier than I expected. Everybody was kind of funny. You thought, well, Brooke Shields not particularly funny, but of course she went on to do that series and everything. But yeah, there were some very funny people there, except for Lee Arenberg, who was not funny at all, of course. But no, Lee was very funny. Yeah, a lot of. So I remember laughing an awful lot when we sat around and read the script. I think everybody was in hysterics. And as much as I really wanted to do it, it was even funnier. I mean, the script was much funnier than I thought just by reading it, which is very often the case because the actors bring something to it and make it funny, you know. But yeah, once we were on set and shooting, well, then you don't really see what anybody looks like. Sometimes I've forgotten what some people actually look like because that's all I only saw them as their characters.
Right.
I thought that Alex Zuckerman was fantastic. He was the youngest member of the cast, and I thought he was just brilliant. Frankly, I don't know what he's gone on. Do you know anything about him now? What he's up to?
I don't think he's actually done anything. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's too bad because he was just naturally really, really funny.
Yeah, I mean, you know, everybody in the movie, you know, it seems like, I mean, to me, it's the kind of movie you have to buy into it. Otherwise, the performance is not going to be as great because it's out there. It's a strange
It's out
film.
there. Yeah. I thought it was a very brave movie because there was nothing like it, you know, and it was, and it wasn't very, even still there isn't anything like it. It's its own particular brand of humor, you know, and you either like it or you don't, but, yeah, I thought it was very, very, state-of-the-art, really, because very avant-garde in a way. Because it's not just funny. I mean, first of all, the makeup is amazing. I think they got some awards for makeup. They did. They won some awards for makeup, and they won some awards for acting. But it was a very different film. And unfortunately, I don't know if you know about the complications with the film, but in the middle of shooting, I guess 20th Century Fox got rid of Roth, or was it John Roth or whatever, Joe Roth, I think, and he was replaced by a guy named Peter Chernin, took over the studio, who hated the film and didn't think they should be spending millions of dollars on. I think it was like a $13 million budget, and he hated it, so he started pulling all the money out of it. So that really cost them in terms of their post-production and some of their music. And Iggy Pop had a tune on there, I think, and I think they ended up not being able to go with that, and they couldn't afford it, and they didn't do any advertising. As a matter of fact, oddly enough, I live in Canada. Did you know that?
Right.
Yes. So oddly enough, it premiered at the Toronto International Film Festival. That's where it premiered. And I think it got some good reviews. It got some people either loved it or hated it. One of those, the people thought it was the funniest thing they'd ever seen. They thought it was a complete and utter disgraceful waste of money.
Right.
So I think when it originally opened, it had no support from the studio, from Fox, and I think it only opened on 2 screens or something in the States, and that was that. It didn't really do much. It's kind of a cult hit, though. There are people who it was for a while anyway, because of the all the different, certainly with people who are into creature movies and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's. I'm glad you guys are doing something about it, because it hasn't really made much of a blip in quite a long time. I don't think it's on Netflix.
No, I mean, I found it at an Amoeba Records in L.A. Right before
Amoeba Records.
Yeah, Amoeba Records has a large assortment of kind of obscure films, and I was there right before I went to college, and I found it and I bought it, and I brought it with me to college, and I mean, I have memories of showing it to my friends at college, and they thought it was the funniest shit they'd ever seen.
Yeah, young people seem to really, really like it, and anybody who's seen it thinks it's really funny. I mean, I don't know what happened to it, but it just, I think that Peter Chernin just didn't like it and killed it.
It was also very much ahead of its time. I mean, the humor
is so funny. Well, like you said, even now, who's doing anything like it?
Right.
I guess it's still ahead of its time.
Yeah.
Maybe someday it'll have its glorious rebirth,
Yeah. I think that it's just one of those movies that it feels timeless. It really does.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's timeless. It's based on the original Freaks, and that's timeless. I mean, those kind of stories are timeless. They're just, that's the way it is.
Yeah. So, and if you're a fan of physical effects and practical effects, I mean, this movie is, a gold mine.
Yeah, it's a gold mine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because there's no CGI at all in the film, to the best of my knowledge.
I don't think there's a single frame of CGI. No, not a single frame. And, they built a whole world, the Freak World, Santa Plan there.
I mean, what were those sets like? The inside.
They were fabulous sets. I mean, when you went into the barn where we all lived, I mean, we all did have our own little. I mean, it wasn't just like roll them in, roll this one in, and roll that one back out, or just redesign an existing room. We all each had our own cubicle in that barn-like thing where all the creatures lived. The sets were amazing.
Yeah,
amazing sets. Yeah.
I'm curious, with all the actors on set and the chemistry between all of you, the freaks, the kind of the main freak crew.
Yes.
Did you guys have like a pretty good repertoire offset when you weren't shooting? Did you guys kind of, get along pretty well, or was it kind of this is business?
We didn't hang out.
Right.
We were so tired after. I mean, they were long days all the time. So. No, we didn't really hang out much. I mean, when we would come in and see each other, I don't think it's one of those with all those names that sometimes you get into egos and stuff like that. Who's got a bigger trailer or whatever? I don't remember any of that. I think everybody. I mean, we didn't hang out afterwards, like I said, because it was just you went home and you got a few hours of rest. And I'm an insomniac anyway, so I would have to get home and really start trying to come down and get at least a few hours sleep. But
right.
So we didn't hang out much. But when we were on set together, I'll tell you, lunches were really fun. And one of the stars of those lunches was Mr. T. I mean, he's a fascinating guy anyway. He's just, he's a character. So,
right.
And Brooke Shields also was a star of those lunches. So when we would break for lunch, and it's kind of odd, some people needed to be helped, of course, to eat because you can't really, you can't chew. Very hard for me to chew with that worm outfit, but I managed. But so the lunches were really, really fun. They were really funny. I mean, you got a collection of a lot of big personalities and a lot of really funny people, except for Lee Arenberg. But everybody else, very funny.
Right. So I'm another thing I'm really kind of curious about is when you were doing the initial kind of reads of the script with everyone, because there's actually on YouTube there's actually video of it.
Yeah.
Which I saw for the first time, I want to say last week. And they're hilarious because it's watching, all of you guys led by Keanu Reeves, who is practically, unrecognizable in the film.
Yes, unrecognizable too.
When you guys were when you were doing all that, I mean, was there a lot of room for kind of ad-libbing and just kind of off the cuff?
I think in rehearsals, yeah. I think when we were shooting, I don't recall a lot of ad lib, only because I think there might have been some, but not a lot. I think we were all kind of. I think we all kind of respected the script. We thought it was well written, so I don't remember people wanting to change much about it. I don't remember a lot, and you know. We were on such a tight schedule all the time. It was like, well, you know, we're not going to sit down and discuss a scene for 45 minutes and then shoot it.
Right.
It's like, okay, guys, let's get this done while there's some sunlight out here. Let's shoot, get it done, move on. Because, you know, there's so many characters and so many setups that you just have to, you know, keep the thing moving. You got to keep that train rolling down the track. So there's not a lot of time for reflection. You know, we didn't have, like, Marilyn Monroe's dialect coach on the set, taking her off to chat for an hour before she could shoot the scene. We didn't have that kind of thing going on. A worm, the worm was pretty much up to me, you know. When I read it, they liked what I did. I think I introduced the thick British accent, and they loved that, so I went with that. But I know that if you saw it on YouTube when we were in rehearsals, I remember watching that and think, oh my God, Derek, Jesus, get control of yourself. Because I was laughing like a 12-year-old girl guide, you know.
I can't blame you. Just silly. I just, when I watch it, I kind of want to slap myself. Yeah. Hey, grow up. So, kind of walk me through what a day on set was like for you.
Okay, so I would arrive at some ungodly hour. It was dark out. It was always dark whenever I would arrive on the set. Dark. You know, the one good thing about it was no traffic on the way to the studio or to the set. You know, we had we were at a set somewhere up in the canyons there, Malibu Canyon. I think we had, up in Malibu Canyon. That was where the Freak Land had been built. And it was kind of like a little freak land, like a camp, you know. So, and then the studio, where was the studio? Somewhere in East Hollywood or something. And so I would arrive at 4:30 in the morning, and I would immediately grab a coffee. I would say, don't even talk to me until I get a cup of coffee, and then I have a bit of breakfast, and then I would go into the makeup room, and there was a wonderful woman. I wish I could remember her name, but she was just so lovely, and she had this wonderful glue, because I hate glue. And there was glue on the inside of my nose. There was glue along my eyelids. There was glue everywhere. So she had this wonderful glue that was more creamy than sticky, like whatever that stuff is that they, stick beards on with that really tacky stuff, which I hate so much. But so I would just start, and she would, just start molding everything onto my face, and we would chat for a while. Well, the first thing that she would say is look up, and I would say, shut up, because it would be too early for me to open my eyes.
Right.
She knew I was kidding, of course, but man, it was just so hard to, because I was always, every single day when I would arrive at set, really tired. I've been shooting all the next day, and I probably got a few hours sleep and just felt tired.
Right.
And so we would chat for a bit, and then then she would start doing that little thing, which she'd get me into the headpiece, which was like a skull type of thing. And then she would start making little, what do they call, appliques or something like that, appliances, that's what they were. They're little bits of rubber, and she would start putting them on my face, and then start forming them into the little skull piece that I wore. And once you got all of that formed up, which took hours, and you're smelling glue the whole time, and probably getting high, and then she would start texturing the head, and that's when I would go to sleep for an hour, and then eventually say, Derek, you're done. And I'd wake up and then wait. Who knows? I might shoot, within an hour or two, or I might go 22 hours, and they might say, "We're not going to get to you tonight, Mr. McGrath." But and then some days we shot in the summertime, and some days were filthy hot, and you'd start to itch, and you can't really scratch it. It's under the rubber. So It wasn't. I remember after I did this film, the company that did all the makeup, the special creature effects, called me and said, "Hey, we got a great role for you. It's part of a cloud." And I said, "No." "Oh, it's a really good part, and you'll love it. And we think you'd be great." And I said, "No." I just did not ever want to do that again. I did, of course. I did Star Trek. I think I did Star Trek after that when I played Shill the Bolian. And I'm never. I can tell you this. I promise you, Chris. I make this promise to you right now. I'm never going to do one of those roles again.
Right.
In full prosthetic. It's just. It's so exhausting. It's so uncomfortable. And it takes forever to get everybody else. You know, if you're in a movie and you're the guy playing the character, the creature, and everybody else is playing human beings, they say cut. Okay, that's a wrap. Everybody goes home, and you have to spend an hour and a half getting out of this stuff. You know, don't want to do it ever again. No, won't do it.
Yeah, I mean that was kind of my next question: is how did Freaked affect you moving forward?
Well, I'm psychologically pretty messed up now. You know,
because you worked with Lee Arenberg, obviously.
That's what caused it. You know, working with Lee Arenberg, he really screwed me up. Well, the way it affected me was that I decided, you know, some roles, it's not worth it. I mean, the money wasn't big anyway. I just really liked it and I really wanted to do it, but I just don't want to do things that are going to be. I'm also 66 years old now. You know, there's only so much you really want to do, and I need to kind of be excited by a role. I mean, when you're young, you'll take anything, because it's work. And I think as you get a little older, you say, 4.5 hours into makeup? No, I won't do that anymore. That's out. I suppose if they said, we'll give you $1 million a week, I might say yes.
Right.
But I know that also, you know, some people who are like from Star Trek, when they're, it's very hard on your skin. Some people, you know, do 5 years or something on Star Trek, and their skin is ruined at the end of it.
Right, because of the glue or whatnot.
Yeah, the glue and all that stuff. You know, you can't. Your skin doesn't breathe properly when you get all that stuff on. So, you know, maybe it was good that I didn't get Star Trek because, man, be doing all that makeup all the time.
Right.
I had, I ended up, like I said, I ended up playing a character that took, again, 4.5 hours of makeup, Shill the Bolian. I was good at, actually, I think they were going to make me a regular on that series. And then that thing happens where they fired the head of the studio and somebody else took over. And that means all the decisions that were being made by the previous guy have to be thrown out.
Right.
So, yeah. That's what happened there, because you know how that works. When somebody takes over, if they support what the other guy was doing and it turns into a really big hit, then they're going to say, chairman of the board is going to say, why did we hire that guy? You know, the new guy, because the old guy obviously knows how to make a hit. And then if you take it on and it fails, then they say, well, he can't even, you know, we gave him that and it failed. So they just get rid of everything.
Yeah. No, I can imagine. Yeah. I mean,
and that's the way it works.
It's all about positioning yourself for success. And
yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looking back on the film, you know, are there any specific kind of memories you have or scenes that stick out in your mind as the most memorable for you?
You know what I love shooting, because I loved the line. I don't know if you've seen the film recently, but there was a point where we're being introduced to Ricky Coogan, now that he's a freak, and we're trying to help him. You're going to have to make the adjustment, and we all kind of have our stories about how it happened to us, and I kind of snake my way in there, and I tell him, you know, that I started out as a professor of lacrophology, which is the study of worms, and he was on the hunt of the fat pudgy worm, and he meets Skuggs, and he says, "Oh, I've got the perfect thing," and he ends up falling into his clutches, of course. And he says, "At first, the transformation was fabulous, but soon afterwards, that wore off, and right now, I'd just be very grateful if I could wipe my own ass." And that's one of my favorite lines in a movie.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, your character is, along with the cowboy,
Cowboy was my other favorite character.
Yeah.
I don't know, because I thought the performance was, I just thought it was brilliant, and just a down-to-earth guy, too. I just thought that performance was brilliant. Who played Cowboy? I can't remember.
John Hawkes.
John Hawkes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought he was brilliant. Just brilliant. Just a great, he didn't just rely on the costume. He had a real wonderful character going. I loved that character. Yeah, I think that was my favorite character, Cowboy.
I was going to say, because you and him are the only two that are really in, like, full makeup.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Pinhead was just, had a fat costume or something, and then, but it was basically her, and bearded lady, yeah, you're right. If you go through it, Sockhead wasn't even yeah.
Speaking of Sockhead, I guess I'm kind of curious, was Bobcat Goldthwait on set at all?
I don't remember him being on set.
Or was that just post
and mind you, you're going back a lot of years, but
right.
He was on set. I don't know how much he was on set, because a lot of it would be just all you need is a hand and the face, and Bobcat. No, I think he did do his own hand. Now that I go back, I think he did do his own hand. Well, you can ask him.
Once the film was done and wrapped up, and kind of what was your take on the film once you watched the final product?
Well, the very first time I watched it, I'm going to be honest with you, I thought, well, there's something missing here. It's flat. I thought it was a bit flat. But then when I watched it the next time, I thought, no, it isn't. I think, I think everybody, it's so different. It's an adjustment. You have, like you said, you have to kind of buy into it.
Right.
So I think at first, the first time I watched it, it just didn't seem as punchy. Of course, the post-production was lacking. I thought the post-production was lacking, and I thought the production, and I still think that hurts the film, is that the production, because they pulled all the money from it. I think that it needed more production quality, and I still think that about the film. But I love the performances, but I remember that first time I thought, it's a bit flat, and I always feel that way about my own performance, and then I'll see it again, and I'll think, hey, no, this is good. I remember when I did Cheers, the very first time I did Cheers, and everybody was ballyhooing it, and the first time I watched it, I was like, oh, man, you're awful. You're so flat. Where's the punch? And then people were saying, are you crazy? It's great. And then about a year later, I watched it, and I laughed my ass off, and I thought, okay, this is really funny. And I think I had the same experience with this movie. I don't know what that is. It's just something about me. I just the first time I see something that I've shot, I don't like it. I mean, there's a whole thing in your head, and I don't know if you ever really quite match it.
Right.
But then you have to let that go and take it and just give up all your expectations and watch it like an audience person seeing it for the first time. And then you can go with it. And that's how I experienced watching Freaked. First time I thought, it's kind of flat and you're not that good in it. And then about a year later again, I watched it and went, wow, this is really weird, this movie. This is great.
Right.
Yeah.
I would assume that you like macaroons in real life.
You know what? I love macaroons. My mother made the best macaroons, and after she passed away, all of my sisters, how many sisters? I've got 6 sisters.
Wow.
And they all tried for years to match her recipe, and finally, I think she'd been dead for years and years, and I think about 3 years ago, one of my sisters finally got it right, and she can make those macaroons. But I love macaroons. My mother made the best macaroons on the planet. They were, they were not gooey. They were crumbly,
right?
And they were fantastic. You'll never eat anything like them unless you eat my sister's macaroons now. So.
And that's that's probably one of my favorite kind of things in the movie is your character at the end is like, I didn't like macaroons. Like, oh, well, it's the little things, right?
No, I absolutely love macaroons.
Yeah. Well, I guess my only other question is, since you kind of brought this up a little bit, you have had a very long and diverse career.
You could say that.
Yeah. And you've worked on, you've provided your voice for, some stuff like Heathcliff. You've been on TV, and obviously in movies. Of kind of that diverse career, what is your favorite thing to work on?
Love working on movies. Of course, I love working on series because any kind of series. I loved doing. I don't know if you ever saw a series called Doc. But that was, you know what I like? I like being, I think there's a difference between comedy and humor.
Right.
Oddly enough. Because I guess comedy can be really out there and silly, but humor I find is, I would call humor stuff that's real, but funny. So I like to be, my favorite thing is to be sort of the funny guy in a drama. Like Doc or something, where I was, one of the funnier characters, I like to think. So that's my favorite thing to play. I have my desires. I would still really like to play a detective someday. I had a tiny role as a detective once as a guest role on a series, but I would love to do that. I have something coming up that I'm really enjoying doing. It's the remake of Inspector Gadget. And I think Netflix has bought it. And that's going to be. I think it's coming out in Canada in the fall. I don't know.
Yeah, it's actually out in the. It's out in the States now.
Is it? Okay, so yeah. I think it's doing very well. Certainly, it was. It did great in the UK. It's been doing great around the world. I don't know how well it's doing yet in the States. Is it on Netflix yet?
Yes, it is. It's on. I want to say it came out on Netflix in April, and right. I mean, I haven't gotten a chance to watch it yet because.
The new one?
Yeah, I haven't gotten a chance because we watch so many movies for the site that I don't get to watch things for pleasure anymore. It's kind of like going to school. You never get to read anymore for pleasure. It's kind of what this is. But I love Inspector Gadget, so it's one of those things that's kind of just sitting there on my Netflix queue looking at me every time I watch something else.
Right.
I need to watch
it. Well, I play Captain Quimby on that. I'm always getting blowed up.
Right.
Yeah. My absolute favorite, I think, experience as an actor was probably Cheers, playing Andy, because the writing was so good. I used to tell people, to be funny in Cheers, just show up and tell the truth. Because the writing is so good, if you just play it, in the back of your head, you know it's funny. But I didn't really have to do much with it, just play it and play it sincerely. And it was, and know what the rhythm is and all that stuff, and what the jokes are, but just play it sincerely, and that's what I loved about it. It was just so well written, and I love that character, mild-mannered psychopathic killer,
right?
Andy, and I think that's probably my favorite role ever that I ever played. I loved that role. I only did 4 episodes, but I think that's it. That'd be my favorite.
Yeah,
I really like smart humor, that has some subtlety to it, and that show, that was smart humor. Yeah. Is
that kind of why you pursued Freaked as hard as you did?
No, well, I didn't. I don't know if I would. That's a whole other end. I think Freaked was just. I wouldn't call Freaked necessarily smart. Well, it's smart in that it's funny.
I mean, there are some pretty great sight gags that I think are smart, like the heavy petting zoo, which I think is just. I think that's beyond. I think that's beyond inspired.
What I responded to were all the very, very, very clever, funny lines. It's smart that way. I guess. It is smart that way. It's just very different. It's not intellectually smart, I suppose, but it's smart because it's so clever. I thought the lines were really, really clever,
right.
And there were so many of them. Well, I was attracted to Freaked because it was so utterly different, than anything. And of course it's a job, so you're always interested in doing a job, as long as it's not embarrassing to you, because it's horrible when somebody offers you something and you go, oh, geez, I really could use a new series, but I'm not doing that one. That's an awful decision to have to make. But, I just thought it was so different that it could really, really be fun. I knew it was going to be a lot of hard work, and they warned me, actually, and they said, how are you in really good shape? Because this is going to be exhausting. And it was, but, No, I just wanted to do it because it was very different, and I thought it was very funny.
Yeah. First off, how did you get involved with Freaked?
Oh,
And I was friends with, I forget how I met Tom and Alex, but I worked with them prior to that on a show called Idiot Box, which was a thing they did for MTV, and I played some characters like sketch comedy. And I want to say that's how I met him, maybe through early, because I was involved with a theater company called the Actors Gang, and I forget exactly how our paths crossed. That would be a good question, you know, because I go way back with those guys. And yeah, they sort of, I think they sort of crafted a little part for me in the movie, you know, to be honest with you. Because I didn't really do super much, but I just had a flame out my ass and got to hang, and you know what I mean?
Right.
So good ensemble casting. I don't know how I got in it, you know, through those two for sure. I mean, it was all their fault for sure.
all their fault.
Yeah, I blame those two.
So kind of what was it like being on set for the film? Because obviously, the film is really kind of all over the place with sight gags and jokes. So, kind of what was it like being on set?
I mean, it was you're talking a long time ago, but that was a fun frickin' set. I mean, there was a lot of, so many interesting people in that. I mean, John Hawkes. Like, we had some serious actors in that movie. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it was fun. You know, I remember I got to be good friends with Hawks at that time, and we hung out a lot. Stoyanov, what a great guy. I mean, Megan. So it was always fun. Now, the thing was, there was a lot, everyone was uncomfortable in that movie, right? So, because I can remember for me, I mean, they've never done a flame out someone's ass in a movie before. You know what I mean? That's not like, that's cinematic fucking history. So, I remember going when I got the gig, and I had to go meet Marty Breslin, who was special effects coordinator and kind of a legend in the biz. And like, the first thing he does, I walk in his trailer, he grabs my balls and kisses me on the lips and goes, "Glad we got that out of the way." You know what I mean? Because he was going to be just like putting stuff under my junk the whole movie. You know
right.
I mean, it was bizarre, and I was like, "What the fuck?" Marty's a huge dude, and I was like, "Oh my god, do I have to deck this fucker?" And then you look up on the walls of his truck, on-set truck, and it's all these famous stunt guys going, "Marty, you're the only guy I trust with my life. You know, thanks for being there." All this shit when he rigged gags for the heavy, big movies. So I just put two and two together really quickly and realized that I had some of the coolest dudes trying to figure this effect out. I was probably going to be safe. I might be scared. Because literally, dude, at one point there, the first rig was a stun gun. I'm wearing like an 2-inch thick, like old style wetsuit cut just around my like into bike shorts basically.
Right.
And I literally had a stun gun and a leather thing with a gas canister and 2 buttons where I would like hit a stun gun and fire my own gas, and it's like right under my, it's in my groin.
Right.
It's supposed to be coming out my butt. So that shit could have exploded, or they don't know what's going to happen, you know what I mean? That was pretty dangerous, I think, And then eventually we were able to, in the scenes where I wasn't moving, they would just have like a more hard-wired rig off a propane tank and literally just like run the tube up, still with the same kind of protective gear, my fireproof, whatever, and literally like it's a tube coming out in the butt, and like they would light it with a lighter. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Now it would be all computer.
Of course.
You put that person under risk for that now. You do a lot more with it, and it'd be a computer gag, But, so that was, I mean, there was that, right? But I used to go hang with Mr. T. I mean, my God, one of the greatest people ever to be on a show with.
Right.
For just pure enjoyment,
Yeah, and
he was just, I love T. He would invite you back, go to his trailer, and watch like whatever, listen to some tape or music, or what a fascinating, which wears gold. I used to do this Mr. T impersonation. He used to crack up when I did it. But I mean, Keanu was on. I mean, it was such an interesting. What a great cast!
Right.
The makeup. Everyone was always going through either full 4-hour makeups, or had the physical effects in the flame, or was in like puppet stuff like Hawks and Derek in their costumes. And so, yeah, it was, it was really something. It was a special little flick, It really was. And then to get delayed and released and stuff, so I think it should have come out and gotten a better shot when we finally finished it. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like an acquired taste.
Yeah.
It's not for everyone.
There's actually, on YouTube, there's actually video of a script reading of all of you guys from the cast And I mean, it seemed like it was very laid back, like fun, like you said, atmosphere on set.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, for sure it was.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really remember. I mean, most sets are fun. Let's be honest, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to really work hard to mess up the fun of making movies. No matter how hard, because everyone's together and kind of in it together, and whether it's like ha-ha humor or gallows humor, you're there till you finish. So the attitude's better to start with a good one and finish with a good one, right?
Right.
But you're always movies are always led by the directors, and Tom and Alex both have such an amazing, they're such positive people, and really would be fun to work for. So that really inspired it. And it's like you say, it's a bunch of gags. So you're cracking everybody up, or you're trying to,
Yeah.
So they just roll the camera and you just yell fire in the hole. Somebody's going to laugh,
Yeah.
The Hollywood Squares gag and just the whole thing, I mean, it's I think that's why it still plays, 20 years later, which is sometimes tough for comedy, but this one there's a timeless surfer punk aesthetic to it that makes it still play.
Yeah.
Plus, all the studs of the makeup business worked on that show. Like all these guys that are like your Oscar, all the big guys, all had a piece of it because there were so many effects in that show.
Yeah.
Right? From the building of the puppets to the actual physical prosthetic makeups. So that was a very interesting part of it too, to meet all those amazing people. And then of course, I wound up doing so many makeup jobs over the years. I keep running into people that worked on Freaked, right? From doing my Star Trek stuff, and then of course Pirates, and so being one of those character dudes, I have a connection to not only the effects and stunt dudes, but also the makeup effects guys tend to be in their chair. I'm either in the chair for 2 minutes or 5 hours.
Right.
Choice. Yeah.
And, I mean, was it kind of a relief to you, or were you kind of disappointed that you didn't get, I guess, more of a physical deformity in the film, or was it, were you okay with being the guy who has his...
I was just happy to get the gig, I mean, that's kind of my attitude of it, So, no, I didn't really, I always want to carry the ball.
Right.
That's all. But, no, I mean, I was fine. In fact, those guys were super cool to me because I booked a pilot at the same time, if I remember correctly. The pilot didn't end up going, but I had I was in the ensemble of this Fox show, and they kind of let me go I had a week or something where I was kind of on both, basically, and they brought in a double for me. We were in the cage scene. So I was in the back of the cage, and they basically doubled me and let me go do the other gigs. So, I mean, they were amazing balls to me. Really, really good. Because a lot of other shows just would have been like, no, can't, sorry. So I tend to be happy with what I have and not what I don't have.
Right.
It's yeah.
I think that's a good way to look at things, right? I mean,
Well, I think so, especially in this business, because, you get body slammed so many fucking times, and it's like, if you take it all personally, survival is really the success.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways.
What it was like, just a day on set for you.
Ooh. Well, I mean, I'm sure it started with a breakfast burrito or something. I mean, the studio was actually a cool studio. I forget the name of it now, like the name they shot under at that time, but it was one of those old Hollywood tiny studios.
Right.
So you definitely were feeling a little bit of the old school vibe and wonder who the legends were that had been on that stage before.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I don't think I really had it so bad because, I went and got a little bit of makeup done, maybe whatever weird beard trim or whatever they had to do, and then kind of put on my leather football helmet and my jumpsuit, and I was basically ready, And if I remember correctly, basically it was you started laughing when you got there, and you finished when you got in your car and split. So I think that's one of the, like I said, the kind of most memorable part of that movie, even though, I haven't seen Derek since then. I might have run into Hawks a couple times. You know what I mean? These people that you're a friend. It's the movie business. You become, real tight friends, and then you don't see them again.
Right.
Yeah.
Kind of like college.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I guess so. Yep. You see them on Facebook or something.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Everyone starts doing their own thing, and goes down that whatever path, and, so it's all, you don't think of it at the time, but that's kind of the way it tends to work out.
Right. So when you were on set, and obviously, like you said, it was a very kind of, chill, funny set. I mean, was there a lot of ad-libbing and kind of off-the-cuff jokes, or was it sticking very close to the script?
Wow. I mean, I think there was room to play, I do believe, Whether or not they actually, printed those takes, I don't know. You'd have to ask the guy,
Right.
But I really do think that I remember I felt free to do whatever, within the range of, say, my reactions or where I could react, So, and that's a lot of it sometimes when you're playing in the ensemble anyway, because you're just looking to make a moment, try and find it when they cover you. I mean, that's the challenge of it, right?
Right.
Like, how do you sneak your mug into when the scene's not really about you, And the way you do that is being on your game, and you got to go for it whenever that camera sees you. Be focused and be ready. But in a comedy, say you get your moment, and then give them something. It could be an eyebrow raise. It can be a reaction. You'd have to tell the story, but you got to find your moment, right? And I guarantee that I have the opportunity. Just like, for example, that Hollywood Squares thing. I'm sure that, for the most part, I can't remember exactly, but, based on a lot of the stuff we did for Idiot Box, again, they trusted me with my improv skills. I used to do a lot of improv. So I didn't necessarily have the stuff written on the page, but, whatever I would say. I mean, I think whatever I made up, Fire in the Hole or whatever it was, pretty sure I improv that the first time.
Fire in my hole?
Yeah. Whatever my greeting was, Because that's one thing you do for a character, especially on the stage. You kind of give them a master gesture, a very commedia dell'arte technique, a master gesture or a saying or something they can do together so that, it's their greeting, then you put your different emotional spin on it, and you can use that, to show happiness or sadness or anger or fear or any of the emotions through that repeated saying or gesture and the way you do it differently, right?
Mm-hmm.
Drawing the contrast between it. So, always look for that in those certain roles, try and, establish those bits. You find them when I was in Pirate, and then LL Pop It or whatever became sort of a trademark phrase, and then it was Goodbye Pop It, or they would throw it in each of the movies at the right time, for the right pop. So,
and everybody was just waiting for you to do it.
Right. Well, they still wait for it, which is even better. You know what I mean? At the conventions, and it's a real thrill, to hear the stories of how they call each other for romantic love, or, it's what I say to my daughter, or it's what I say to my brother, or,
Right.
I mean, it's one of those where I wish I had a nickel for every time I was asked to say it, or somebody said something to me. I would have more than $1, I'm sure.
I didn't want to ask you to do it, but,
No.
I mean, I'm sure you say it enough, but...
Well, I mean, yeah, and now we've talked about it, so it wouldn't have the same effect as if you really But, yeah, and I'll be honest, something like that, I mean, there weren't a lot of Americans in that movie. So when I got that part, I mean, my challenge there was to really make sure my accent wasn't fireable offense,
Right.
So, and even to this day, people will think I'm English, So I think that's a tribute to the great, coach I had, and his ear more than mine, because in that first movie, they're basically listening as your own dialect coach. I mean, he was the movie's dialect coach, but no one else needed it. You know what I mean? And he's a Juilliard professor, so it's how great for me, And again, it's opportunity, taking advantage of, either the cameras in your face or they're giving you that chance. That's really the essence of the professional actor, is come through in the moment.
Right. And I can only, you didn't have that on Freaked, the kind of the need to do an accent, because, I mean,
No.
I mean, what your character is kind of, you get a backstory, but we don't know much about what your character, does or is throughout the film.
No. He was a very minor character. in terms of like the story.
Right.
He's just one of the guys. He's like on the wild crew.
Yeah.
But there's no small parts, only small actors. Have you heard that one before?
I've heard that one before.
Yeah,
I've heard that one before. I've never said it. I've never heard an actor say it.
Oh no, that's a fact though.
Yeah.
I mean, because they're still paying you for that part. They're paying someone for that part.
Right. Of course.
I mean, I had to resolve that. I mean, that's something that high school drama teachers tell you when you don't get the part in the show that you want. I mean, that's usually where you hear that saying, right? It's, oh, you didn't get Anne Frank, you're playing, me or, some other part, whatever. The mom in a gray hair wig, and you're bummed out, and then the teacher will go, oh, there's no small parts, only small actors. But, I mean, the story's we're storytellers. And, 7% of our casting is our talent. The other 93% is our age, gender, looks, right? So, I don't know, you're not always right for it. Especially in the movies. I mean, theater, I can play a bigger range of roles. But in the movies, I just have to find ways to get cast.
Right.
So I was very happy to be in that thing. Love my part. I thought it was fun, and it was dangerous, and, I got to be silly. I didn't have to concentrate as much as other people. So, I could go around and get some tea. Want to fix a cookie? I mean, whatever. I could just have fun, which is how I tend to do it every time anyway, brother. Secret.
The secret is to have fun on every set?
Well, I mean, if you can.
Yeah.
That's what they bring you. They pay you for the waiting around, the acting you're supposed to do for free. So, you want to, have a good attitude. That's how you get the reload,
Yeah.
Just, and even if it doesn't happen for years down the road, or it's an audition, or however it comes through for you, a good attitude goes a long way.
I think that's important, just in life in general. I mean, you get turned down, just take it in stride and keep moving forward. There's another opportunity.
I mean, it's easier said than done.
Yeah.
Basically, we all get emotional. We just have to make sure that it doesn't control us completely. You're allowed to indulge in it. It's human, whatever. But at the same time, it's like, woe is me, and it's us against the world. I don't know, it gets old fast, just always being the victim,
I agree.
So you're a victim of choice in the acting game, so
right.
I don't think you really have, which just makes it even worse, that you do it to yourself.
Who was the funniest person on set that you worked with on Freaked?
You mean after me?
After yourself, obviously.
I'm usually way up there to be the funniest because I'm crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Stoyanov is funny. Alex. I mean, pretty much everyone was silly on that movie. Derek's hilarious, right? I mean, he had to deal with the makeup, so he was encumbered. Mr. T, crazy, so hilarious. So I don't know. I think honestly, a case could be made for 10 people being the funniest, if not more. That shit. Yeah. Because it was one of those where, there's this big scene, or there's that big scene. It's a lot of high energy, and, I mean, just so many, you see what I'm saying? That's a tough one. I mean, if I'm going to go with me, I'm just going to go with me.
Well, I would assume that anyone who got involved with the film would look at the script and be like, if they're not buying into this script and idea 100%, they're not going to be involved because it's out there.
Serious. Yeah, but that's why it was good.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
That's exactly why it was good. Tim Burns and Alex and Tom, they're creative. So in those days, I think that was it appealed to a lot of people to be able to play some sort of I don't know, just out there comedy.
Right. Like a man with a sock for a head, or a man with fire coming out of his ass.
Or Nosy, the Nose, Jeff Kahn, or Frogman, Timmy Burr. I mean, it was silly. It really was. It had that kind of irreverence of an FCTV or of a SNL, or that we love in our kind of I don't know, those B movies that, I don't know, continue to live on.
Yeah.
Much like the Naked Guns or the Airplanes, or of that vein of the comedy, just people all dressed as milkmen. and the Rasta eyeballs. I mean, it just goes on and on.
Right.
It's very creative endeavor, and that's what I think. That's what I think what you're talking about as much as anything. It's the creativity and the wackiness, and the be able to kind of let your hair down, so to speak, if you haven't. Yeah.
What I guess what scene in the film kind of strikes you as the one that sticks out the most for you personally?
Oh, I think wearing Mr. T's gold was pretty good for me.
Yeah.
When he took that. Oh, yeah. But I mean, on set, I'm trying to think of my favorite. I like the Rasta eyeballs. I like the milkman gag. That was fun. The big fight at the end was crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I'd say probably the milkman scene, because that used to always crack me up when Keanu said squirrel. That was like probably my favorite moment in the whole movie, you know? So he's like, squirrel. I still say that. I still use that. I do have So I think that might actually be, it wasn't even my moment. It was his moment, but it was still like my favorite moment of the movie. You know, squirrel. Oh, it's hilarious. And it was all like that, you know. I think I appreciated what everyone else did. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I really, that was fun to enjoy that. You know, see everyone kind of like going a little kooky. I liked it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the first time I watched the film, I didn't even realize it was Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, I mean, he's under a lot of makeup.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Yeah, the dog boy.
The dog boy. Ortiz, the dog boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ortiz, yeah. He's, yeah, I like that. That guy's cool. I don't know him not super well, but then I was in New York, on another little movie about, 6 or 7 years ago now, and we're doing a cab scene in our little indie, driving up and down 2nd Avenue, and all of a sudden we were about to shoot the next scene in some hostel across from the Bowery Hotel. When all of a sudden on the radio it goes, "Hey, Keanu Reeves is over here in the sitting outside the Bowery having a coffee." Since it was chatter on the radio. And I'm sitting in the cab. There's 3 of us in the back doing the scene. And the actress that's with me, she's an Irish girl. She goes, "Oh, I love Keanu. He's like one of my favorites, and I have a best friend who, if I ever were to meet him in Hollywood, I have to go say hello." And all this stuff. And I'm sat there for like 3 minutes not saying anything. Because I didn't want to be like, "Oh, well, I know Keanu. We can go say hi right now." And then I haven't seen him in a long time. He might not remember. I don't know what could happen, you know. But then all of a sudden, she was kept going on and on. I go, you know, after like 3 minutes, I was like, because growing up in Hollywood too, like I know a lot of people, so I'm like I could be a secret name dropper if like you didn't know that it was true. Mm-hmm. But finally, I'm like, oh, I know Keanu. Like we did this, blah blah blah. Let's go say hi. And I'll tell you something. That guy not only was he nice to my actress friend, but gave me the biggest hug. Totally. I mean, I just had he's so there. I didn't know him that much. It's not something I would usually go out of the way. I wound up running into him one more time on the streets of New York on that same trip, which was ironic on the other end of town. So Keanu's like one of my faves, just because he's cool, you know, and was really nice to me and my co-star, you know, that moment.
He seems like a cool
Squirrel's my favorite moment. Yeah, he is beyond, you know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But I think I've run into him a couple times even since then. So, but he's like one of those, you know, for us only having like maybe one scene in the movie, and yeah, it was nice, you know.
Yeah. So once you guys kind of wrap the film,
okay,
it had some problems coming out. It was pushed around, and you know, what was your reaction when you finally saw the film for the first time?
Well, I know I liked it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the biggest thing was we might have even seen it pretty quick, and then it waited. So
right.
I think I was mostly at the end. I was just bummed that they got boned by, what was it? I forget who boned this, Fox or something. They switched the chairman around, and the guy that greenlit us was way into it, and then the me dude wasn't as much or something. I forget exactly what that's the question for the guys, but I'm like I said, I thought it was fun.
It was Fox, by the way.
It's so silly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I did sit for a while.
Yeah.
So that's happened to a couple other projects I've been involved with over the years. And it's always a little just wanted to come out, you know. Especially if you tell people about it. I mean, I stopped telling people about projects somewhere around that time too, because it's like if you're on TV and they edit you, and then people are like, "Oh, you didn't get to do very much," and it's like you're arguing about it. So, yeah. After a while, you just let them find it on their own.
Hey everyone, host of the Culture Cast, Chris Stachiw here. After we released our Freaked episode, I actually managed to get in touch with John Hawkes, who played the cowboy in Freaked, and him and I sat down for a little under an hour to talk about working with Alex Winter and Tom Stern before Freaked on a little film called Barbecue Movie, and then on Idiot Box and on Freaked itself. So, give this interview a listen. Big thanks to John and his agent for working with me to get the interview set up, and here's the interview. Freaked came out in 1993. In January of 2020, there was a screening at the Egyptian Theater. A whole bunch of this cast was there. You were there as well.
I was.
Tell me what that was like, getting to sit in the theater and watch kind of a room full of Freaked fans watching the film and getting to re-talk with kind of everyone that you were in the film with.
Yeah, it was really surreal. You know, that movie, you look at it and you just see the title sequence and you think, this is a studio movie from made in 1991 and released in 93. It's immediately different than what else was happening then, and I think that was part of the problem. I don't know if it was ahead of its time. I think it was in many ways, but it was an amazing thing to see that kind of love and enthusiasm from an audience for a film that was so dissed, when it came out from so many circles. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think it was way ahead of its time, especially the comedy. But the effects have aged insanely well. Obviously.
Really well. There's nothing like practical, like real effects, and not. I don't think any. Well, I suppose they were using computers to do things at the time, but it didn't really affect. Yeah, I mean, all that stuff was done for real. So
yeah,
at the end of the movie, when they're having the big freak show, there's a 10-foot Stewie Gluck, and or 8-foot, or it was crazy seeing all these monsters just hanging out together. It was a blast. A surreal blast. Yeah.
So what was it like getting to kind of connect with and talk with the fans and kind of hear how the film had influenced them and getting to, reconnect with maybe some of the folks you were in the film with?
Yeah, that was mainly, I spoke to some audience members who I didn't know who'd come, and that was great. It was wonderful to see that there was, all these years later, like you say, people who kind of hung with the project or were just discovering it now and really, really enjoying it. But yeah, it was a very enthusiastic response, but it was also, I think the great joy was reconnecting with Alex and Tom and Tim and Megan and Lee and the folks that were there. Tony Gardner, who is the head of Alterian, who did a lot of the work on the film and did the cowboy, the character I played. Really great to see Tony after all these years. Such a gentleman, amazing guy. So that was, it was. I guess that's what it was like. It was surreal and thrilling and gratifying. I'm really, I'd worked with, and we can talk about this at some point, but I worked with Alex and Tom a good bit previously already on a couple projects, and had met Alex playing brothers in a movie the years before that, or before that a good bit. But I was very proud of them, kind of in a weird way. Like, they were right, and I knew it at the time. It's just that Fox, as you know, changed hands partway through the whole experience, and the new Peter Chernin, who's running the I believe it was not a real fan of the film, and so it didn't really get a very wasn't really given a chance much at the time, and maybe the world wasn't ready for it. But again, all these years later, it's gratifying, particularly because Tom and Alex and Tim too put so much of their blood and sweat into it. Maybe an occasional tear fell as well. I don't know, but it was gratifying, I guess, on some level. And like I say, I feel proud for my buddies who made it happen.
Yeah, no, I would definitely agree with you that it kind of got, after talking to Alex and Tom and listening to them talk about the kind of the trials and tribulations of getting the film even released, even taken seriously, because obviously, like you had mentioned, the regime change that happened during the film, it's kind of, it's kind of one of those big what if questions which is unfortunate.
I think. I mean, I don't know if the world was ready for it anyway, but it would have been nice for it to have had a chance anyways, for sure. And it might have found an audience then, but again, yeah. I mean, the more I think about it, the more other movies seem to kind of not so much emulate it. But yeah, it was a I guess kind of like a, for lack of a better term, kind of punk rock feel to it. That at the time I don't know if people were quite ready for. Yeah.
Well, the right people were ready for it, right? That's for sure.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there are people who love film, and there are people who love weirdo film, and people who love innovation and risk. And I think that movie has all those things.
Yeah. So let's go back to the beginning. So I know you worked with Alex and Tom on Barbecue Movie, which is on YouTube in its entirety.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, no kidding is right. It's wild, for sure. I actually watched it this morning, and I really enjoyed it.
It's so good.
Yeah, it's great. I'm actually I'm a little disappointed that more people haven't seen it, because it seems like it's the entry lane into Freaked. It makes so much sense if you watch that and then you watch Freaked. You see kind of where everything is kind of heading in a way.
Yeah. Well, my connection to all that begins, years before in a strange way. In Austin, Texas, I was really enjoying, I guess, the post-punk scene in the late 70s there and early 80s, and ended up forming a band with friends called Meatjoy, 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 and our original drummer, Teresa, got drafted into the Butthole Surfers fairly early on. We played on bills with the Butthole Surfers and Scratch Acid and Big Boys, all the legendary Austin bands. We toured, made a record, all that thing. But when that band had finished, I think in '86, it might have been only a year or two later that I got cast in a movie called Rosalie Goes Shopping that's shot in Stuttgart, Arkansas. And that's where I met Alex Winter, and we were playing brothers in the film. And he said, "You live in Austin?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "You know the Butthole Surfers?" And I said, "Hell yeah, I know the Butthole Surfers." And he said, "Well, I'm friends with them too, and Gibby and I have written a script." And he showed me that script. It was wild while we were shooting, and then we became buddies during the shoot. And when the shoot ended, he tried to get that film off the ground, the original version of Freaked that he'd written with Gibby, but no one would really touch it. It was really crazy. Really great, though. And then he decided to kind of make a short, and we did. That was Barbecue Movie, I guess is what it goes by. And so I'd already been pals with the Buttholes a good long time, or familiar with them. And that most of that film was shot on my friends' they were renting a house, and so they rented this house that was on acres, and so we were able to shoot there. And it was funny, while we were shooting that Barbecue Movie, Bill and Ted's was just released that same weekend, and Alex was I think looking for a newspaper and getting calls about how the film was doing. So it was all kind of happening at once in a great way.
So you mentioned that you saw the original script for Freaked before they did Barbecue Movie.
Yeah.
That original script seems not to be lost, but seems hard to find.
Yeah, it may well be.
Let's just put it that way.
I kind of remember just the opening scene, really, but yeah.
So what do you, if you remember any specifics, kind of, because I mean there's kind of anecdotal evidence about like how much darker it was than the original film, or the the final film that we end up seeing that ends up becoming Freaked. Kind of from what you remember, if you remember anything specifically that kind of stuck out to you.
It's been well over 30 years, but what I recall really is just in at least the iteration that I read, the opening scene involved a nightmarish scene where a character in a kitchen drops something into the disposal, reaches in, and it's not flipped on, but it does its work on the person's hand. I just remember that early on. That's just a detail I recall from it.
Huh.
But yeah, creepy, interesting, odd, very very typically Butthole Surfers. Those folks were geniuses. For sure.
Well, let's talk a little bit about Barbecue Movie, just because obviously I think it's worth mentioning. So you talk about you mentioned already that it was kind of, shot on location somewhere that you kind of had friends that had renting out that place. Kind of what was that process like working with Alex that first time on the short?
Well, I'd seen he and Tom Stern. I'd seen they'd shown me their shorts they'd made at NYU, and they were very much of a piece with their style already. They'd already kind of arrived with that really over the top style that not many people were doing. Again, a kind of again, for lack of a better term, kind of punk rock vibe that sort of describes it. But yeah, just something that was very in your face, very raw, very funny. So they were already making that kind of art, I guess, and it was a blast working with them. We did it really quickly. That was the main location on Academy Drive there in Austin, and then we shot at a miniature golf course with the late Randy Biscuit Turner of Big Boys playing a role. We shot at the Ritz Theater a piece, and then we shot outside of Austin in an abandoned zoo. All those places are probably gone now. I guess the Ritz continues on in a different version, but yeah, it was a ball working with them. Like I say, I was really familiar already with the Buttholes, and their main dancer, I'm trying to remember her name, couldn't do the movie, so we drafted my friend Lynn into it, and she was terrific as the wife gone bad.
Eat the meat. Eat the meat. You don't want to go to bed on an empty stomach. That's right.
That's right.
That's right. That's right.
That's right. That is correct. Yeah. So it was all a little bit, I think. They were living in New York. They came down to Austin. They knew the Buttholes, and the rest of it, I kind of helped them pull together. And it was just I love working with those guys. So it was just a blast to get to kind of play this pretty crazy character that emotionally wrought kind of person that was really a blast to play. The whole thing was, it was hard work. We worked quickly, but it was really a joyful experience, and then I loved the result. I thought it came together so beautifully. I remember one moment in the Ritz when I was standing on the basically the camera was on a dolly, and I was standing on the dolly, basically on the tracks for some reason, and Alex peered through and said, "That looks really cool," and so I don't think too many people were doing that shots with the character in the foreground on a dolly and the dolly moving. That was pretty innovative. I remember I get wrapped up in how would I put it? I guess captured or imprisoned by being wrapped in saran wrap, and I remember it's pretty obviously how we shot it. We had to do it. Basically, we did it, and then I think they ran the film backwards, and I had to try to make it not look like that as we were shooting. But it was cheap. It was fun, and I felt like really effective. It was part of something called Impact Video Magazine at the time that Alex and Tom were working on, and that was part of it. Yeah, it was part of a whole. It was intended to be a video magazine series where every month you'd pick up a VHS tape at your newsstand, and it would have all kinds of crazy stuff. This one had Public Enemy and Jane's Addiction, and yeah, just a whole swarm of interesting kind of videos and interviews and performances and such like that. It was the only volume ever produced, but it had some really great things on it. And Barbecue Movie was one of them.
So when you were working on Barbecue Movie and kind of transitioning into Freaked, there was a little bit of time in between those two films. Did you stay in contact with Alex and Tom and them in between working on?
I did. I continued to work with them. I wonder if Tim had come in at this point for Impact Video, or for Idiot Box for MTV. I don't know if Tim was writing with them at that point, but they made a whole series for MTV called Idiot Box, and
yep,
also way ahead of its time.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing.
For that channel, people were not ready for that, and they insisted on putting kind of within the kind of conceit of Alex and Tom's amazing comedy. They insisted on putting kind of the popular lame music videos at the time, kind of interspersed throughout the show, just so that people would keep watching. Now you look at MTV, and there was a long time when MTV was no music at all, so that's kind of ironic as well that they were worried about content without music videos. But that was really an amazing experience. That was propaganda produced, which was really cool. They were very much the kind of cutting edge at the time of oddball visual art, I think, video art and film. So that was thrilling as well. I played a lot of characters in that show, and got to pull some friends in to do roles as well. And Alex and Tom were always really felt like very generous in that, and that if they needed an actor, they would often rely on others to help them find who they needed, and I was always happy to help.
So how did they approach you to be in Freaked and convince you to get into the cowboy suit?
Oh, it was easy. I mean,
I'm sure.
I love Alex, Tom, and I would kind of have walked through fire for those guys. I believed in them, and to be honest, I wasn't, I was, happy to make rent as well. I mean, I was really happy to be part of the film, but I didn't have a lot of credits under my belt. I'd moved out to LA by that point, and when we were, I guess, shooting Barbecue Movie, I was still living in Texas by the time we shot Idiot Box. I'd moved to LA, and then like I say, I was happy to have a job. As far as the head cast and the wearing the cow head and all that kind of thing, I was fine with it. I was definitely a gamer. I'd have kind of, like I said, kind of done anything for those guys. So happy to work, happy to be part of it.
So let's talk a little bit about the cow suit, because for me, and I know for my friend Father Malone, who I did the commentary for the podcast with, him and I think both come to the realization that the cowboy suit is, I think, the most, other than Alex's prosthetics in the film, the cowboy suit is the most striking makeup effect in the film. Well, I mean, it's so seamless. Like, it's just, I mean, it really is, like, it's one of those things where, like, you try to explain to someone it is a guy in a cow suit, and people don't know what to think, but, like, it works so insanely well. So tell me kind of like what it was like to get into the cow suit. What did you bring to the voice as well? I'm kind of curious, because obviously it's not just your normal speaking voice.
Right.
Yeah.
That was part of, I guess, the challenge of the movie, is that you're shooting, you're basically having conversations with other characters, and you can sort of see them. You can't really hear their voices because you're inside of a big head. It's an interesting way of acting that's unusual, and then to kind of voice the character afterwards was fun. Being in the head was a little claustrophobic, I remember. But and hot, very hot. We were all, I think, all the freaks were dealing with high levels of discomfort. Even Lee Arenberg's ass on fire, I think was not comfortable. But that was part of the trip. It was warm. Tony and his crew were such kind people and did their best to keep people comfortable. I was also super impressed with their ability to manipulate the head. There were probably 3 or 4 people, people working ears, maybe a couple people on the mouth. It was quite an experience. People just off camera with remote control devices making your face move in ways that you're not even aware at the time, but trying to make sure that the movement matches dialogue and such. It was challenging. As far as the voice, Alex, I just tried a couple things with him on the spot early on, and Alex kind of liked the Mr. Haney approach, or the kind of his characters I'd seen growing up on TV that were they always had great voices. Floyd the Barber and Mr. Haney and Jim Neighbors as Gomer Pyle. I guess I kind of leaned on the Mr. Haney aspect of it. Golly, Rick, and yeah, he seemed like a very sincere character, and I wanted a kind of a voice that would mirror that, I suppose.
And it's also a voice that's not too over the top either, because I think that works with the well, I think it works with, like you said, the sincere nature of the character. Because you could have really made it like, you could have really gone into like, parody of John Wayne. I
always felt that the cowboy was a very sincere character. I mean, even working in underneath layers of prosthetics, and you're still an actor playing a character. You're in the story, and so I guess rather than kind of, you're right. You don't want to. It's already weird. It's already kind of over the top, and so I guess I wanted to make the voice feel more grounded and real, and it worked out well.
Yeah, because like you said, I mean, it's already in a film that will be perceived as completely over the top, so it doesn't need any help to continue going in that direction. Yeah, it's right. Sometimes you could just let the costume do the work. You know what I mean? Yeah,
that's true. But again, it was challenging. I mean, Keanu Reeves, good Lord, what a sport. He was so. I'd met him before. I didn't know him well at the time. He and I ended up doing a film together years later, but. Or we kind of laughed about these times, but yeah, I mean, he would come in and he didn't have an appliance. They would just cover his face hair by hair nearly in order to make him Juan the dog boy. It was pretty amazing thing. There was a lot of, I guess, a lot of goodwill on the set. The mood of any set and maybe any group of people, but certainly on a movie set, if the people at the very top are not kind and hard to be around, that usually reflects and the whole set feels like that. But when the people at the top, the producers and directors and main actors are kind and joyful, then that permeates the set, and that's how that set was. It was a blast.
Well, it also helps when, it's essentially people, some of them working with their friends. The last thing you want to do is piss your friends off while making a movie.
Very true. I'm sure there's a lot of drama, behind the scenes that I wasn't privy to as far as dealing with budget and timing and all that kind of stuff. But otherwise, it felt graceful. It felt it was phenomenal. I mean, the settings, all the prosthetic work, costumes is all top of the line. So people were working at a high level, I thought, for sure.
So so tell me a little bit about, working on the film, working on location. Obviously, how long did it take to get into the prosthetic, working with some of the cast, like Randy Quaid, working with Alex on the other side of the camera as opposed to direction?
Mm-hmm. Well, it was, the whole thing was just so unlike any other movie, and it's been so long, I'm trying to recall details and such, but, Alex is just so great to work with. I had a real ease with him already. That was, the fourth project we'd work on together, I guess, at that point. As far as the cowboy himself in and out, I don't think I had it as bad as some folks, but it probably took maybe a couple hours to get into and maybe an hour to get out of, and Alex might have been more like 3 or 4 hours in and out, and he used to eventually, I remember, sleep in his prosthetic because he wasn't getting much sleep anyway. But it was, I guess everyone was dealing with their own bit of discomfort. I guess we tend to romanticize the past because I don't recall it being terrible, other than being really hot a lot of times and claustrophobic but hey, I mean, I was part of a group of people telling a story, and that's what I'd always wanted to do. So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely, and having spoken with everyone that I spoke to, it definitely seems like a labor of love, which is a good thing, obviously.
Oh, yeah, you can feel it, I think, in the movie, that people are enjoying themselves. You mentioned Randy Quaid, and he was a real gentleman and so great in the movie. He was terrific. I walked around with a handheld tape recorder and asked every cast member and crew member who would give me the time for questions. I just asked everyone, what is your full name? What is your shoe size? No, where are you from? No, what is your full name? Where were you born? What is your shoe size? And what is your ideal fighting weight? And people answer those questions sometimes very matter-of-factly, and they're often in a hurry. And other people like Mr. T, I've got about a 10-minute interview with Mr. T on those 4 questions. And Randy Quaid also was very funny. He was sitting in the makeup chair very calmly and happy to do my little interview. And he was sort of in character as he did it a little bit. But it was, I'll have to go back and listen to all that, but it was really... that was kind of one way I got to know everybody, too, a little bit.
It definitely seems like, especially with, the cast, and again, maybe it's just the way it's written and everyone just kind of seemingly being good sports about it, the chemistry between all of y'all seemed very natural as well. I mean, I know you're under, sometimes pounds of prosthetics and makeup, in your case and Alex's case, but like the chemistry between everyone seemed very natural as well, obviously.
Yeah, and again, I think part of what you mentioned is that you combine a lot of people who know each other, and a lot of people who are excited to be part of a labor of love, and then the folks who come in cold, who are doing effects or working in the camera crew, whatever. I think those folks also get caught up in it, they feel that energy of people excited to come to work, people who are kind to each other, people who can laugh with each other, and that's contagious. And eventually, the whole group really coalesced well, like you say. I think that, I don't recall a ton of anger or any kind of diva behavior from any cast or crew member. It was, like I say, when everyone's there, it's just happy to be making something unusual and different. That feeling just really permeated the air, I guess I would say.
Do you have a particular favorite memory from when you were on set working on the film? Anything that sticks out to you in your mind?
Well, let me think here.
Other than asking Randy Quaid about his shoe size?
Well, Mr. T was always, enjoyable. But no, the 4 questions thing was really cool to me. I still have the cassette tape, and that was fun. But as far as a particular experience, I think maybe being out, maybe the scenes when we were all together, the kind of the freak shows, the escape when we all dressed like milkmen, when we were all kind of together working, those were fun days. I'm sure they were hard to produce and direct when that much is going on. But I loved seeing everybody. I loved seeing the work of the craftspeople. It was all fascinating to me. Like I said, I hadn't been making movies that long, and it was all dreamland at that point. Yeah, it was great.
So, film comes out. Obviously, you wrap on the film. Film comes out. Take me back to 1993. Kind of. Were you at the premiere of the film?
I don't remember. I don't recall if I was at the premiere. I might have been. I might have been working. It's something I would remember probably. So maybe I wasn't there, and maybe the premiere. I'm trying to remember. Maybe I was. Shit. But yeah, it was. If I really thought about it, I bet I could figure it out. But I wasn't. We were already kind of prepared, I think, for what was coming because
sure,
Alex was real honest with me. I was a friend of his, and he had Bill and Ted's out at that point that had come out and done real well. But this people running the studio didn't seem very excited about the movie, and so I guess there's that hope that somehow it will catch on. But
well, the regime change doesn't help, right?
I agree, and I think it had been done for a while, maybe even at that point when they finally put it out, and so Alex and Tom were probably, had their eyes on what was ahead. But I don't recall too much of that time. I don't recall it being a terrible failure, although I guess you can look back and it's on lists with some other really fine movies of the worst box office bombs of all time. Tom flashed that up on the screen at the preview before the movie aired. There was guess he was on a website of some sort and flashed that onto the big screen that we could all see, and it generated quite a laugh. But there were also, like I said, I don't recall which films, but there were some other movies on there that are highly regarded now and things like that. So not such a bad thing to be misunderstood or to be a little ahead of your time, I suppose.
Well, I mean, a film, and I don't know how you feel about this because obviously you work in the industry. I just talk about it. I mean, how do you feel about being part of a film that eventually finds its audience? Because it did eventually find its audience. Obviously,
I guess so. I mean, I guess it kind of did that night. I mean, that was as I understand it, that was the first time the movie kind of got seen by a group of people who understood, who could appreciate it, I suppose.
Right. Everyone there is there for a reason. They're there to see Freaked and nothing else.
Yeah.
They didn't just wander in there off the street, right?
Right. And the theater was packed, sold out, and a very warm reception. And it was surprising, I guess, after all these years to realize there's people who found this film somehow or, were excited to see it for the first time. In either case, it was like I say, I guess I think it feels good. I mean, again, my part of the film isn't huge, and I didn't make the movie, but I still feel real proud to be, and proud of my friends, and proud to be something that finally found its due, I suppose.
The thing that I like about Freaked is that it is a collaborative process. Everybody is doing something crazy. From Lee Arenberg with a flame out of his ass to Derek McGrath in a worm suit to you in a cowboy suit. I mean, everybody is just like, yeah, sure, yeah, let's do it.
Oh man, that worm suit was pretty amazing too, I gotta say. That was a pretty amazing piece of work. And Derek was so funny. Yeah, he was so great.
So I'm curious, yourself as an actor, obviously Oscar-nominated actor, looking back on Freaked as kind of, early on in your career, where does it kind of place in the things that you've worked on, as kind of like, obviously it's very much a positive memory for you as we're sitting here talking about it, and you didn't tell me, I would never talk about this, like, leave me alone. Yeah. But, I mean, there are some people that and I completely understand, especially with certain projects.
Sure. Like I say, I guess I'd been acting in films a few years, but I hadn't gotten to play too many good roles. The role where Alex and I played brothers, that was a big deal to me. It was a German director, and I was still living in Texas, and to be cast alongside some really fine actors, Brad Davis and Alex and others, that was a big deal. And then at Freaked, I mean, part of the joy for me again was to have a job, but the other real joy was that it was my friends Alex and Tom. They were such interesting filmmakers, unusual filmmakers. I didn't have a lot of friends who were working at a very high level. I didn't know too many people making studio movies or anything like that at that point. I was happy to have the job, and I'm still proud of that movie and of that work. You're working under, your face is hidden for the film. You don't have any dialogue with you as an actual person, only as the freak you're playing. But I didn't feel slighted at all. I've always just wanted to be part of good stories, and I felt like it was a good, funny, wild, crazy ass ride of a story, and I guess I still stand by it for sure. And I'm grateful to Alex and Tom to have thought of me and put me in it, and yeah, you end up doing work later on that's maybe more personal and vital to you, but I was really happy to have the work and really happy to be working with the people I loved. It was great.
So when you saw it at the Egyptian Theater, recollection of the premiere aside, was that the first time you'd seen it on the big screen?
I must have been to the premiere. I must have seen it on the big screen one time, and then I think it might have been on cable television, some years later, and I might have caught a piece of it. Maybe. No, it was. Obviously it had been at least 20 some years since I'd seen it. The mood was really of the theater that night, and the audience was kind kind of beyond anticipation. People were just really happy before the film, and there was quite a preamble before the film rolled, and the audience was rabid and excited and loud and funny, and I knew the film would play well. At that point, you could already tell people they kind of knew what they were coming for, and they were excited to see it. So
chomping at the bit.
Yeah, for sure.
So, as an actor, and obviously you have a pretty diverse career, both TV and film. What do you get recognized for most?
Well, it's not Freaked, sadly to say. So
Okay, well, my answer was wrong then. God damn it.
Maybe one or two people have come up over the years, and then hey, you were great in the Cowboy Freaked Cowboy. Did you ever do anything else? That happens rarely, I suppose. But how old are you?
I am 29.
Oh shit, you're young. Okay, so for you, 29. I wonder. Oh, I suppose Eastbound and Down probably for males in their in their 20s and 30s maybe. What's your answer?
So that's the thing. I actually I have never so I've never seen Eastbound and Down.
Oh boy, yeah, it's funny. It's not the work I'm proudest of, but it's a really good show. And my job, I realized fairly early on, was to try not to laugh, and it was really difficult. I played kind of a straight man character, and so again, I don't think I did any kind of groundbreaking work in it, but the show itself is phenomenal, and I'm certainly proud to have been part of that. I guess I get recognized for Deadwood a lot, and even when the show had been off the air for 10 years, people would still come up and say, is it coming back? I love the show. When's it coming back? So part of that, I suppose, is television and HBO, and people don't have to leave their home to see it, so a lot more people probably see it than a typical feature film. But I think that's probably over time been the thing that people most ask about. Fans of independent film will say Martha, Marcy, Me, Marlene, or Me, You, and Everyone We Know, or Winter's Bone, or The Sessions, I guess, is sort of an independent film. Certainly made independently and then bought by a studio. So there's a pretty wide range of things, but again, every once in a while someone will see you, someone will, I don't know, remember you from a movie where you had 3 lines, and that's kind of the only work they ever saw of you. But that's kind of cool too, if you made an impression on someone with 3 lines, and they, wondered if you ever had any other acting roles. That's kind of cool too. They just see you as the pizza boy or whatever the hell, I should say I'm trying to think of the movie. It was Rush Hour. I played a tiny little part in that, but every pizza delivery man who brought a pizza to the door for years was like, Rush Hour. It's hilarious. That movie got around, I guess, but I didn't have much of a role in it. But I was able to walk from my home to the location that day and kick it out and go home, and that was a nice job. It was all right.
So for me, the 3 roles outside of Freaked that I recognize you from are Congo, which I love Congo. I'm probably, I don't know.
You're one of 3.
one of 3 people who like the movie that's essentially Jurassic Park with monkeys. The other one is From Dusk Till Dawn.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, that was a good breakout thing there too. And I think Perfect Storm was on the heels of that, and that kind of helped get me going. But yeah.
And the other one is The X-Files.
Oh right, of course. And this kind of figures into, why you're covering Freaked and why From Dusk Till Dawn and all those kind of things. Yeah, that's X-Files was really great. It was really fun. I'd worked with David before and had some comfort there, and Gillian Anderson was just fantastic to work with. And I wasn't a huge fan of the show. I wasn't not a fan of the show, but I just didn't watch much media at that time. I guess I still kind of don't see enough film and television, but it was exciting to be on because the show had been on a few years, maybe 5, I don't know, but the show was so good and so well received that the crew, it's kind of like when it was different from guest starring in a lot of shows. I guess I would put it like this, in that on X-Files, the crew seemed really efficient. They seemed to know that they were doing good work, and they were pretty fearless about it. So that show just kind of was by the time I got on it, X-Files was a well-oiled machine. But people weren't tired of working on it. They just were really good at it, and it just unlike a lot of other television shows where it felt people were guessing as to what to do, that show kind of seemed to know what it wanted to do. The people running it seemed to know what they wanted to do. I was super proud of what I did on a show called Millennium, which was also a Chris Carter show as well. Yeah, I wish that one was the kind of a thing where people were somehow rediscovering, but that one just...
I think they kind of are. I think that
good.
because of the X-Files coming back, was it 2 years ago now? People are kind of giving that show giving its due as well, because I think it's seen as like similarly to Lone Gunman, it's seen kind of like as a companion piece to the X-Files.
Oh, I could see how that could be. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's pretty great. That was fun to do as well.
Is there anything you're working on now you want to talk about?
Yeah, I've been playing in bands since 1982 and still making music. And a buddy and I are writing a two-person stage show, kind of quasi acoustic musical, if you will, I suppose, called Rodney and John and the Meaning of Life. We're going to mount that in March in a theater in L.A. And other than that, I haven't worked much this year. I've had some family death and things like that to deal with. It's been a rough maybe year and a half since Deadwood finished, but yeah. So I've laid low for a good little bit, but so I don't have anything, I guess, coming out per se. I was proud to be part of Peanut Butter Falcon. I thought working with Nicholas Refn on Too Old to Die Young, a series that Amazon quickly stuffed into the back drawer of their group of shows. I watched all of that series and was pretty astonished by it. I didn't know Nick's work all that well, honestly. I'd never seen Drive or anything even at that point, but still haven't. But yeah, I don't watch enough stuff. But that was really hugely gratifying. That was shot all through 2019. So if you haven't seen Too Old to Die Young, folks, you might like that one.
I'm curious because you've mentioned it now twice, and maybe is it because you work in the industry, do you find yourself not wanting to watch stuff a lot?
I don't know if that's why I always mean to watch things, and I saw a few of the movies this year that are came out, and that's rare, but gal I date loves movies, so I go with her sometimes. But yeah, as far as committing to just sitting down and watching I guess binge watching and things like that, I'm not so into that. I'd rather read a book, I suppose. But there are a lot, and it's almost like there's just way too much good stuff. It used to be that there was more of a collective experience around shows like X-Files, where Deadwood, where people would make an event of it and watch it together. And if you didn't see it at that moment, there wasn't really, particularly for X-Files early on, there wasn't really a way to, or ways to tape it, I suppose, but it wasn't easily done. You kind of needed to see it when it came out or wait for the rerun. So, yeah, that was, I guess I was watching more media in those days when it becomes that everything is available all the time to you at any moment. It becomes less valuable or less precious in a weird way, and it's taken for granted by me, perhaps, yeah, in a strange way. It's like music, when I was growing up and into the 80s, if you wanted to hear rock and roll music, MTV was maybe just starting, but, you had to leave your home, and now that people can carry nearly every song that's ever been made in the palm of their hand, it cheapens music a little bit, where there was something about waiting 2 weeks for a record to come out or going to different stores to try to find it,
right?
Hearing the song in your head, getting it home, putting it on the turntable and playing it over and over, that was really gratifying. And it's really wonderful that we have so many choices, but it's taken some of the mystery and the value out of all of it for me, I suppose.
Well, I mean, and thank you for taking time out of your schedule and sitting down and joining me, because, like I said, it is my favorite movie, and I know that I have as a podcaster, I have a distinct privilege that a lot of people don't get to sit and talk to people that were involved in things that they personally love, and, just be appreciative and thankful that these things exist and that people were willing to take a part in it and making the movie. So, from me to you, thank you for not only the interview, but also everything else. So.
Oh, my pleasure, man. My pleasure. Anytime.
right, so big thanks again. I know I did the interviews, God, 5 years ago, something like that. It was a long time ago, but I have to thank them again because, I mean, look, it's making a dream come true of mine to get to talk to the people that were involved in this film. I mean, rarely do you get to thank someone for something that they made that you love, and like, you know, getting to do the podcast about the film, getting to talk to them, telling other people about it. Like, normally telling other people about it is as far as most people get to go. So I feel very fortunate to be able to talk to the people that were in the film, that made the film, that directed the film, and thank them. I mean, I don't know how much that matters, probably not at all. But, you know, for me, it's like a small, you know, just like a small, like, I got to talk to Alex Winter and tell him how much I loved a film that him and his friends did 25 years ago.
Yeah, that's sort of the privilege of doing a podcast, right?
Yeah.
Like,
oh yeah, it is. I mean, I don't take it for granted, for sure. So with that in mind, what would you give the film out of 5?
I'd give it a 4.5. 4.5.
Yeah, I would give it a 5.
Look, yeah, I know you'd give it a 5.
Hell yeah, I would give it a 5. I ain't got no shame.
Yeah, I think. If I was stoned, 5. Okay, 4.5 straight, 5 stoned.
If I'm stoned, I'm giving it a 10.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, right. I'm giving it 5 Zygrots, 5 styrofoam cups out of 5.
Let me heap praise on one more thing.
By all means, go ahead. I'm not going to stop you.
When the sock puppet character gets shot and killed, the sock comes off, and then he's speaking through his hand like Senior Wences, and blood is coming out. Like, oh my god! Animation is an honorable profession. Man. Good stuff. I don't know. I can't.
Oh my god, Randy! Like, dude, I can't say enough how great Randy Quaid is.
He's really good, man. Really funny.
Because he's like a villain, but like you also don't hate him.
Like, you know, there's a joke in this movie, and that he pulls it off where it's the styrofoam cup moment where he's sitting watching TV and eating popcorn, and then his sort of radar goes up that something is amiss, and he walks up, but he still has a handful of popcorn and continues to eat. And that alone is a funny joke, but then it pays off seconds later where he can't open the door because his hand is too buttery. Like, I don't know, something so funny. Yeah, great stuff. I don't know.
Oh my god. So let's take a break and play a preview for the next Culture Cast. That's right, on the next Culture Cast, Mike White and I are going to be talking about Steven Spielberg's Saccharine Nightmare, Always. And boy, the dichotomy between Freaked and Always cannot be overstated.
No.
But as drastically different films as humanly possible. Dear God in heaven. So yeah, I'll be joined by him on that podcast. But until then, where can people find you if they're looking for you, Father Malone?
You can always find me on my YouTube channel, OughtFiveFilms. I got a show called You've Never Seen. It's a movie review show. You can hear me over.
How have you never done a video of Freaked?
Yeah, good question. Probably in the offing now. You can also hear me over on Chronicles from the Crypt, our podcast about Tales from the Crypt, the television series, the HBO series from the early 90s. You can also hear me on Dreams for Sale, the Twilight Zone 85 podcast with you and me and the aforementioned Detroit's own Mike White.
Yeah, it's true. Well, a lot of podcasts, a lot of irons in the fire, as it were. Good Lord.
Indeed. Too much talking. Not enough talking.
Oh, come on. That's one thing I'm good at. I'm good at 3 things in my life. How weird they all end in K.
Oh, shit.
No, one of them's not what you think. But as for myself, you can find me on Twitter at casualty_Chris. You can find the podcast on Twitter at CultureCast. Patreon.com/CultureCast. CultureCast.com is where you'll find the podcast proper. If you're just tuning in, this is your first episode, awesome. If not, thanks for listening. As always, Patreon supporters get access to Patreon-only episodes. Trying to cook up some more Patreon exclusive stuff throughout the year. So if that's something you're interested in, head on over. I think it's like $1, like a third of the price of a cup of coffee at your local big box coffee retailer. And yeah, big thanks as always to Tiger Blood Jewel for the Bayou, which is the music for the Culture Cast. And go watch Freaked. Jesus Christ, just do it. If you've heard me talk about it and you're wondering why you haven't watched it, go.
Yeah, just say it.